So
Earlier I was asking you. I think you had some connection problem. I was told you said to Sekou, you told Sekou
I told him
to
go
go
back
back
to
to
Africa.
Africa.
Yeah, that's what I said. And I'm gonna say it
But
again. Take your ass
but,
back to Africa.
but why would you say something like that?
Because now Smash say, you know you can't say that. The truth is, Sekou is directly from Africa. So if a nigga say, nigga, go back to Baltimore, it's really not disrespectful.
Okay, so Sekou, let me curse you out respectfully.
Yeah, cut me out, Reggie. I'm listening to the hypocrisy because I am wondering where you.
I'm gonna curse you out.
Yeah, cut me out. I'm listening.
Okay. You have no standing in our communities. You're an outsider. You have no standing. You're an outsider. Now, what you are doing is you are a new.
What is your community that I don't have no standing in?
African American.
Oh, Reggie. Garfield is not an African American. Garfield
is an African American. Garfield is an African American.
Sanetta is a Dominican.
They African Americans.
We African Americans.
What is wrong with
you? Let me finish. I want to curse him out politely.
No, because you are wrong.
You have no standing in our community.
Garfield an African American?
You're not
Garfield African American?
African struggle.
Is Sanetta African American?
Yes.
You're not part of the African struggle in the Americas. Now,
you want to bring discrimination. It's embarrassing that you being an.
Come on, man. You gonna interrupt, man? Come on, man. Now it's gonna look like. You see, this is why every time I put him in the chat or Shaka and Dougal, because they always talk and don't want people to respond. I don't know how they do that.
But I said I have the floor.
Go ahead,
now,
Reggie.
I don't know how long you've been studying Shekan Tadia. I don't even know if you've heard his voice personally. I don't know if you've ever met Theophilo Benga. Talk to Theophilo Benga. Now, if my community has some questions and I'm a part of that community, I can answer it. Now, there are people who it takes them some time to gather some information. So if Sheffrin wants to say what he has to say, well, we can continue the dialogue with Sheffrin. But don't you ever criticize me for not responding like I'm a crazy convert every time somebody says something about Sheikh Anta Diop or any of these people, right? You know why? Because I have a proven 33 years in this, right? And you have, I don't know what your standing is. I don't know what university you went with. I don't even know who your elders are. I don't even know how long, you've told me recently how long you were a Muslim and how long you're not, but that doesn't mean that you haven't studied the culture. Well, I'm going to ask you now, how long have you studied Nile Valley culture? How long?
Reggie, I think you are leading the conversation somewhere else. What you started with no, this is not about me. The discussion was about
I'm going to put it on you. I'm going to put it on you because I want to know your standing.
You say I have no standing to talk about African American community. No, I want to understand what you mean by
information. No, you have no standing. You go and talk to your people. I talk to my people, right? You don't talk to my people.
Your people? Is Garfield African American?
Why you keep calling my name, man? Garfield is
because I'm speaking. This is Garfield.
Garfield is Heathcliff's cousin, man.
Garfield is the African in the Americas. It don't matter where the goddamn slave ship.
Man, what are you talking about?
I could have been dropped off in Jamaica.
Reggie, this is embarrassing. Don't do this, Reggie.
You're talking to our experience.
It must not
be.
May I be heard?
Telling me, okay, cool. You're nobody. You're zero. You got no standing except for YouTube. What scholar knows you? What scholar do you talk to? What university you went to? You got no standing. Stand down. And I asked you, how long you been studying this? Have you been to Egypt? Do you know the Meta Nature?
Oh my goodness.
But I want that soundbite that you said, Reggie. My goal is to take down Kemet or to bang on Kemet. You said to bang on Kemet.
No,
and that's what you're doing here. You are now joining on with our enemy. And let me finish. When I say enemy, I'm talking about the enemy of knowledge or information, all because you hate Jabari, brother, and you don't care. You saying you going up against a Kemetic brother just for the simple fact that you hate our brother Jabari. And when you look at what they did, when they did that thing, let me finish. When they did that joint the other day in the debate, what did Quanah came in and said? What did our brother Yara said? No, I'm not going against my brother. I'm not going against no other Israelite brother. And I respect him for that. I'm not mad at Yara for that. We got to learn how to do the same damn thing, man. You know, them brothers, they got a unity that they will stick together. They not gonna throw one of their brothers under the bus because they have a little differences with them to us. And that's the shit that we got to get to, man. We got too much soft goddamn skin over here. Damn.
Saneda, I have that stuff you were looking for. I can play it now if you put my screen. It's only a few seconds long. Yes, okay, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna mute.
Shocking.
I just wanted to address it, but let me just play. It's only 36 seconds long.
Go ahead.
Yep.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Kemetics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in a primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in a period. You're making the bullshit up.
Damn, Reg, that's hard, right there. You can't get around that. But go ahead, Reggie. I'm gonna let you go. Wow.
Woo.
Reggie is muted. You're muted, Reggie. We can't hear you.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull up something. See, there's something that you have to understand, Sanetta. Sanetta, the ancient Egyptians in a text said that he is the one who makes his own gods in a language that can't be erased. The ancient Egyptians made their own gods for their purposes.
And now today, it is so sad that I have to say Dr. Ben is now rolling over in his grave. Dr. Ben is now looking up, looking down or looking around, wherever, at one of his top students. And he is now saying, what happened to you, my brother? You were supposed to carry on the torch. Now you're going against the greatness of my teachings, of what I taught you? I think it was the time when my brother Dr. Reggie committed treason when Sarah Sutan said he was going up against Nasi Yashavel. And I should have seen it then when Dr. Reggie secretly went behind all of our backs and gave Nasi Yashavel, a Hebrew Israelite, the antidote, the information that can try to kill Sarah Sutan Seti when Seti was defending Dr. Ben, defending Kemet, defending African culture. But Reggie went and gave Nasi Yashavel information against us. I didn't see it then. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, that's not my brother Reggie. He ain't do that. And then I heard Reggie one day admitted it. And I was so hurt, man. I just couldn't believe it, man. That's when Reggie failed. He have no longer become the backbone of Kemet. He have no longer become the strength of Kemet. And I just got to say, man, I just feel sorry for my brother.
then now, Sanetta, I join people with information. I don't join people because of personalities. So I do stick together with Africans and people and people who do comedic stuff. But I stick together with people who are truthful in their approach, not people.
You don't stick with Africans. You told Sekou that he has no standing, that he should talk to his people, and you talk to your people. You don't stick with Africans.
Yeah, because Sekou is not an African from American. He has a different he has a different point of view. So he can't speak for African Americans. That's why I told him that. He has no bearing in my community.
That's so divisive what you just said. It's like Will and Inch type of mentality.
Yeah,
because he's not African American, he cannot talk about issues that affect African Americans. You guys can talk about the issues that affect Africa, but we cannot talk about the issues that affect people in America. That doesn't make sense to me.
It does if you think about it. It does. He's coming into
did you tell that to Cheikh Anta Diop?
Did I tell that to Cheikh Anta Diop? Where's Cheikh Anta Diop talking about African Americans? Where's he talking about African Americans?
Theophilo Benga, he went to America. He lectured in America. Yeah, actually, he was acquainted with many of the greats that you like to talk all the time.
Points. These are people that you ever met Theophilo Benga?
No, I've seen him. I've seen him, but I'm not acquainted with him.
Well, you seen him on YouTube?
But brother, you like to say I know him and him. In 30 years, you don't have a book, you don't have a website, you don't have a platform. You have to go on other people's platforms. So you can talk all you want that you were acquainted with.
Well,
it doesn't hold any bearing with your scholarship.
Listen, I think everybody knows my work. You're just being introduced. Okay?
What is your work? You've been carrying their suitcases. You went errand and bought them drinks and coffee and tea. Everybody can do that. That's why I nicknamed you Butler.
So Sanetta, so you allow this person to talk about. I carry Sanetta's bags and suitcases.
So you are Butler for Sanetta as well. It's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
and Sanetta called you the B word. You did not object. You don't have any background.
You know why? You know why? Because Sanetta is my brother. We can talk behind the scenes.
No, he was public.
All right, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's get back to the knowledge, man.
On Sekou Keller as to whether or not he can talk about what's going on in the African American community. He can have an opinion. He can have an opinion. He doesn't even live in America. He lives in Canada now.
I don't live in America either.
Shock. This mutual mic when you can say it to yourself, but you're gonna get back in.
But I mean, Sanetta, this guy Reggie's here saying if you don't live in America, you cannot talk about the issues affecting African Americans. I mean, is this what I came in for?
Yeah.
Theophilo Benga is not from America. Everybody listen to him. He's a scholar. He's a PhD. Cheikh Anta Diop, we listen to him. We respect him. He's a scholar. He's a PhD. So why would somebody tell Sekou, well, you don't even live in America, so you cannot talk about it? And that's why I interjected. I don't live in America, but I am on this platform. Go ahead.
So it depends on what he is talking about. If he's talking about all African people, that's fine. If he's talking about some dispute that we're having in our own community, then he's an outsider in the dispute. When I challenge you to see where Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop is specifically talking about African Americans, except for to be educated. So what I'm just trying to do is
Reggie, I agree with Brother Shaka, because we black people here in America, we talk about every goddamn body. We talk about every country. We talk about every city. We talk about everybody. I believe that if my
sticking with me.
I believe I'm sticking with information, brother. Hold on, stop, brother. I'm sticking with the information and what's real. I believe that if Sekou know about what's going on in America, he should speak on it. He's been here long enough, Reggie. You don't think he's been here long enough to see what's going on? You think he just... It don't matter, brother. You speak on people in Canada. Remember them goddamn silly ass so-called Moors up there? And we was banging on them Moors that's in Canada?
I was speaking on the information about what they was bringing. We weren't speaking about our communities.
Nah, it don't matter, Reggie. That sound like white people. That sound like the Hebrews sometimes, or white people trying to stop us from trying to interact with other people. Like we said, like we already said sit like what they call that when you talking to somebody, damn, what they call that shit, y'all? Help me out.
I would tell you, but you tell me to be quiet, so I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, so be your ass quiet then.
Reggie talks about Kemet.
Stereotype. We sound just like them when we begin to stereotype people.
Reggie talks about Kemet. He's not from Kemet. He talks about Nubia. He's not from Nubia. That's all good.
I'm talking about the information, not the.
Sekou is talking about the information as well. And you know the example of the double standard. Reggie is such a fence rider. Reggie kept talking about the Sheikh Anta Diop thing in the museum in New York. So now it suits him, and he says, yeah, and he also claimed that he's in contact with some people with the museums, but it doesn't make any difference to me. But it's all good to say, yeah, Sheikh Anta Diop, they're talking about him in the New York Museum. But then when an African speaks about issues that affect Black people worldwide, including in America, we're supposed to tell him.
But see, there you go again. See, I'm talking about, and one thing is to talk about information, and one thing is to talk about politics. So when we're talking about information, right? And that's what I thought we was talking about, right? I can talk about information, right? Now, if you want to make it personal to people. No, I'm not. And so you make these things about offense.
So Sekou cannot talk about the politics of America?
No, we were talking about information.
No, but Sekou, what is it that he cannot talk about when it comes to African
Americans? I think that it would not serve him to talk about. Lots of times Sekou comes on and he supports Brother Jabari, right?
That's your issue. That's what you should say. You should say, I hate on Sekou because I hate on Jabari, and he defends him.
No, see, you're adding. Don't you,
brother? Listen to yourself. First, you say he has no bearing. He should talk to his people, and now you just told the truth. You just betrayed yourself. That's because he's defending Jabari.
No, that's your problem. If he is talking about a dispute between me and Brother Jabari, and on the information of ancient Egypt, right, then he should just leave it to us. But he comes on and he makes his opinion, right?
Doesn't he have the right to?
Yeah. All right.
Do your thing, my brother. Do your thing.
Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to read what Garfield wrote himself. Garfield Reed wrote himself. And if you can address the Hebrew Israelites for a lot of the lies and misconceptions that they tell in the public, then you can surely please address yourself or correct what you said on Doggy Diamonds TV of all places, trying to make yourself a little bit bigger when you weren't, just like the Hebrew Israelites. So you do share their story. So here it is. It says, this is on the back of your book, right? And here's your picture. So nobody can say, oh, that wasn't me. It's a picture of you right here. And this is what it says. Garfield Reed has been a student of biblical history for the past 30 years. Not only is he a well-known public figure in the conscious community, and let's put a quote on that, he is an independent researcher. Let me repeat this, an independent researcher who began to question the probity of the Bible, of the Bible and its content as a teenager. While attending LaGuardia Community College, he analyzed his religious beliefs and explored other options, leading him to leave the Christian faith. Now, after 4 long years, he's completed a volume 1 of the misconceptions of misinformation of the Black Hebrew Israelites, hoping to enlighten believers and non-believers alike. So nowhere on here did it say that you have a bachelor's degree, Garfield. It does not say that. It said you went to LaGuardia Community College.
He was like, what? He had a book he wrote. He said, I write books on this stuff. He brought out his book. I said, yo, we're not going to support this conversation with your book. Go give me an outside source. What? I got degrees in this stuff. And he pulled that damn degree out. What? First of all, I'm around people like Dr. Mayad. And when you have these set degrees, you really have it on a card. That's the only thing you carry around, right? It's a card in your wallet. I'm like, why would anybody carry their degree around, right? He whips out this paper, right? Here, I got, and put it in the camera. I was like, what? But look, he did this though. He pulled it back too quick. I said, yo, let me see that. He was like, no. I was like, up, right? I'm not going to tell you who. They called me up and was like, yeah, yo, we got the snapshot. I say, bet we on it. So his actions, the way he was moving made me realize, yo, if you want to show the camera, but you won't show me. Why not, bro? Because I can feel that paper. The paper ain't right. It's all wrong. He know I'm on it. And so, we exposed that part right there. But it wasn't fun because he used it against me. Like, I'm not trying to dig up and figure out what you got. But see, but watch this, to his credit, he actually does have a degree. I forget what college he went to. He played high school. No, he played college football. Great athlete, right? But he didn't have a degree in what he lied. He lied.
Yeah, and he didn't have the degree that he
didn't have a degree in what he said. Yes, he has a degree in science. I've never had a degree in science. That's how it was spelled. Science. That's what it was on. I remember he misspelled the word science. No one has a degree in science anyway. But it's just so this community is crazy, man. But I think for me and you, for me and you, Shaka, like we've been
American
at this a while,
Dream.
bro. Like
American Dream is in the chat giving me help. He keeps saying that I'm protecting Garfield. Like I don't know where he get. And you mentioned that too, Shaka, that we protecting Garfield.
You said maybe he was playing.
Yeah, I said maybe he was playing. And also that pseudo killers just don't go after a person because they lied. We pseudo killers. We go after pseudos. Just because you lie don't make you a pseudo. That just makes you a lie dishonest person. A pseudo is a person who put forth an unsubstantiated claim and stand on that shit and promotes false information. That's a pseudo. So I don't think Garfield do that. You dig what I'm saying? But I will say, researching Garfield's name, Garfield then said, I've been watching him for a couple years. He says that Garfield Reed is not his real name. So you're not going to find his degree under his name. That is his social media name that he's using, Garfield Reed. That's point one. Point two, I think Garfield got a degree, and I think the name issue, he don't tell people his real name, and he showed me his degree. So for me, it's over. He's not gonna show y'all his real name. You dig what I'm saying? So y'all can just keep on with that. Some people gotta protect their name and their family. So
I'm sorry, brother. Did you say that Garfield showed you his degree?
Yes, he did.
And was it a bachelor's degree in history?
Yes, it was.
Oh.
So
now, hold on. Which university was it from?
Look, I'm not gonna put all his information out there. If he wanna show y'all, he can. I'm saying I seen it. So it's over for me. It's a funny joke. We can keep on with it, and I keep on with the jokes in the comment. But for me, it's settled.
Because and do you believe it was a genuine degree?
Yeah, I don't think he would go. I don't think he would go through all that to lie to me. You feel me? I just don't do it.
Degree. A 2-year degree at that.
Now, some people in the chat said that the bachelor's is like more than 2 years. Like...
No, a bachelor's is a 4-year degree.
Yeah, you're right. It's 4 years. Yeah.
No,
it's bachelor's. What is it?
A bachelor is a 4-year degree.
What's a 2-year degree?
Associates. Associates is 2 years.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Chris, you're frozen right now.
Yeah, bachelor's 4 years. Hey, real quick, Garfield just called me. Okay, am I still frozen?
No, now it's okay. Now you're good.
Hey, what's up?
All right, cool. I just got off the phone with Garfield. I told him to stop on by. He said he saw your email, and he did show me a degree. All right, and Garfield Reed's name was on the degree, and it said social sciences. So he has a degree in social sciences. That's what it said. So that name Garfield Reed was on there, but I did not see, because he had his ID covering up the name of the college. There was his ID covering up the name of the college. So maybe he trying to protect it. I don't know.
Yeah, but social sciences, mostly all degrees in those fields are social science degrees.
Wait, I would like to speak, brothers. I would like to speak now. Sheffrin said that Garfield showed him a bachelor's degree in history. Brother Chris said that
It
Garfield.
says social sciences. It says social sciences.
That's what those degrees are under. Look it up.
No, that's not how. No, Chef. I know what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, but when you receive a degree, you get a minor and a major, and it's gonna say bachelor's in science, a bachelor's in history, or a bachelor's in whatever major you in, because that's what those 60 credits are accredited for.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not saying that he's not educated. You know what I'm saying? It just is. It's cool. It's cool. I mean, like I said, Garfield's an intelligent person. All right, you know what I'm saying? He's an intelligent person.
I'm on the highway. When it flashed, I looked at it. I said, "All right, cool. I can roll with it."
That's how I took it too, Chef. That's how I took it too. You know, I getting out the shower. Hey, he just hit me up. I told him to stop on by and deal with your Shaka. So you know.
Yeah. So with Photoshop, people can do wonders. But now,
Garfield gonna come by and deal with this man.
now, it looks like Garfield has the first ever Transformer degree.
I ain't gonna get you, boy. He gonna get
like,
you.
One side is one degree, one
the American
field,
dream.
and the other side is another degree with another field. He has a double degree.
Hey, he just sent me the screenshot. Hold on, he just sent me the screenshot. Let me come in through my computer. Garfield, come on and do some Wu-Tang on your ass, Shaka.
Oh, Garfield. You gotta love Garfield. You gotta love him, man.
I'm about to come into my computer right quick.
Transformer degree, man.
Hell no,
man, that's deep.
Hell no. Y'all gotta stop it, yo. Y'all gotta stop it. Hey, I'm gonna get him in here. Let him disrespect. But listen, for me, yo, I don't care. I'm saying don't show me no fake ass degree and mess up the spelling. That's all I'm asking. Spell all this shit right, yo. That's all. That's all I'm asking all the people, yo, because I ain't got that.
You know, here you see Neutral for Wellness says, so if Reed is not his real name, what Chef so he has not only two different degrees but two different names. I mean, damn, this is like
I don't know.
You know, 007 type of stuff, man.
Like I said, I'm driving. Like it's not even so show the degree.
Yeah, I don't care about that nigga now. I don't care about nobody's real name.
Hold on, Chef. Did he show you that degree today?
Yeah.
All right. So and he showed the degree to Chris today. So on the same day, one person is lying. Either it's Garfield, either it's Chris, either it's Jeff. But on the same day, he showed y'all two different degrees in two different fields under two different names.
No, I said I'm driving. That's the issue. I glanced, I seen it. It's over. You know what I mean? For me.
You said you didn't see Garfield Reed, but Chris just said he saw Garfield Reed.
Yeah,
so
he not driving. He about to show it. He about to pull it up. He about to pull it. He called. That's why I got on, because he just FaceTime. He just called me. And I said, oh, let me get on and tell these niggas the nigga got. I'm sorry, I know y'all don't use the N-word. The dude got a degree. You feel me? Now, whether y'all believe, well, if we look at it and there's some errors on it, that's one thing. You know what I mean? But I told him don't show y'all. It's funnier that way. You feel me?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, hey, Chef, you know what I mean? You laughing about some shit that transpired that we not even ever gonna talk about. It's funny, right?
Right.
Some shit we ain't even supposed to talk about, right? Am I correct?
Right.
See,
right.
There you go. I will never talk about it, ever.
Yo, Chris.
Yeah, what up?
Chris.
Okay, I won't do it then. All right, no problem.
He told him don't put it up.
Okay, I got you. I ain't gonna do it then. No problem. All right. Garfield don't want me to show it, so I'm not gonna show it.
Yeah.
I gotta respect that. I gotta respect that.
I understand. I mean, he has 1 degree on the one name and another degree on the another name. So some people living double lives, triple lives, quadruple lives. He's on some 007 type of stuff, man. You know what I'm saying?
007.
You know.
So here's
my name is Field, Garfield. Special agent with double degrees, transformer degree, 2 different fields, and 2 different degrees under 2 different names.
Listen,
I believe
as leaders, as leaders in the community, man, let's change some rules up, man. Let's do this, yo. So I always feel like I can beat y'all niggas with the information. I've always been that guy because I use experts.
Hey, you know, Garfield. Okay, go ahead.
I want to give everybody my secret recipe. I use that experts.
So do I.
No, I don't act like I'm reading it. I know the mistakes that Diop's made. I read the whole Cairo Symposium. I know where he was strong. I know where he was weak. And I know where Dr. Ben made some shit up. I know where he was wrong. He was right. Like, yo, it's good for me because, listen, I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to start doing Expose Me. I'm going to show you where I clearly made mistakes. Random people say, yo, I was wrong. I'm going to say, yeah, you're right there.
I made mistakes too.
10 years ago, I was wrong. I don't feel that way today. Like I used to say, the Egyptians had religion. But after further study, I had to change my
perspective. Hey, we have Brother Garfield. There it is. Listen. We have Brother Garfield. Hold on. It's connecting. So, Brother Garfield, it says device is not connected. If you're very familiar with StreamYard, you might have to come back.
Hey, Garfield, man, I took your back on this, man. I had your back.
You know, it says device is not connected. I'm sure. Oh, there it is. Is it? Oh, Garfield.
Oh, shit.
Okay, it doesn't have a webcam. I make an exception. All right.
Hey, Shaka. I'm not worried about
welcome, Garfield. Feel free to speak.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, Mayat Forever or whatever name you go by. What is the purpose of you doing this show? Why did you do this show?
You're always asking what's the purpose. You made a statement publicly on Doggy Diamonds, so I'm just curious.
So why you do it today? Why you do it today? What made you do it today?
Well, there's no time limit. You know, whenever I have time, I address certain issues.
And
I remember you
heard somebody made a video, and that's why you run, because you want to be like a little gossiping Wendy Williams for the French people. Now, let me say this to you. If you do want to see my degree, you're not going to see it on the air. If you want to do a private StreamYard, I'll do it with you tonight. No big deal.
Well, you know, first of all, I want to tell you, that the hard hominins is just not necessary.
No.
Hold on, wait. Garfield, let me put this out. Let me put it. I don't want to mute you.
The reason to do this is to.
Can I speak? Can I speak on my platform?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, but before you have the time to finish. Can I put one out? You already sent a shot towards me.
Hold on.
All right, okay. I didn't want to do it, you know.
Oh shit! Shaka kicked somebody.
The ad hominems is not necessary. You know what I'm saying? You don't get comfortable. Reggie's 57 years old. You're not that old. Don't get comfortable. You don't know me like that, you know. So please leave the ad hominems aside, man. Okay. So I remember you back.
Can I give you the American reason why?
Wait. No. So, some people, you know, they think like, you know. But anyway,
American reason for that, yo. Trust me.
I remember when he used to tell people, "Send me some money, and I will show you my degree." And somebody wrote, you know, that he has a book out that's in the public. So why would he hide his name and credentials? So is it because of the, you know, credit repair stuff? Is it because of some scamming? You know what I'm saying? If you're clean, why do you worry about that? But, you know, feel free to speak.
Okay. First of all, my brother, there's many people that come out that don't use their full real name. I do have a name. I mostly use my middle name whenever I'm in public. All right? That's not a problem. As a matter of fact, Chef knows my real name right now. He shouldn't, but he knows my real first name. He shouldn't. But now, because of this conversation, he now knows it. So let me just say this to you, my brother. The only reason you're doing this show, because somebody put a battery in your back for whatever reason. If you would like to see my degree, my brother, send me another email and I'll send you a private chat and we will talk one-on-one. All right?
I would love to see your degree. So feel free to send it to me via email.
Exactly.
And you
No,
got
no, no.
five down.
I'm not sending you anything by email. I'm gonna do a video chat and we're gonna look at it together.
All right. Okay.
Because what
So-
people like to do, what people like to do is scandalize this community, conscious community. They hate you, they love you, they hate you, they love you, and they love gossip. So what I'm going to do for you,
like the sperm count, for example, that's not gossip.
I'm going to do for you. No, don't bring that up. That's between me and him. Don't bring that up.
Now you tell me what to bring up. You brought it up publicly, but it's okay.
Yeah, I brought it up publicly because did you know what did that person say on the other side? What did they say?
He said that he knows somebody. He didn't go into specifics, but we're gonna go in circles anyway.
Yeah, but why bring it up though? Why bring that up though? What's the purpose of that?
You banged on him for 2 years. I don't know if you remember.
What is that to you though? But what is it to you?
What do you mean?
I just want to know, what is that to you that I said his sperm count? What is it to you though?
That's not scholarship. That's not having good
fine.
character.
That's an ad hominem. So what is that to you? How is it benefiting you now?
It's not benefiting me. It's not benefiting anybody.
That's the point. So what's the purpose of doing this show? You have a motive. This is why I did not want. Hold on. So this is why I did not want to come on. But I will do a private StreamYard with you, and I will show you.
The private stuff is not my thing. But do you
Yeah,
maintain?
because it's about trying to embarrass someone. That's
How
what
is
you're
it
trying
embarrassing?
to do.
How is it embarrassing?
You're going to. As a matter of fact, why don't we bet some money if I have a degree? Let's bet some money.
You tried that card before, and you were with
I wanna
Batishan
bet-
and the
I wanna
butler
bet- I wanna bet
disrespected me.
you. I want to
I
bet
don't want
you
to.
right
I don't
now.
want to bet anything. I heard that before. I know.
Okay.
I heard that before.
Well, anyway, bro, I'll hit you up after the show. When the show is over, I'll hit you up with an email. All right.
Well, thanks for calling. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, because what
But
I still don't know what is the purpose. What is how me having a degree? What is it to you though?
Well, you made a statement publicly, and I wanted to know for sure. So, do you maintain that you have a bachelor's degree in history?
Mm-hmm. And I have an associate's degree also, and I have other degrees. Right. So, what's your point?
Okay. All right. Well, that's great.
Why
you didn't put that? Why you did not put that in your book though?
Peace and love, y'all. Peace and love. Hold on a second. Hey, Unc and Sheffrin, peace and love to y'all, and Chris, peace and love to you. Shaka, peace and love to you, my brother.
Peace and love to you. Everything, Chris.
I got all y'all back, y'all great.
No,
good guy.
We need to put all these clowns to the side.
When you say you believe that, you mean you believe that he has a bachelor's degree in history?
Oh no, I know he don't have one.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying I believe what you said.
Oh, okay. So you actually know Garfield personally, do you?
Yeah, he was actually Garfield was with us and Team Osiris for a minute.
Okay.
And he left. Yeah, yep. Did y'all know that? Yeah, Garfield was in Team Osiris for a minute. I'm a Raw Squad ain't want him.
So Brother Onk is very close to Garfield. Do you think Onk knows that Garfield doesn't have a bachelor's degree in history?
Onk knows everything. These guys sat on the phone with me for 3 hours because I was really like destroying everything. They were like, yo, man, like you're destroying everything we built. I'm like, but I'm telling the truth though. They know that. Y'all know that. Y'all called me on the phone, and that's the same phone conversation when you guys wanted me to debate Sanjetti and take his place on the team. Same conversation. And then that same day or the next day, y'all made a 5-hour video about me. Who does that? Y'all don't got jobs?
So, brothers and sisters, we have the brother Chris who says that Onk knows everything. He knows that Garfield doesn't have a
bachelor's degree. Everything, man.
So, Onk, I wonder why, and I made a video asking why you're defending a cult.
Let me say this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can't get on the team without Onk. Onk's the gatekeeper to Armor Raw Squad. You can't get in without Onk. I don't know how they're doing now because, like I said, I separated myself. I don't know what they're doing, but I know back then Onk was the gatekeeper.
So, Onk, why do you cap for Garfield? Why do you support his lies? We have a whole community looking, Onk. Why?
And y'all got us looking stupid as black people. You already know the world don't like us anyway. And y'all giving them extra reasons to not like us. And it's people like us that we feel like we going crazy and we're telling the truth. And y'all lying to the whole world.
See, I've been real nice towards you, dog. You ain't even got a bachelor's. I dare you to come forward now, my nigga, and show everybody that fake ass bachelor's degree that you showed me, or I'll bring it forth. You don't have a bachelor's degree, my nigga. I cap for your ass over there on Brother Shaka's channel, but I won't cap for your ass no more.
The Semitic Allah burning down tells us was a black God represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere, but you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check, it's gonna come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now, finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabized Negroes, which first is El, but somehow, some way becomes Allah. But that's up to y'all. That's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an Ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masriya in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine.
It will be. It will be important. Wrote Kemet in the garbage can. If you want to get off sensitive, come on, go ahead. About blacks, conquering blacks. Throw Maya in the trash can. Throw Amin Ra, the slave making God, away.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black, but they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
Hotep Senuhena Senut I Tiren Ishakan Lugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Sekou Kele Has My Support. Today is Thursday, January 26th. Let me first check the sound. Good. Sounds good. Now the first thing I'm going to do is go through the comments, and then I will share the link to get on the panel. If Sekou happens to be available, then of course he will have priority. But there's a few commentary about what you've just heard, the extended intro. Now, I did not catch what our brother Christopher Davis said, but I finally got it when he talked about Trackfield being part of Team Osiris. Descend. He added, Amen Ra squad didn't want him, so the Amen Ra squad didn't want him. Then everybody had the right to choose who they want. Hold on, hold on. Je t'ai dit de descendre, non? Je t'ai pas dit de descendre? Hold on, wait. Now, another thing, you can hear Onk say he has a 2-year degree. Now, Trackfield has a habit of throwing his friends under the bus. He first threw Reggie under the bus when he was live streaming, and he showed his slide for his debate against Jabari. And the title was, well, now I forgot if it's Jabari Must Die, or was it Jabari is Dead? I think it was Jabari Must Die. But you had the word either the word die or death, you know. I think some of you seen it. And he actually, Trackfield actually stated live on air that it was Reggie who helped him to do the stream. We could even see the notes, like, you know, here you need to show these, here you need to show that. So I think at this point they were not really cool like that. Another person that Trackfield threw on the bus that was supposed to be his brother or his friend is Sanetta, because after Trackfield was a no-show on December 31st, 2022, Trackfield made a live stream with a thumbnail implying that the fault was on Sanetta and Jabari. Now, another example of Trackfield throwing one of his brother or friend under the bus is when he spoke about somebody who, like he said, like Trackfield said, was convicted twice, at least twice. When you say at least, it leaves room for other occurrences. Convicted twice for sexual misconduct.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
So, did he lie on his brother? Being convicted twice for sexual misconduct on some minor? Why would he lie about such a serious crime / offense? Some people might say, oh, it's not a crime. Is he the only one who knows about this? We're going to find out. So you have 3 instances where Trackfield threw his brothers / friends under the bus publicly. Another thing, Chef stated that maybe Trackfield was joking regarding his degree. But I think we all know that if you make a joke, you say it's a joke,
within minutes or within seconds after you told the joke. You don't come out 3 months later and say, oh, by the way, that was a joke. Psych. Who does that? Maybe it was an escape route that he threw at his friend or comrade. Maybe he realized, well, my homie is in the mud. Let me throw him an olive branch or alihu or whatever you want to call it. Let me give him an option to get out of this mess. Now, you heard also Chef say that he was driving. So he couldn't really tell. I couldn't ask him, what university was it? Oh, I'm not going to put it out. I was driving the flash. So how would that sound if I start saying, well, I have one friend named Pookie. I was driving and he showed me his doctorate degree in linguistics. Then I have another friend called Tyrone, and he showed me his doctorate degree in chemistry. And I go on down the list. I have a friend called Musa, and he showed me his degree. He's a medical doctor. And then I have a friend called Mustafa, and he has a doctorate degree in, let's say, astrophysics, if that exists. I mean, that's easy. I was driving. It just flashed. Now, let me go through the comments before I share the link to get on the panel. Shanji Kem wrote Hotep Shaka and Ndugu Hotep family. Hotep to you, Seneti. Are we family or some of the black Americans just friends of African people now? Peace in the Middle East, 5,000 G. What is Reggie talking about? Hotep. Storm, welcome. Thank you for being a supporter of this channel. For those who don't know how it works, we have 31 people. Well, now it went down to 30. We have 30 people online. Only the supporters of the channel can post in the chat. And here you have the link to join. It is $3 per month. That is $36. That is $36 per year. People can cancel at any time. And I do not know any of your personal information. The only thing I know is your username. So if you want to support the channel, you know how. I don't have to remove the spam messages. I don't have to deal with the trolls anymore. And it's real comfortable. Storm wrote peace to everyone. Peace to you. Jason Edwards wrote Hotep Head Neb. Storm wrote the anti-African sentiment is disgusting and disrespectful. Well, for some, it is cool. V. Bennett wrote Sekou is part of the community. Donnie Williams agrees with Storm. Now, here's a note that I made to myself. As Reggie was trying to justify telling Sekou, you speak to your people, I speak to my people. You have no standing in our community. You heard that he was going all over the place talking about politics. Hold on. And at one point, Sanetta told Reggie that he disagreed. And Reggie said, Sanetta, you're not sticking with me. That's the friendship scholarship. That because we are buddy or brothers, I'm supposed to agree with you. That's their mentality. My advice to you, brothers and sisters, if you don't agree with some of your friend or family member or comrade say, just be quiet. If you don't agree with it, don't approve it. Because any statement that you make publicly is your responsibility. Any approval that you make publicly is your responsibility. V. Bennett wrote, Reggie can't stand on his own. He added, scholarship is fair game. He can't say Sekou has no right to speak on scholarship. Of course he cannot. How long have you studied the matter nature? How ridiculous. So now there's a rule that says that somebody must study the Medu Nature before it talks about issues that affect people based on their geographic location. And we're talking about America at that. So somebody's supposed to study the Medu Nature to speak about America as if people speak Medu Nature in America. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. It's so hard. V. Bennett added, he sounds like Farrakhan. All the different versions of the lie on one tape. Yes, so many different versions when it comes to that degree. And for those that don't know, an invoice for $1,800 was sent. Trockfield sent an invoice for $1,800. I've shown it several times before. He is asking Shaka because Shaka is not African American, so he can't speak on con men in the community. Nikki Willie wrote peace, Shaka, and peace to the chat. V. Bennett wrote, so white folks are beautiful to Farrakhan. It's good to be light skinned. We're good here, Lord. Various people gave him an option. Yes, indeed. All different options. Fine. Now, let me share the link. We have 31 people watching. Link to get on the panel. Everybody feel free. Sekou has a priority. I'm not saying that it was scheduled with Sekou. I left him a message in the comment telling him that I would like to have him as a guest on my panel and ask him if he would be available today at 3 p.m. EST. And I did not see if he replied. Usually when there's a reply, you get a notification. But I still decided to make this live stream to show support to Sekou because what they are trying to do is just horrible. It's really horrible. Oh, and I almost forgot. Let me show you the screen print. We have Brother Lion there. Please use your webcam. I see you have your avatar. Let me show you this here. How large is it? It's large enough. This is a screen print that I've made. Well, also V. Bennett, please use a webcam, brother. We have this comment left by Reggie. Somebody was in disagreement with Reggie. And Reggie wrote, Sekou caused the diaspora war. I mean, you hear the narratives, that's what they always do. Putting narratives out. They want to control the narrative. They want to tell people what's going on as if we don't have no eyes and no ears and no brain. Since when did Sekou cause any diaspora war? What those guys want is for Sekou to be quiet when they tell him be quiet, and they want Sekou to agree with what they're saying on some bully stuff. But anyway, we have Brother Lionel Urban V. Bennett. Lionel came in first, so feel free to speak, Brother Lionel, and then V. Bennett will be free to add on. Thank you.
Okay. What I think needs to happen with these so-called these types of conversations, right? I think that other black people, like who are from France, who are from any one of these European countries, should talk about their experiences being like a black person in a European country just to change perspectives. Because, when I'm always talking to a foreign black person, I'm always asking how are we treated? You know what I'm saying? To see if there's a camaraderie of struggle, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, in a sense, I do. But let me ask you, Brother Lionel, what is your opinion about the statements that Reggie, Onk, and who was the other guy? There was a third guy as well. I think it was Trockfield. But what Reggie and Onk have been saying to Sekou, what is your opinion about it? You have the right to agree. You have the right to disagree. It's on you. And if you don't have any opinion, feel free, because maybe you're cool with them and you don't want to, have any problems. So it's really on you.
I think some dialogues like this, I think sometimes it needs to happen, but in the final analysis, to me, that we should all, as people of African descent, try to compare and contrast experiences living in European countries, because I'm pretty sure, if we heard from our fellow brothers and sisters who live in European countries, we could see the camaraderie of struggle.
Actually, I was not specific with my question. For example, Ankh told Sekou, go back to Africa. What's your opinion about that, if you have an opinion?
I would say that France Fanon had wrote about this type of phenomena in his work, The Wretched of the Earth.
That's your opinion?
Yeah, Frantz Fanon wrote about, he wrote about the exact type of thing that we're discussing right now.
So do you agree?
I mean,
When Ankh tells Sekou, go back to Africa?
it sounds, I don't know, it sounds a bit weird to me. Like, because I think, certain people who are part of a different group, would say the same thing to us, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, for example, you mean if some continental African would say, okay, go back to America, is that what you're saying? Like you will feel the same, you will feel that strange?
Yeah, it would be very strange to me.
And I would disagree if I hear it the other way around. If I hear any continental African telling an African American, I go back to America, or faulting an African American because of where he's from, I would disagree, because I'm sorry, because a person should not be faulted from where he was born or where he grew up at. But hold that thought, please, Lionel. V. Bennett, please feel free to speak.
Yeah, Shaka. Yeah, brother. My goodness, man, where can I start? I mean, I hope you took a list, because everything you broke down, I would actually like to comment on. But I want to start with Lionel's comment. Yo, I actually live in Europe myself. I live in Copenhagen. I'm from Washington, D.C. There's plenty of books that are out there that you can read by your fellow brothers and sisters that are African Americans that have written about their experiences with the diaspora all over the world, right? So if you're interested in it, there's plenty of reading. I wrote a book myself on human rights, on what I encountered in Denmark with Africans, also Afro-Danes, right? The book is called Afro-Dane, A Successful Story. So I agree, everybody got a lot to learn. Whether one applies themselves to that is a complete, utter different story. So I would like to say, on behalf of myself, I apply it. I apply what I learned as a brother from Washington, D.C. when I go to New York. By the way, New Yorkers ain't that different from cats from D.C. We know each other, but we do have a little difference. And we don't usually step on each other's toes, but this is a matter of scholarship. This is a matter of intellectual debate about Egypt. You can be African American. I can be African American. Shaka can be Haitian. He can be Haitian living in France, and talk about this. There's no reason why Sekou's ethnicity has anything to do with it, and it has to completely be rejected. It's being misused. Now, in human rights, sure, everybody has their own identity. Shaka could say he's Afro-French or Black French or Haitian French. He could choose that if he wants. You can't tell him and other brothers like him or sisters can't organize under that name. But the reality of it is that he's not mangling Egyptian history. He's not mangling it. He's not mangling world history. And he's also not telling you you can't be part of the conversation. So if Shaka told you you couldn't be part of the conversation, and I'm an African American, by the way, my last name's Bennett. That means it comes from the slave plantation, Bennettsville, South Carolina, where Chancellor Williams was born, right? Should I defend you, brother? If he ever made a comment, if Shaka reject you from this channel because he doesn't agree with your opinion based on where you come from, brother, should I defend you? That's my question to you.
I mean, I would, still find that like strange if he was to do that because we're basically, history wise, we're brothers. We're of the same area. You know what I'm saying? Did he leave?
Looks like we lost him, but he's just back, and we also have Brother Daniel Harrow. Feel free to continue, Brother Lionel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got cut off. Sorry.
I would just be like, we're all of the same.
No, but should I defend you? Should I, as a brother from coming from the same country, should I, as an Afro-American, a Black American, should I defend you? Should I defend him or should I defend you?
You should defend me because it would be wrong.
Aha. So it shouldn't be that hard to say the same about Sekou. It's very simple. It's the same exact thing, brother.
Yeah, I'm not
no difference.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. This kind of xenophobia, it's very dangerous. It's dangerous. And it's going to be felt by people that aren't on the internet because this type of stuff spreads into the society, these kind of sentiments. And it makes it harder for people to walk around and exist in real time, in everyday life. You see when somebody goes out there and starts talking or Trump and all these people, they start talking about all these things over the net. You see violence come out of that. The same thing these brothers are doing, violence can come from it. You see, so they need to check the xenophobia, and I'm saying, but here, before I get a little upset, because it is heating, it's disgusting. I want to say to Sekou, brother, these people that say these kind of things, they do not represent the overall sentiment of African Americans. They don't. They represent foolishness, period. So I want to say that to Sekou. And you know what? The rest of us in the community, we have to stand up and stand against this. Just flat out. We got to stand against it. It's no reason why we have to be entertaining it for 1 second, because that 1 second, you give 1 inch, they're going to kick down the door and then you can't turn it back. That's what's up. I'm against it indeed. That's why I made the last one to show my support to Sekou. Now, Brother Daniel Heru Hotep send E. Feel free to speak, brother.
Hotep Seni. Hey, man, I watched the video with Ankh and and what he was saying, and it was some of the, but he goes into a lot of ignorant rants. First of all, we all know to be true that Ankh goes into some emotional, ignorant rants, and his rant of him Sekou go back to Africa is something that goes against the whole the plight of the African American and anyone in the diaspora to connect back with Africa. It's kind of like calling somebody your brother, which is done a lot in the community, and then saying they're not your brother in the next voice or in instance, right? And then you try to patent it with false sentiments of love. That's what they do. And as a spectator of the community and someone who has known people in the community who don't get involved in a lot of these things, and just as far as in keeping it balanced, that's what Ankh and the rest of them are doing. Because when
We lost a brother. It's the same for you other brothers, right? Lionel V. Bennett. You don't hear Brother Heru anymore, do you? No, I don't hear him. He I guess the internet or something. Maybe he accidentally chimed out like me.
Yeah,
I pressed
yeah.
the wrong button.
Now, brother Daniel Heru, if you hear us, feel free to leave and come back. Right now, it says device is not connected, and that's why it shows usually when there's some connection issue. So you're welcome to come back. Well, feel free to add on, brothers.
But Shaka,
Yes,
you
brother.
know, I don't want to flip the conversation. I'm sure Lionel, he might want to pick back up on where I left off at.
No, but
But
feel free. Feel free.
you illustrated beautifully how these kind of comments and xenophobic rants that Farrakhan does, that not just Farrakhan though, he shouldn't even take the blame, because anybody that picks that up and carries it deserves the blame themselves, right? But the overall um the overall power of it, when it becomes accumulated, when it stacks up on top of each other, right? You illustrated that well in the video. Sadly enough, I'm gonna have to say this as an African American, we grow up with a lot, or I did. Maybe I'm 52 years old. I've seen this stuff for a long time. It's been normalized. Anytime you have pseudo, or I won't even say pseudo, just people preaching lies in the name of anything. It could be politics, it could be religion, it could be whatever, it could be cultish. As long as they preaching lies, we've learned to accept a lot of lies. But you illustrated well. And here's the thing that we accept. If you listen and analyze that Farrakhan statement about the kinky hair, the black nose, he's so good at explaining how the ugliness is part of your inner disfigurement as a punishment of God, right? All you got to do is flip that comment on his head, and it's basically saying white people are beautiful. That's really what it is, because you can't have it both ways. So who was cursed, right? He describes it so well how black people, sub-Saharan Africans, are cursed and all of that. Okay, but where does that leave the people he's talking about, the so-called white people? No comment. They not disfigured on the inside. There's no ugly words about God from them for them. What about the devil? Has the devil not cast them down? You know what I'm saying? He ain't have no one for them, but no word. He couldn't go into detail about how the devilishness and the ugliness of them. No, not a word. But somehow, the one who got put in shackles, in chains, right? The one all this reparations talk is about, that we all agree with, right? The one that has not gotten justice yet has the most detailed description of disfigurement from birth. We got to reject this, but we've learned to accept it. Whenever you accept garbage, people are going to keep feeding it to you. And sadly, that is the world. If you can't figure out that you have to reject garbage, then at some point, all I can do is look and say, you chose to eat it. I didn't.
And with what you just said, some people have some issues with Africans because of the slave trade. Amazingly, they are holding modern Africans responsible for what took place hundreds of years ago. And strangely, they don't have any smoke for the Europeans, because there was some participation from the Europeans as well, Now, it looks like Brother Daniel Heru, is he coming back? Looks like he's connecting. And if anybody has...
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Feel free, brother.
Okay. So I don't know how much I missed, but what I was saying is that
He about to say something real good.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear us, Brother Daniel Heru, but right now we don't hear you no more. So feel free to leave and come back. But you know what? Let me just do this. Yes. Feel free to come back, Brother Daniel Heru. Now, if some people feel the way Reggie feels at 56 or 57 years old, he's supposed to be an elder, like, you have no standing in this community, talk to you people, talk to my people, at least help us out by telling us how long a person must be an African American, how long a person need to be
right,
a holder of the U.S. or United States citizenship.
You know
You
what?
know, because
Hey,
Garfield, I don't know how long he's been in the Americas, but go ahead, V Bennett.
no. I'm anxious to jump in here because often I'm at work, brother, and I can't really comment while I'm at work. But I got a lucky day today, man. But that's a good question you asked. How long? And I would say this: when people, just because these people had the nerve, and I won't say brothers because I don't even say that. I would just call them people. I don't know what they are. They people though. Anytime they come out of their mouth and start talking about your nationality, right? And where if you belong in this conversation or not, right? They start claiming they are in a backwards way, they are claiming to be African American, right? So, but we have no proof of it. We don't have zero proof. And the thing about us is that we definitely let a lot of people in our community. That's part of the openness and everything. But the reality of it is that how do I know, for example, where Reggie come from? How do I know his descendancy? I mean, when I look at him, when we talk about phenotypes every day, when we talk about Egyptian history, and all I could say is that his phenotype ain't the same as Lionel's. And what's the reasoning going to be? You see what I mean? His phenotype ain't even the same as mine. So what's his reasoning going to be? But let's get off of phenotype. What about your dress? What about your culture, right? What about your mannerisms? Sure, he might have some cultural things. He lives in New York, from what I hear, right? But here's the thing: how do we know that he don't have shared descendancy with another group? How do we know that he doesn't? So what I'm saying is that although he calls himself African American, how do we know he don't hold dual identities? How do we know that? You see what I mean? Give you an example, Shaka. You Afro French or you Black French, but you also identify as being Haitian too. That's two different ways you could spin it. What I'm saying is that when I see Reggie, I've seen certain people in New York that have certain mannerisms, that talk a certain way. They don't talk like me. All people don't talk like me. My group of people, we got different vernaculars, right? When I look at his facial expressions, I'm just saying, deep down inside, as an African American, I feel there's something else. And so what I'm saying is that that's fair game for us to explore people's actual backgrounds under the 5% law, right? They quote under show and prove. Now they brought up ethnicity, so prove your ethnicity. You got on Sekou about his ethnicity, prove who you are. Just prove it. You see
So
what I
how?
mean?
So
I
it
got my
means.
birth certificate.
Hmm. So it
You see
means,
what I'm saying? I got
yeah.
my DNA test.
Hmm. So it means that ultimately, before we start talking about black issues, we're supposed to show our identity documents, and
I mean,
and
if
then
we're gonna
and
tell, if
yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, you can't comment because you ain't French, Shaka, and
yeah,
you Haitian,
yeah,
then you should call me on that. You should.
yeah. I mean, it would be better for people to say from the get-go, okay, let me know where you are from, let me see your documentation, and then depending on the nationality and the topic, then you can or you cannot talk. It's
Look,
quite convenient. Yeah, go ahead.
these guys are on social media on huge platforms claiming, saying that they are something. They need to show and prove it. People should not just believe that there's something. You see what I mean? Because that puts us in a whole different mess. How do we know somebody didn't just sliver in there and change the whole conversation? You see what I mean?
But you know what's funny though, is that some people will argue, okay, we need to establish the nationality, the citizenship. Others will say, well, we need to establish the ethnicity. So if some DNA tests are made, sadly for them, most likely the highest percentage will lead to the motherland of Africa. And I shouldn't have to say of Africa, but some Moors will tell you that the motherland is America or Morocco. Morocco is in Africa, but they might even say Atlantis or Lemuria.
Right. But you asked the question, how many years? Right. So that speaks to it in a sense,
Like, that's a good question. Let's apply it to some people. How many generations has Reggie's family been simply African American? Only African American. When did that, you know, become the thing? And the other stuff gets rejected. I mean, we know that's part of our heritage as African Americans. We always talk about it. We don't know exactly how we descended because we were victims of the slave trade, right? So we bear names, we lost our culture, we lost our language, right? Now, does everybody have that same story? That's all I'm saying. And for some, it just seems like these guys have so much about this show and prove. I think Sekou should just call them on that. That's their doctrine. Show and prove. You keep saying you're African American. Okay, so what does that mean? They should define it. And they should show and prove that they fall within that definition.
I mean, it really gets to a strange point with those guys. They are wrong. Nearly everybody's telling them they are wrong, except some xenophobes, you know. And all of this is because of Trackfield, the female cat. They are putting their frustrations on Sekou. They realize that when they try to holler at Jabari, they look bad. And they figured, well, we're going to holler at Sekou. But still, when they holler at Sekou, they still look bad. So they're coming with those ridiculous talking points. And once again, where are the elders of the community, of the conscious community, of the Black community, of the Pan-African community, of the Kemetic community, whatever community that is? Where are the elders? How can someone like Reggie, who says that he has 30 years of work, that he was acquainted with Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and so many other people that we know, he told Sekou, I don't know who your elders are. He said several times that his elders were either Professor Smalls or Professor Jeffries, or maybe both. But at this point, I mean, we have 50 people online. None of you know those elders. Those elders are not aware of anything that's going on. The sexual misconduct, they're not aware. Farrakhan talking about, well, marking his figure, they're not aware. All of these things is going on, they're not aware. Why don't they speak out? See, in Africa, they have the elders of the village. They have the chief of the village. So they will speak on some issues. But we have some people running wild, being elders and acting like teenagers, and there's nobody to check them. So should we be the elders now? Should we take on that role as well? Why the elders are not speaking now? But that's just some questions. Feel free, brother.
Yeah, I can't speculate on why they don't speak out. I mean, maybe a lot of them do, and we just don't hear it, or maybe they don't want to go out in public or on tape.
I'm sorry, V. Bennett. We have our brother Sekou Kele in a place to be.
I digress.
Thank you for joining us, Sekou. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yes, peace and blessings, Shaka. And peace to my other brother. Yeah, thank you so much, bro. I've been seeing the videos, your support. It's very, very embarrassing what's happening. And anybody who is looking looking at the conscious community from outside, they will begin to have very, very bad impression. They will think this is a group of confused people, jobless people coming together. Because what's the purpose of these meetings and this debate? If it is to improve knowledge, then we have people who are having large audience. They are not imparting knowledge. They are imparting hate, xenophobia. They are distracting the process of people receiving knowledge. They are trying to disrupt the entire conscious community. And a person like Reggie, I will tell you this, brother. When consciousness escapes you, it doesn't say goodbye. That's what Julius Malema said. When consciousness
Julius.
escapes you, it never say goodbye. Just because someone has spent 30 years in the struggle doesn't mean they don't get out of their mind. When you listen to Reggie, you know that consciousness has escaped the brother. And you should feel that it's time to tell him go and rest. Because I have a talk with them. They did an entire podcast. They say responding to Sekou. And they say, I'm saying that Black people have no power. And they try to make it, first of all, into African American versus diaspora versus Africans. I said, no, you can't put me, you can fool me into that kind of fight. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not so stupid to start talking about Africans are better than diaspora better than Africa. I must be a fool to say that. You see? Then they turn it around and say, I'm saying that they don't have no power. That all the struggle they did in America, I'm not seeing it. He doesn't understand that this civil rights movement, the soft power that was used for moral persuasion to persuade the white man to allow you to vote, to persuade the white man to allow you to drive the same buses, to persuade the white man to allow you to eat in the same restaurant. That's not power. Power is the ability to control the outcome of every situation. Do you control the outcome of American economic order? Do you control the outcome of the American political system? Do you control the outcome of the economic? You don't. This is what power is. He thinks that power is just to be saying, even the Black Power movement, if you listen to Kwame Ture, it was all about economics, it was about culture, and it was about politics. It was about organizing Black people to have sovereignty, to be able to control their own economics, to control their own stores and their own market. So that if you kill a Sekou on the street of New York, then every American or Black American will say, we will boycott this particular institution, we'll make sure this institution fall because you contributed to the murder of one of our own. But as long as you don't have that power to sanction people, to boycott people, for them to have political consequences, economic consequences when they attack you, you do not have power. And here is the paradox. I went on YouTube and found the same Reggie talking about Black city, Black sovereign city. If you are free, why are you looking for a Black sovereign city? And in that video 2 years ago, he was on Happy, and there's an organization called Happy. He was doing a podcast on Happy. There he said that he's looking for a Black sovereign city because Black people do not know how to use their power. They don't have power in America. The same Reggie. And I'm wondering what is wrong with the brother. He shared an article with me, which I can't share right now because I'm using my phone, but he took it from a site called Black Post. And the article says the Black American spending power is now 1 trillion. Then he says, Sekou, you see, we are rich. Our spending power is now 1 trillion. When I read the article, it says the market, the spending power is 1 trillion, but Black American are consumers, they are not producers. They do not control the market, they only consume. They buy wigs, the women buy the wigs, the women buy the cream, and when you calculate all that, is go to 1 trillion. But who is the money going to? The European industries. Do you have
Sekou,
industries?
hold on. You're on fire right now. Sekou, first of all, do you have a Cash App?
No, I live in Canada. We don't have Cash App, unfortunately.
Okay. Do you have a PayPal?
No, I haven't created a
Sekou,
PayPal.
you gotta get on.
Yes.
You gotta get on up on game, brother Sekou. You know.
Yes.
Well, maybe you want to prepare that for next time, so I can ask the supporters, and I can also send you a little donation.
Okay.
Okay, well, keep going, Sekou. Keep going. And brothers and
Yes.
sisters, if you want to speak to Sekou, then feel free. I'm going to share the link again. But keep doing your thing. You're welcome here, Sekou. I don't agree with what they're saying. He's getting out of hand. It's just getting ridiculous. It's a shame.
It's getting out of hand, Shaka. They are being xenophobic.
Yeah. Yes, they are being xenophobic. They are xenophobes now.
They tell me, don't talk about African Americans. Reggie, you spend your time teaching the Medu nature. In fact, there is a video where he's talking about the Black City. Then he presented Mansa Musa, how Mansa Musa was raised and all that. Well, Mansa Musa is from the Mali Empire, my ancestors. I am a Madinga from the Mande Empire. Reggie, you and I are the same. That's why I've been trying to tell you we are not different. I respect the struggle of the African diaspora, and we bow our head to them for being one of the greatest champions of liberation on the planet. We give them that respect. But we are telling you, and when we speak of African diaspora, it's not African Americans alone. We are speaking to Haiti. We are speaking, he thinks we are just talking about African Americans. The African diaspora is bigger than African Americans. It goes all the way to the Caribbean and Central America. These people have fought in the heart of the beast and they survive. That respect we give to them. Africans who are conscious, when we see you, we respect you. We know what you have done. But we continue to remind you and say, let's be allies. This struggle has not ended. On the continent, we are not free as well. The countries we are having, this country are controlled by the bourgeoisie, and these bourgeoisie are European puppets. We don't have powerful sovereign states. And you, Reggie, are looking for a sovereign city in America. And Hank is talking of American dream. Really? American dream? What is American dream for you, black men? When you fought in the World War II, you were segregated. You came back home to be segregated. You died for nothing. You fought for a country that did not defend you. You died for a country that does not respect you. Do you control the outcome of the system in America? That's where the power is defined. For black people in Africa, I say, do you control the outcome of your own economy? No, they don't. Are you in the G7 where the decisions are made on global economy? No, no African country is there. Are you in the UN Security Council where the powerful decisions security are made? No, Africa is not there. Africa, do you have a nuclear power? Today, if all the nuclear power go against each other, are you able to defend black people on the continent? No, you can't. I say you have no power. What you have is soft power to be demonstrating, to be protesting, to beg the white man to allow you to vote, to beg the white man to allow you to be citizen in the same country that you own right. That's not power, it's an illusion of power. This is what I've been trying to tell them. When Malcolm X saw the situation, he went to Africa. They gave him the name Omowale in Yoruba, meaning the son has returned. And he said the reason why he came is because of his organization, I think OAAU. He said he wanted to build an alliance with the African Union and then have a seat in the United Nations to defend Black Americans so that Africa can be allied. Malcolm X understood that there is a need for a global African alliance. Black Americans should not be in isolation. You can't survive in isolation. You cannot survive in isolation because the white man will never allow you to be equal to him in the United States of America. All your leaders have told you that. Biden told you that. All the leaders have written about that. You cannot. So, brother, it is not me. They are trying to portray me of trying to diaspora war, trying to be black against African American. I will never be. For my education, I've gone far to be able to do such a nonsense. I have read John Henry Clark.
Hold on, Sekou. Hold on. You're on fire, brother. Now, Mr. Vegas is here. We also Shango Heru. Mr. Vegas, if there's any chance to use a webcam, it would be nice, but feel free to speak, brother.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, and you. Hotep to you, brother.
Feel
free to speak, brother, Mr. Vegas.
Brother Sekou.
Peace and blessing, brother.
Yo, you're the man. Trust me. You're doing so well and speaking so much positive energy into the Africans who are stuck in their old ways, like Reggie and Ank and all those people. But I'm loving how you're standing on your own, bro, and speaking truth to power. That is what is important, bro. I just want to ask you how you feel personally when they attack you in the xenophobic way.
Well, when they attack me in a xenophobic way, to be frank with you, it doesn't hurt me because I understand that majority of Black people on the planet has been miseducated. I'm only surprised because I thought they were conscious brothers. That's the only part that get me. How can I read John Henry Clark? How can I read all these great scholars and come back and talk like Reggie? It's a disaster. That's the only thing that surprised me.
My second question is, do you agree with the decipherment of the metadata?
My honest opinion is that I'm not an expert on that particular subject. So it would be very wrong for me to give a scholarly opinion. But my layman opinion on it is that the metadata had been deciphered to some extent using the Coptic language, which is a late language of the ancient Egyptian language. So there is a 70 to 80% a level of decipherment, but not 100%.
What do you think about Walter Williams' theory, though, that it's difficult to use the phonetic method to decipher symbols because we were not there and there's no one that left any information for us or any oral information for us to know what they were talking about? What do you think about that?
Yeah, his argument, Walter Williams, to be frank with you, he makes powerful arguments. And these arguments are not things you can sweep under the carpet. You need experts to respond to this thing. And so far, I think only Brother Shaka has tried to provide some clarity, but all the brothers I know, they have not really addressed the question that he has raised. But here is the thing.
Yeah.
Here is the thing. The first thing, I make a logical argument. I say if the Medun nature was not deciphered, we should be reading gibberish in these papyrus. We shouldn't be reading sentences and concepts that are real, because when you decipher something that is a gibberish, that is wrong, there's no way you will make sense out of sentences and make words that make meaning. And sometimes they correspond with Coptic words, and sometimes the history corresponds to what the Greeks have already written. So you can see these correlations are not coincidence. It means that they are reading the actual text. That's just a logical argument. Not, I'm not trying to say I have really 100% that I can be able to show how it was deciphered.
The reason why I bring up this argument is because I believe that some of the people who are saying they're reading the Medinetta, I think they're disingenuous. Case in point, the argument of the virgin birth. I look at the presentation. I looked at the presentation with Jabari and Reggie. And one is saying, this means virgin, and the next one is saying, it doesn't mean virgin. Yeah? So if we're looking at English, if we're looking, like we all know how to speak English, and if we're reading English, when someone is mispronouncing a word or someone is, saying something that is not there, we can say, no, you're illiterate to the writing.
But brother Mr. Vegas, please allow me to interject. What Jabari showed, I've shown it before the debate between Jabari and Reggie. Anybody can go on my channel and search within the channel and type in virgin. It means virgin according to the word book. And I've shown it before, but just, for all purposes, for the benefit of the court, I want to show what the word book is so people can get some understanding. Hold on, I have to go to Wikipedia. I thought I had Wikipedia here. Okay. Wikipedia. And I'm gonna put
in the meantime, you're looking for that, Shaka.
Yes, brother.
It's not just one word. I'm just giving an example of the conflict in the reasoning. You understand? If there are other words, even I showed you one the other day, Shaka, where I forget the person that remember I showed you what is his name again? The anthropologist. I think he's an anthropologist. where he showed the text Netta, and it is deciphered by the Europeans as God or deity.
Yes, but
But
remember that Theophano Benga translates it as God, and
right,
Theophano, yes.
in some reasoning, it is deciphered as nature. And if
Well,
we look,
for nature, I'm not aware of who translated as such, but here, just so that people can get some understanding, I'm going to share also the link in the chat so people can see what the word the book is. Now, this is a German word. I'm not, fluent in German, so it sounds like Wörterbuch. I'm actually the W is the V sound. Wörterbuch, something like that. That's how it sounds. So the Wörterbuch, der Ägyptischen Sprache, which means Dictionary of the Egyptian Language, abbreviated WB in bibliographic references, is a large German language dictionary of the Egyptian language, published between 1926 and 1961 by Adolf Hermann and Hermann Grapov. It is a comprehensive work encompassing 3,000 years of linguistic history, including Old, Middle, and Late Egyptian, as well as hieroglyphic inscriptions of the classical Greco-Roman period. The dictionary contains approximately 60,000 headwords in 5 main volumes, 2 secondary volumes, and 5 volumes of primary source reference. It is therefore the largest and most complete printed dictionary of ancient Egyptian in existence. So this is for people to understand what this book is. Now, Reggie has no bearing. Reggie is not a scholar. He's not an Egyptologist. He's not a PhD. He's not a linguist. So he has the opinion of an amateur when it comes to the translation of Hunut, which the German have translated as both the English word maiden, they have the German word, it sounds very similar, and Jungfrau. In the photo book I showed in my video, you have that word that we translate as maiden and Jungfrau happens to mean virgin in German. Reggie is just disingenuous. That's all. Reggie wants to go against Jabari no matter what Jabari says. So because Reggie wants to go against what Jabari says, then he wants to dispute the fact that it means virgin. And that's why he went on talking about, oh, she wants the D and all that. But let's let our brother Shango Heru speak. Feel free, brother Shango Heru. You just need to unmute yourself, brother.
Hi, greetings, brother. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You sound like you're from England, right?
Yes, I'm in the UK, yes.
Okay, feel free, brother.
Yes, brother, I must tell you, brother Seko, I must tell you, I'm hotep to you. And we really enjoy, because me and my wife always talking about you and how articulate you are. You're like the GOAT, the game changer. Every time you come on, it seems to change the whole dynamics of the debates or discussions. A few years ago, I've listened to Senator for a while. I remember a guy named Young Pharaoh came on Senator TV. The same Ankh, the same Reggie, I'm not sure if Garfield was there, had them to destroy the young boy confidence. He stood up for himself. And today he went on and got almost 900,000 subscribers on YouTube, Young Pharaoh. They tried to stop Ang from speaking. Sorry, I'm from speaking when he out on the streets. And the same thing happened to you again today. My brother, you have a contribution to make to the conscious community. Be strong. The ancestors will guide you. Stand up for what you believe in. Ankh is almost senile to me because, no, I'm sorry, Reggie, almost senile to me. You have such a hatred in him. And I never thought for years I would hear Reggie have such venomous and such hatred because he's jealous of Jabari and Ankh. I don't feel Ankh much because I think Ankh to change his name into Hook or into Trick. You see? And, sorry to say that, but it's terrible to see brothers I listened to for years are so destructive. whilst the Chinese and everybody rushing to Africa, they think America is the world. Whilst everybody looking to go and invest and do things and help bring our economics up, they think Africa is the world. I'm telling you, the day will come when they will realize it's too late and stop showing haterisms to their own brother that have a message for our community. And brother, stand strong, you know. Don't run away nowhere. I like how last time you stood up with them, you give them, when they give you one touch, you give them a jab. Yeah, when they tell you, when they try to tell you something, you stood up strong. Just be strong, brother. They say iron sharpen iron, and your iron is sharper. So continue doing what you're doing.
Brother Shango Heru, may I ask you, like, where are you from originally?
Saint Lucia.
Oh, okay, they speak French over there.
Oui, nous avons parlé patois, oui, nous avons parlé français, oui.
Oh, qu'on parle créole. Okay,
Oui,
he speaks Haitian creole. Okay, vous connaissez moi haïtien?
Oui, haïtien, oui, haïtien, oui.
Oui, okay. Well, that's
Vous parlez
what's up.
Martinique.
Martinique?
Oui, c'est Martinique, you pray.
Were you speaking English or Creole there?
Creole. C'est ici, avec Martinique.
Oh oui, c'est pas loin. Ok.
Pas loin, oui.
Pas au moins fait Haïti. Moi,
Oui,
fait
oui,
la
oui.
France, mais pas au moins fait Haïti.
Oh, Haïti, oui,
Okay.
voilà.
Okay. Well, that's what's up. American Dream, you keep trying to get on the platform, but I think you should know by now that I want people to use their webcam. And besides, remember, you nicknamed me Shaka Le Pew. So, you know, I will pass. Now, let us have our brother Grandmaster Himhotep, and then we will hear from African Renaissance. And after that, everybody will be free to add on. And maybe Mr. Vegas wants to, you know, continue the discussion earlier. But Grandmaster Imhotep, feel free to speak, brother Hotep.
Yeah, peace, Shaka. Peace, Sekou. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. So I have a question for Sekou, and you know, it's based on my personal observation. So growing up in Jamaica, right? We were very Pan-African because of the influence of Marcus Garvey. To a lesser extent, Leonard P. Howard started the Rastafarian movement, right? And that took off like wildfire in Jamaica, where most Africans in Jamaica, if not all, were Pan-Africanists, were sympathetic towards the cause of the African struggle, were sympathetic towards the cause of the Black Africans in America. So we had that mindset. And my study of the African continent and its history during colonization showed me that a lot of the African revolutionary leaders, post-colonialism, they were also influenced by, Marcus Garvey's movement. They were sympathetic towards the Black African struggle in America. I say that to say this. I think most of us in the diaspora, from the Caribbean, from the African continent, we always saw ourselves as one people. Like we are all connected. And what I see now, Sekou, especially in America, there is a manifest destiny approach. There is there is a segregationist approach. There is a Black American exceptionalism approach that we see. And as such, there's a separation to say, well, we are FBAs, we are foundation.
Well, that's our brother Imhotep 360. Feel free to come back. Now, brother African Renaissance, feel free to speak, brother.
Peace, and peace, brother Sekou. Man, I just wanted to say peace, really, man, and underline the fact that make no mistake, when you're having these conversations, I think the brother is coming back. But basically, when you're having these conversations, man, it's obvious that people are making straw man arguments just to be able to argue, just for the sake of argument, and I feel like it's disingenuous. We're starting to see it a little bit too much, and it is ringing to the tune of xenophobia. There's no excuse. But however, we do know where we're at. I'm never gonna act like, because I'm somebody that's from Senegal and I'm from DC. I've been here fighting African Americans and I've been home fighting Africans. You know.
Nangadef.
My Filek. Yeah, I see Jamo. But yeah, you know.
Wow, Jalajef.
Jajef, thank you. Yes, bro. You know, it's a struggle, you know, it's a struggle dealing with our people sometimes, man. I've been to weddings, you know, and told people's aunts that they remind me of somebody from the continent and got into a fist fight. I'm just saying that to say that this is the level sometimes, you know, and this is not a one-off occurrence, you know, but I see that you don't take it personal either, you know, so I'm commending you with that and I'm saluting you with that, bro. That's really all I got to say right now.
Thanks a lot. Grandmaster Imhotep, you got cut off. If you want to finish, feel free, brother.
Yes, so I wanted to ask Sekou, because there is a notion or there's an argument that is being pushed by people who are pushing an agenda to say that in Africa there is strong xenophobia, you know, towards African American or, you know, anyone from the diaspora. That's always a notion that is used to justify, you know, African Americans being xenophobic towards, you know, people in Africa or people in the diaspora, because it does happen. If you're from the Caribbean or from the African continent or even from Haiti, you are looked at, you know, in a different way. Unfortunately, that's the reality. So my question to you, Sekou, is this, right? In Africa, is there widespread xenophobia towards, you know, Africans in the diaspora? If there is any, you know, can you elaborate on it and, you know, what's the cause of it? Because last year I saw it in South Africa, like 2 years ago, between Nigerians. It was between Nigerians and South African. They were burning each other's businesses down, whatever. But I'm talking about, like, you know, African Americans. You know, what is the sentiment in Africa towards Africans in the diaspora, you know, from your, you know, lenses, so to speak?
Okay. Thank you very much, brother. You know, Professor Clark said, it's a shame if we expect those who programmed us into oblivion to remove us again. That's not going to happen. We have to do it. What's going on is the media propaganda. Information is being controlled. And those who control the media try to control the narrative and the consciousness. They present a dying African to the diaspora who is dying on the continent and need to be saved. Then they present to the continental African a cultureless black man in America. That's a reality. Now, for us who are conscious, we read between the lines. We know that this propaganda started a long time ago, even during colonialism and those on the plantation. We know how these things are programmed. Now, is there a widespread hatred against African American? No. In fact, most youth in Africa are imitating Black Americans. If anyone has been to Africa, you will see the rapping, many of the things, they try to imitate them. In fact, they love them when they see them on top there. Then when the African Americans succeed or is placed in position of power, Africans celebrate it. They love it. But now, does that translate into an alliance? Does that translate into power? That's what we are saying. That's not happening, because those on the continent that are leading, that are controlling us politically, they are still in the pocket of the white man. And also the African in the diaspora, it does not have much of a power. So we need to control our own narrative. We need to control our own information. We need to do that. That's what, for me, I'm fighting for. Because as long as the white man is in between, as the middleman, there will be disinformation. There will be attempt to scare her away. Even the return to Ghana, there is many disinformation out there to stop people from going to Ghana. Oh, if you go there, they're going to do this to you. Oh, but the white man has been in Ghana since the 1800s. But Black American going back to Ghana became news, and people making video. Oh, I went there, I got robbed. I went there, some people robbed me. My brother, if you like, go and live in Jerusalem, you get robbed. If you like, go and live in Mecca, in Saudi Arabia, you get robbed. So what is the issue that you went to a black country and somebody robbed you? So you make news of that. When people rob you in New York, do you blame the entire Caucasian race? There is an issue of consciousness. If black African say something bad to you, then you get angry and say the entire Africa is this. Do you do the same to Chinese and white people? When one Chinese insults you, do you say the entire China, I'm not going there because they did this to me? We are the only people who apply this method to ourselves. It doesn't matter if Reggie insults me and calls me whatever name, Daddy African. I don't care. I still love African American. I still love the diaspora because my consciousness is elevated to a point that I can read between the lines. I know the unconscious and I know the conscious one. So I'm not confused. I'm not taking it personal. I only see his limitation. I don't think he represents the best of the African American consciousness. I don't think he represents the best of what Malcolm X had to say. He represents the perversion of the culture. That's the way I take it. So the same thing is on the continent of Africa. There are Africans on the continent who think Islam is better to them than the black struggle. They are there. In northern Nigeria, they think Sharia law is what they are fighting for. That's why you have the Boko Haram. They think the Arab culture is the ultimate. In Mauritania, in Sudan, they are there. There are black people in Africa who believe if you remove the white Jesus from the signboard, they are going to die tomorrow morning. If you decide to paint Jesus black, they will not go to church tomorrow. There's a lot of them in Africa like that. So to rescue the consciousness of the black man is our salvation. And when we see the few or we see them, they are trying to attack, don't take it personal. Do not. What happened in South Africa is the same thing. The theory, the South Africans are saying that they have succeeded. Their countries are industrialized. They have Johannesburg. They have Cape Town. So they say, why should Nigerians come to South Africa to look for jobs? That why don't Nigerians get jobs to their place? That they are the exception of black people. So we told them the Johannesburg was built by the same white boy. The Cape Town was built by the same white boy. Majority of you black South Africans, you live in slums. You don't control South Africa economy. It's controlled by the white men. So for them to unleash their anger on the white man, they decide to unleash their anger on a soft target, which is the black man. Do you know why it's easy for a black man to attack another black man? Because he believes there's no consequences. He believes when he attacks the white man, there are consequences. But when he attacks the other white man, there might be consequences. So he looks for the soft target. That's why it's easy for some people to attack Africans, because it's easy to do that fight. It's not easy to attack a Caucasian boy. It's not easy to attack a Chinese boy. So the South Africans are running away from the real battle, which is the white men control their economy. So they want to kill the Nigerian. They want to kill the Congolese that are in the country. This thing is widespread. It's an issue of the black race. We must understand that we are the #1 enemy of ourselves today on the planet, before the next is the white man to us. Our consciousness has been colonized. Our identity has been colonized. Our self-esteem has been destroyed. So we don't even have the capacity to fight anymore. I mean, the majority. They do not have the capacity to fight for black liberation. They want to look for escapism. They want to escape, and to escape, you use the Christianity to escape. So you find universal brotherhood. My brothers are in Israel. My brothers are in Rome. So you don't want to look for your real brother who are killed on the street of New York. My brothers are in Mecca, in Saudi Arabia. No, your real brothers are in Haiti. Your real brothers are there in Jamaica. They are not in Saudi Arabia. This is the battle. And this is the challenge.
That's fire. Now we have the fight doctor. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yo, peace and blessings to all the brothers on the panel. I didn't have much to contribute. I just wanted to make an observation, or just point something out real quick. That if you look at music, right, that African Americans, I know for a fact, African Americans have been incorporating African rhythms into African American music since at least the 60s and probably even before then. But I know at least since the 60s with people like Gil Scott Heron, the Last Poets, and others were deep heavy into the African sound in African American music. So I say that to say this, that the reason why it's important for there to be a connection between Africans and the diaspora is that once Africans in the diaspora unite and function as one hand, then it's game over for white supremacy. It's game over. And I think that the powers that be understand this. So when you have brothers who come in here and who want to downplay the African component or the African essence of African Americans, well, that's silly. And I think that's just a product of the colonized mind. And unfortunately, it's still quite dominant in the African mind on the continent and in the diaspora, and it's quite silly, right? And I think the educated among us understand that we are essentially an African people, and I'm speaking of Africans in the diaspora, and that Africans at home understand that Africans in the diaspora are essentially an African people. So, this division or separation or contention that would exist between Africans and on the continent between themselves, Africans in the diaspora between themselves, and then Africans or contention between Africans on the continent and in the diaspora, all of that is silly and needs to go away. It's just a divide and conquer tactic, and we need to understand exactly what's going on. So this conversation and this these thought processes that would alienate Africans between each other or alienate Africans from African Americans. I mean, it's just stupid. It's dumb. Okay, because listen,
it's part of the programming.
It's exactly. Look, listen. In the 70s, during the disco era, Africans were making straight up, like, there's a thing called West African disco. Okay, like brothers. I mean, if you look at the album cover, if somebody didn't tell you that this was like these brothers were from West Africa, you wouldn't know, because the album covers and the sound was straight disco. But these brothers were from West Africa, right? And like, house music is a thing in South Africa. So like, there's an understanding culturally, I think, at least where music is concerned, between Africans and African Americans, that we have this rhythm, we have this beat, we have this soul, and it doesn't matter. And it exists in the Caribbean, it exists in South America, it's all over. And it's like, okay, like we might have a unique spin on it, but it's the same vibration. It's the same vibration. It's just that I add a unique spin to it, but at its core, it's all the same. So, like, when people get to talking about Africans are not and African Americans are not, and it's stupid and it's dumb, and really it's not even worthy of our conversation. We need to move on, honestly, and we need to talk about what we're going to do going forward and how we are going to undress this white supremacist monster. That's what we really need to be talking about. Okay, be honest.
Exactly, brother. Just to add to what you said, when I first arrived in Canada, I got a job in a school, actually, to go. I went to do some work there, a painting job, because I'm a painter. I went to do some painting job in a school. That was my first job here. So when I went, there was a lady there who was a teacher, two African lady. I saw them, they were black people, so I assumed they were African. So they didn't talk to me really. They kept passing. They have position in that school. So I said hi to them. They kind of just say hi casually to me, and it was all right. It was a white majority space. So one day I came to work with my book in the car, The Opinions of Marcus Garvey, and then I went for it because there was no work going on. So I just went to the car and picked it up. I came to sit down to read. So the other black woman saw the book and she rushed quickly to me. She said, I'm from Jamaica. I said, oh, really? She said, oh, you are reading this book. Say, how did you know about this book? So I'm like, Marcus Garvey is the first president of the future United States of Africa. He said, what do you mean? I said, yes, he's the first president of the future United States of Africa. He said, you are my brother. And the other black woman come from Ethiopia and she has no clue what we are talking about. She's from Africa and I'm from Africa and she don't have no clue what I'm discussing with a lady all the way from Jamaica. What am I trying to tell you? It is the consciousness that connects us. It is the information that will make us to have solidarity with each other. It's not just the mere skin color. It's not the mere geography. That's why the information must be protected. That's why the consciousness of the elders, the foundation they have laid, we should not allow some straw men to come and destroy it, because it is that consciousness that makes us to become allies. If you remove that consciousness, we will see each other right now as enemies and not as allies. That's why you don't joke with the information. That's why when I see a Jamaican, I see myself because of the information that I have. And the same information need to spread. And those who are stopping it, we must see them as enemies and we must treat them as such.
And that's what's up. And you know, I met a young lady from Senegal in a train in Paris. I told her about Cheikh Anta Diop. She didn't know who he was, even though there's a university that bears his name. And regarding what the fight doctor said, we have DJ Kool Herc. When we talk about hip hop, he is instrumental. But people like Tariq Nasheed, when you hear them, it's as if they're going to come up with some documentary talking about hip hop and trying to act like Kool Herc didn't have anything to do with his inception. I mean, it's going deep. But Mr. Vegas, feel free, brother.
I'm happy you touched on that point. And what is really happening with the African American and the xenophobic behavior? I think it runs deep and it is not new. And I think there is a level of fear, especially with the era that we're in. Because you have to remember, some of these people who we are dealing with in the quote unquote conscious community, they have issues with the law. Yeah. So you have to understand that it is better for them to attack someone like Sekou, who is speaking a language that is forbidden, because people are afraid to get labeled. And these strong languages that we rightly speak is not allowed. You understand? So I think people are being some way disingenuous in a sense of trying to distance themselves, from Sekou. And that is what I'm picking up. And how do I get there? If you listen to how a person like Ang speaks, like, oh, we are powerful. Yeah, we're in America and we're doing well. We're powerful. That is someone who is actually playing it safe. And Sekou is on the path where Marcus Garvey left off. And it will take strong brothers who are not fearful, you see, to even sit in the same room with Sekou. That's what we have to understand. Brothers are scared of being labeled as terrorists. Understand that, man. So I understand. I understand what's going on. And I think it's good that Sekou is not angry at them and doesn't feel alienated of the strong. But just look at it. Look at Garfield. Garfield is like my brother. We come from Jamaica. But look how Garfield just trying. Look at Garfield, Zion Legs. Yeah, and it happened to Pharaoh, young Pharaoh. He got into problems because of his earlier rhetorics.
Yeah, young Pharaoh was a problem, man.
He was a problem, and look what happened to him. Like it's night and day now with young Pharaoh. Yes, but it's still my brother, and I love him. You see what I'm saying? Because he was one of my first teachers. Yeah, but just notice what's going on. Look at the people that were speaking a certain language And look how they transitioned now to talking about Walter Williams is going to die and no one is going to remember his work, and attacking
that's too much.
Dr. Ben, attacking Diop, attacking just look at what's going on. But what is happening? These are just brothers who are scared. We're in a digital era. We're in a algorithm era where people are just scared of being monitored. And we have to understand it's going to take strong brothers to proliferate the type of, message that Sekou is on. Yeah.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Daniel Heru, I saw you try to get in. It didn't work, but feel free. Well, feel free, brother Sekou, if you want to add on. I love the discussion. We support you, brother. And some people are gonna have to step out the way. Elders are not wrong is wrong.
Definitely. The conscious community need to be sanitized and need to clean itself up. If it has to live up to its name, it is a conscious community, then it must clean the house. Because what is consciousness? It is to be aware that I am aware of my reality. And now that I'm aware of my reality, what should I do next? And I always tell people, the first conscious community that was built in Africa was by this brother, how would they call him? Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara built the Black Institute, but he died. Unfortunately, he didn't carry it through. And the Black Institute, he said it must answer 3 questions. He said, who were we as a people? What did our ancestors do? We need to know. What must we do now? The reality. We must live within reality, the geopolitics, how the economy works, scientific literacy. What do we do now? And when we know what to do, when whatever success we get, our goal is to contribute to a universal civilization. Because at the end of the day, whatever greatness we become, we will also contribute to the rest of humanity. We will contribute. We have always done that. Ancient Egypt, Kush, all they built today is contributed to the human civilization. And that's why we must be on the table. We should not be consumers. We have to be producers too, because our ancestors were producers. So the conscious community that we have today, I told Sarnetta, I said, we must get to a point. Yes, you don't like the Black Hebrew Israelite point of view. Quite all right. We don't agree. We don't agree with the Black Muslim or whatever. Yeah, we don't agree. But if they are coming to the community as conscious people, then now we must hold them responsible, because you can't say we are a conscious community. Then these people come, they are allowed to give their opinion on such. So now all information must be brought and must be sanitized. Otherwise, the people watching are confused. So I propose a symposium. I say every year, all the topics that we've debated, let's have a big symposium. Every group come with their point of view. That symposium go into a magazine. It become a document for history. Then the next year, let's move on. We can't keep repeating virgin birth, not virgin birth, 2025, virgin birth, not virgin birth. We can't do that. There has to be a symposium. And when that symposium ends, as long as there is no new information, there is no new archaeology, we don't want to talk about it. We have to move forward. If you bring a new information, there is a new archaeology, then we can talk about it. But the same information, you want to go read the same Waddell information, civilization started from Sumer, you want to bring Waddell, who said that the Aryan were the mighty race. We have to repeat that? No, we have to move forward. So I think a symposium will be necessary. Let the Hebrew bring their topics. Let the African Center scholars bring their topic. The people will read those magazines and know what we discussed last year and who brought the evidence to the table. Then we move forward, because the conscious community must be about education, must be about people getting information, uplifting themselves. It must not be now we have to babysit people like Reggie. They are getting older and they are crying and they are blaming everybody for their problems. We can't accommodate. If Reggie is not, if he's outdated, let him become now a listener. Otherwise, we will invite him to the symposium and he has to come and give us how rich Black Americans are and how powerful they are in America. He has to come and show us the data. If he can show us the data, then he has to stop talking and agree that we are in a common struggle, whether we are in China or we are in Africa, we are in America. the black man's struggle is the same today. Marcus Garvey's talking point is not old, because what they are telling me is that, Sekou, you came late to this discussion. Marcus Garvey is dead. Kwame Nkrumah is dead. Martin Delaney is gone. Or all these people are gone. You are bringing all information, and this Pan-Africanism did not work. And I told them, as long as you are not free, the information is not old. As long as you don't have power, the information is still new. It is like you went to battle and you did not win the war, and you said the war is over. No, it means go and re-strategize. What you should be telling me in 2023 is that what is the new strategy? What is the new frontier of African struggle? Not to tell me that it's old, not to tell me that Pan-Africanism has failed, so we cannot talk about it anymore. The Israelites started the Zionist movement. It didn't succeed overnight. It took time. They put in money. They put in all their energy. Today they got the state of Israel from the hands of the Arabs. That's power. When you are able to control people's will and they are not able to retaliate, or you make people to do what they don't want to do, you have power. That's why America can put sanctions on people. That's why Europeans can decide and say they put an embargo on you. That's why they can tell Haiti, you can't have Russia to come and build certain power plant in Haiti. And they are controlling you. They are telling you what to do. They can tell Cuba, you cannot have a nuclear weapon in Cuba. They are showing their power. Where is your power, black man? Are we going to march on the street to tell the white boy to allow us to vote? Are we going to march on the street and tell the white boy to stop killing our children? This is what I'm telling you, Reggie.
And Sekou,
when you think about that.
If I could interject right there, Sekou, that's what was kind of pissing me off about the talk yesterday. Because they kept acting like they couldn't understand the very simple fact that we know a lot of people with money. We know a lot of people who are so-called successful. But the problem for the last 50, 60 years has been organizing a critical mass to do something, you know what I mean, to profit people, to profit black people, period. You know, in a Pan-African framework. So like, I think that it's just disingenuous, man. Like when you watch it, you can really see that people are not trying to answer the points. It's not about the information, you know. It's really just about keeping an argument going.
Xenophobia, yes. And if you look at it, if you listen to that guy, what is his name again, the singer, he became a millionaire after 2 days when the Jews took away his power. What's his name?
Kanye West.
Kanye West.
Kanye West said it best. He said that despite black people buy Nike in America, it's big. But Nike, I think he says the 100th or 80th brands. And he said the first one, don't quote me on that, and he said the first one is an iPhone. But he tell you that it's only there to keep us in check, to take our money. And you could see how powerless we are, because how can one of our goats in music became a millionaire after a week from 2 billion? We are powerless. If you look at, well, when our people try to do anything directly in our community, they cannot do nothing because the contract does not allow them to do things publicly to help without it go through one of those organizations. I mean, I know for sure if those people have to go talk in the community, they have to ask the handler. The handler have to ask them for the script. And then it's a long process. If they have to come and talk, you would never see them talking outside of the control of the contract because they are powerless. You see? And that is the problem with people like Reggie. I remember a few years ago, Garfield had to go and do a debate about COVID, I think. It was him and a few other brothers. And guess what? On that debate, Garfield never came to that debate again. I remember a few years ago, looking for Garfield, he never to the debate. So Garfield have a history for speaking the big talk and not walking the big walk. And after he went on and he had many videos after that debate took place with some Caucasians. It was some Caucasians, a black sister. It was supposed to be Garfield and some members of the Amon Ra squad. And Garfield never attended that debate. So Garfield have that history of running when he speak on the big talk. And I must say, Sekou, I must say I like your composure. I like the way you stand up because I'll always say that to you because, and I respect you big time because you're not afraid to face those people because I think that now you are in assimilation, preparing for bigger things. And it takes our own people that's supposed to be elders to prepare you for that in the future. As long as you stick and you stand on your square, you will be safe because the day will come when you will not feel betrayed because you have the knowledge or understanding of why we are the way we are and why we think the way we think. But I will tell you again, it's time for you to create your own channel because I think you have a lot of potential. Create a cash app because I think the victory and the success waiting for you out there, you know, and you can be one of the big guns, big like Pharaoh, in the not too distant future. So you have to get ready, prepare Sekou channel, call yourself the God because you are powerful, brother, and do what you have to do what you want to do.
Thank you very much, brother. It is something. There's some of us struggle to come to this consciousness. A few years back, if you met Brother Sekou, I've been a very, very strong Sunni Muslim. My family, you know, have since the Mali Empire became Islamic, our ancestors became Muslim. I don't know anybody in my family who is not a Muslim. Throughout, from my mother, my dad's side, you know, very, very strong. But when I came to this consciousness, you know, thanks to social media, you know, reading some books, going through, you know, it's my own salvation. I saw my own salvation. I'm like, what the hell? I've been to the Arab war, and I remember something. You know, something has happened to you, and you come. If you are not conscious, sometimes you don't even take note. I remember many years back, I'm in an Arab country, and we were working for this Arab guy, and then one of the black guy, he was a Christian, and he told me he wanted to use the washroom. He couldn't speak Arabic very well. And I told the Arab guy, my brother wants to use your washroom. He said, is he a Muslim? I said, well, he's a Christian. He said, no, he can't use my washroom. So I said, but then where will he ease himself? He is himself on the outside here. He said, no, you are my brother because my middle name is Abdul Malik. So then they call me Abdul Malik. He's like, Abdul Malik, you can use the toilet, but your brother, he can't. So, and I was like, no, he has to use, if I can use it, why can't he? He's like, you are different. You are my brother. You are Muslim. He is a Catholic. And I told him, well, if he can use the bathroom, then I'm afraid we have to stop the work. And he and I have to go home. He will use the door. I can't continue to work while my brother, he's pressed to use the washroom. I can't do it. And I ended that job and I went home. So when I came to consciousness, then I began to think, I said, damn, there are many Muslims where this is happening to them today. They will just say, yeah, it's normal. The Arab is my brother and this guy is not my brother. So I began to see how the black man has been fooled enough that even he sees someone that look like him, he can allow him to die because the world told him he's not yours. He's not of you. Because the Christians say he's not of you. Because the Muslims say he's not of you. Because America says he's not of you. Because Americans fool you and say, Black America, can't you see you are richer, you are good rappers, you are in the government, you are better than Africans. You are better than Jamaicans. You are better than Haitians. They are fooling you. Your condition and your social location is the same. Let you, Black American, and we get in the plane and we fly to China. Wherever they put Sekou, that's where they are going to put Ankh. That's where they are going to put Reg. Whatever bullet kills Sekou is the same bullet that's going to kill Reggie, is going to kill Ankh. Get that into your score. As soon as you know that, your salvation has come. As long as you don't understand that, I'm sorry for you. 24 hours go by, you eat and drink water, you are not conscious of your environment and yourself. You have to know that. My people, there's a proverb in my language. He said, the animal that is capable of swallowing the egg will one day is also capable of killing the chicken. If it can swallow the egg, one day it will come and there is no egg, it will get the chicken itself. So stop saying, say, cool, this is happening to you guys down there in Africa. It's not our business. No. Remember, you were taken out of Africa. Remember, that's where they went and got you. And wherever you are right now, they will still come after you. But there's only one way you can escape. There's only one way on the continental African escape if we build alliances. If we are able to express our power. If anybody is touched in America and the entire Caribbean is on the street demonstrating, the entire Africa is on the street, their economy is sabotaged, they will say, wait a minute, we need to be careful to touch a black man in America because there are over 54 countries that will go on the street. They will be careful next time. If Adidas did something bad to Black American community, we sabotage them in Africa, we sabotage them in the Caribbean, they lose billions of dollars. They say, wait a minute, you cannot do something bad to a black man or black community. The black nation will revolt and we will lose billions of dollars. You must, anything that happened to you, there must be economic consequences, political consequences. That's the only way you show power. This is what we are trying to tell you, Reggie. I am not trying to make you a Liberian. If you don't want a Liberian passport, no problem. I'm not trying to say, come and have a Ghanaian passport. If you don't want it, no problem. But I want you to be a global African. And I will close with this. I put it on my Facebook. I said, I am a Mandinga. My tribe, my ethnic group is Mandinga. But I said today, my Mandinganess is inconsequential to the global order. It is my Africanity that empowers me to be on the global stage. My Mandingo tribal consciousness does not give me the power to make any significant contribution on the global stage. It is my Africanity that empowers me to have a global platform. And you must understand that there is power in your Africanity because you command a very large group of people who have economic potential to change the history of the world if they are willing to put it to use.
That's what's up. We have Babylon Done and Pan-African James. Babylon Done, you came first. You're free if you want to add on. And if you don't add on, then Pan-African James can add on.
Oh, how you doing, brother Shaka and Duga? How you doing, brother? And brother Sekou and the whole panel. I just want to say peace to all y'all. Brother Shaka, I'm sorry my subscription fell off. I'll be back in there. I had put it on a Venmo card. When I tried to pay it with my Cash App, they won't let me pay it for some reason. So as soon as I get my card straightened out, I'm gonna be back as a subscriber to your channel, bro. So ain't no hard feelings. Let me say this. Yeah. Sekou. And I appreciate you, Brother Shaka, for supporting Brother Sekou and giving Brother Sekou a platform and a voice for this situation. I agree with the other brothers. Sekou, either make yourself a staple on this channel or start your own channel, bro, because you do have some important information. And I agree with you. But even a person from America cannot really say what you're saying. Because I've been saying what you've been saying for years. But I just don't feel like people are going to listen to me because I'm from America speaking about Africa. And then they tried to pull the same thing on you, you being from Africa, in Canada, in America, because that's North America, and tried to say you can't really speak on it. So now I see it's not really who says it or nothing. They just totally against the idea. That's what the deal is. So with that said, bro, you're doing a real good job, Sekou. Everything you're saying so far, I didn't see has been on point. Even your views about Garvey and everything, all of that still aligned with everything in America. Every leader that been in America said the same thing you saying. And I just want you to know, bro, that it ain't nobody but those brothers, Unc and Garfield, and them alone that feel like that. It ain't probably nobody else in this whole conscious community or outside of this community. You could go and ask people that's in my family, they're staunch Christians, and they'll agree with you before they agree with what I'm talking about. because they at least know that we should work together, that we got a reason to be in Africa. We got a reason to connect with the motherland. That is the original land. We got family there, and forget about the whole thing about they stole us into slavery, our own people. That's a lie. And every time they turn around and you say, Black Lives Matter, somebody say, oh, white lives matter, blue lives matter. That's the same thing. Anytime you say that we belong to this or we are great in this, they're going to say, well, what about this? What about what they did? That still don't change the fact. Even if Africans sold other Africans into slavery, it don't change the fact that we need to make amends, that the resources are in Africa, not in America. Our future is in Africa. If they say everybody got to get the hell out and everybody going to be a world war and we don't want niggas around, the only place black people could go is Africa. So you're right, brother Sekou. That's all I want to say. Peace.
That's what's up. You see, Sekou, how many people tell you, advise you to get your channel. So make sure you get your channel, YouTube channel. I mean, I know you have one, but upload on a regular basis. Get yourself a Cash App or Cash App you can't, but a PayPal. But if you have family in America, that's how I do it, because in France we don't have Cash App either. So I have one family member in America that handles the Cash App for me and send the money every now and then, But
I think then I will use that method. I think that method will work out. I will find somebody that lives in America. I just wanted to add to what that brother just said. Brother Shaka, we have to think 200-300 years ahead. I think that's what people should be doing instead of having this micro-nationalism way of thinking. Today, citizenship. My son was born here in Canada. Now he is a Canadian citizen. He got the passport. Does that stop him from being a Liberian? No.
No.
You are over there. There are a lot of immigrants coming to America. After a few years, 5 years, they got the same passport and they got the same right as you. They can vote and everything. If their children are born there, they have the same political right as you. So don't stop limiting yourself to say now because you are a citizen of one country that you are limited. No. We are trying to say you have an entire real estate over the entire continent. It's yours. And Africa will be industrialized. Believe it or not, it will be just as it was under colonialism and people thought it would never be free. Eventually, colonialism went away. Neocolonialism is on. The consciousness is rising. Africa will be industrialized. But when it becomes industrialized, what part will be yours? What kind of position will you play? What will you control? Will the same white boy will be the owner of the factories there or you? Will the same white boy will be the manufacturer there or you? So we are saying now that the industrialization process of Africa is on. It's time, go grab your own piece. Get the land, make a farm. That don't stop your American citizenship. Come to America anytime. Be there, control your farming. Why Black American can get together, the farms they can own in America, they can own that farm in Africa and feed the United States. They can feed the United States from Africa. And every fruit and every tomato on American market, they make sure it comes from a Black American farm in Africa. What stops you? It doesn't stop your citizenship. It doesn't stop you coming back to vote and live in Detroit or wherever you want to live. We are telling you that you are not confined to the American dream. Be also partaker of the African dream. Because like the president of Ghana said, the destiny of all Black people, whether they be in Africa or in the diaspora, is tied with Africa. The day Africa gets it right, every Black man on the planet will get respect. Because they see you are African first until you tell them I'm Haitian. When they see you first, they tell you African, they say, no, I'm Jamaican. When they see you first, they say, oh, you from Nigeria? You say, no, I'm from America. You have to say no and then tell them which country you come from. So the world see you, my friend, whether you run or not, it sees you. So accept who you are and use it to benefit. Africa is not calling you to go give charity. Go and invest and take power, be in charge. The Ghana, the year of return, Black American contributed $1 billion in the year of return. Now, what do you do next? You are not tourists in Ghana. You are more or less going on pilgrimage, not tourists. So when you go there now, you tell the Ghanaian government, now we must go into partnership. We need this, we need this. We have to agree on terms. This is what you need to do because we are coming back and we want to invest this. We don't want taxes. You have to give us tax alleviation, give us this right, demand for it, and use it so that the white men find out that you are a multidimensional, you are a global African. You control business in Africa, control business in America. The white man now see you are beyond his control.
That's right.
This is what we are trying to sell to you, brothers. We are not trying to say, come and live in Sekou village in Africa, where I will invite you for tea, but you don't have to stay if you don't want to.
The funny thing is, most people, when they go, they don't want to come back.
Yeah. And the funniest thing is that, I was thinking that, in St. Lucia, we have the African culture up to now because a lot of the names like Yaya, the food, like we would take fish, salt it, dry it on the house, and we would use it like what you call saltfish. A lot of the food we eat in home, like what they call fufu, we have that same thing in St. Lucia. The pen, like what they call in Jamaica dukunu, or they call it blue draws. We have it in St. Lucia too. So I think so I could see a lot of similarities. I saw in Martinique, I was sitting to in Guadeloupe, same thing too. So you could see the culture has never left us. I think we choose to live the culture to help another culture survive. You see, and like Sekou say, as long as we abandon who we are and our ancestors, we're doomed to fail because we have nothing to stand up on. Our ancestors left a lot of information for us. They left examples for us, but we are so Afropeanized or so Europeanized that we cannot even see ourselves. If we see our brother, we see the enemy, and yet when we see the enemy, we cannot do nothing.
That's another thing. That's another thing, if I may, because all this stuff is connected. Even the elder earlier, he was talking about how the music was connected to Africa at different points in amongst African Americans. Believe it or not, African Americans still retain a lot of Africanisms, but the specific thing about the condition in the United States, right? And this is something that they will probably hate me saying because I'm acknowledging the things that we have to confront. But it is that in the United States, there's a particular relationship between the dominant society and Black people. You see, people have created institutions, but the way that things have been messed with in an obsessive way in the United States is very particular. Not to say that it doesn't happen other places, And I think a lot of African Americans themselves don't get that perspective until they're able to converse with other people from other Black people from other parts of the Caribbean. And that's another reason why this divisive rhetoric is so dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Because you can even pull up sources where people were wearing African masks in churches up until damn near the 1860s. So it's really the system. And if we let it go, like you're saying, what happens? What happens 50 years from now if African Americans isolate in an extreme situation? And, what happens to African American culture? Are we still African Americans? So I just wanted to add that perspective onto what you were saying.
That's what's up. Now, Brother Shango mentioned fufu. I didn't know they use that term in St. Lucia because in West Africa, several countries that we use that term. Some might call it bukari. But let's let Pan African James add on, and then we can let Born FOG add on as well. Feel free, Brother Pan African James.
Peace to the panel. It's good to see the conglomerate of Africans on the panel from all over the world. This is a beautiful panel. I just came to say the same cool again. I don't know if he remember me from the last time we spoke, but the sentiments that we've seen with the individuals that was so disrespectful is not the sentiments of everybody in the Americas. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm from Texas personally, and I was shocked and appalled to see that behavior play out live on air. You know what I'm saying? It was very, but I also want to thank you because it exposed that as well. You know what I'm saying? Because like I've been waiting for you. You know what I'm saying? Personally, somebody from the continent to have this type of thought process because it's the connection that we need to get everybody on the same page. You know, and then when someone says, oh, you just found out about this 2 years ago. I don't care when you found out. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you found out, just like me. I found 12 years ago. They don't even mention the fact that we've all been miseducated. Every one of us has been indoctrinated with their spiritual system, their historical beliefs, and we all been fighting to get to where we are today. You know what I'm saying? So them to act like even when you brought up the economic strife of all of us, we're all in last place. We all should know this. So when you expose that they're saying that they don't know that is very damning of the knowledge that they have, and they don't understand that they are publicly exposing themselves. I could pull up a chart right now. It's going to show African Americans in last place economically. It's that simple. But you're 37 and you already know this. They're in their 50s and 60s and they don't know this. So, brother, like I said, I appreciate you. I've been waiting on you. Now it looks like we're getting globally connected on getting chronologically in order with our history. And this is a beautiful thing. With that, I'll let the other brothers speak. That's what I came here to say.
Thank you, brother. Pan-African James. Born FOG, feel free to speak, my brother.
All right, my hotel, BB48, Black Power, peace and power to everybody, and all the greetings. Definitely like to thank the brother Shaka for hosting the show. See the brother Sekou jump in. He is the topic of the show and just the basic parameters of what's going on in the community. And one of the things that I wanted to say is that, we all suffer from the educational system that we live up under. We live up under the American educational system of American exceptionalism. So the African in America, we naturally gain in living in America, you have the air of being better than everybody else in the world, period. So now you place this upon the African American, you know what I'm saying, who grows up in this same type of system, even though he has the connection with even though we use the term African, which keeps us as saying we have a connection to the motherland. We are culturally very different than the Africans on the islands who culturally live more like Africans. You feel me? But we have we have the air of being more educated, of having the grasp of Africa, the history, and know what I mean, understanding the social structure and the politics and all of those things. We seem to have a plethora of those universities and just the resources to be able to get an understanding of those things, but they leave us blind at the end of the day, because as a brother say, as Sekou saying, you hear brothers not understanding or feigning to not understand our position in economics, feigning to not understand our position in a powerless America, as though we haven't had the works of Dr. Amos Wilson for years and years to explain to us the blueprints of Black Power. As though we haven't had as these master teachers for years and years to explain these things to us. But because of that arrogant air there's an arrogant air in education in America. And because of the way that a lot of us get this education, we look down on other people. We really do. And I'm really trying to explain it the proper way, but I know you brothers, I know the people who are on. I know you brothers understand. The people who are listening understand what I'm saying. And if you don't understand, you can ask questions. But there's a social structure that's placed upon people who live in America that other people from other countries can see. And as the brother said, I'm glad that Brother Sekou is up here because he has a perspective that's needed. Because as we said, he can. As we were speaking before, and the brother was and he talked about putting your hand on top of your head and the connections from his connections to that symbol all the way back thousands of years. These are things that we need to see as Africans here to understand that no matter what place you are in this world, you're still African. And he's a model for us to be able to see, and he can speak to us from the perspective of seeing Africa, living the culture, being African, and then coming here and living the culture here and seeing the dynamic that a lot of us don't have, that we're not privy to, especially going it backwards. You know what I mean? A lot of people live in America, then we go to Africa and we can see, but he had, he's going in the reverse. He's coming the other way. And I really enjoy it.
He reverse engineered.
Exactly. And earlier I wanted to get on to be like, to defend African Americans in America. I don't call myself an African American. I call myself an African in America. But I wanted to come on and defend, but listening to Sekou, I know he understands the dynamics of the mind. He knows that these guys are not, I'm telling you, they're purposefully not looking at these things in the right way in order to sow seeds of chaos and destruction. This is not on accident, and this is not by ignorance. You know what I mean? It's their arrogance to think that they can pull this over on the people. That's what it is, because they feel as though they've been around and that they've shown people enough that we should just take what they say wholeheartedly and run with it. And like they said, a brother only been here 2 years. They feel as though that means, we have to know more. We got to know more than him. We got to be better than this brother because he ain't been around but 2 years. But it's not. That time is shown. If you've been around, listen, my thing is about action. If you've been talking the same talk and telling me you've been around this long, then it's obviously whatever you're talking about ain't work and it's not going to work. We need some people reworking it. Or if you're telling me to throw these, like the brother Sekou said earlier, why would we throw the works of the master teachers away when we ain't even won the war? And they've shown us the blueprints.
We ain't even completed the mission.
Yeah, exactly. That means we need to go back over. We got to go back over, rework the plans, because there might be some things in there that need to be updated, but we still need to stay on this mission. We haven't completed the mission yet. And so with that being said, man, we're gonna keep banging. It's your brother Born, Feet on the Ground, media. You know what I mean? Yo, man, this is a beautiful, like the brother said earlier, it's a beautiful thing to see these brothers from different mind states, from different parts of the world, the whole diaspora. We have to keep coming together like this, and this is needed. I know the fight doctor was like, we're going to continuously give out the information, but we have to put checks and balances in place. There has to be leadership. Again, and Brother Shaka was speaking on elders. We are the new elders. We are those because we have the ability to check what's going on. You're in the community. If you got any piece of gray in your beard, if you have a child in the community, or if you are of age to bring children forth in the community, it is your duty to correct the things in the community that you're in. And so since we're in this social space, you correct the social media and you be active in your own community. That means where you live at, because that's the thing. That's the second thing that needs to be done. We need a more active action African community. And I think that's going to be the real thing that turns this thing over from the conscious community to the conscious action, or the active African community. Instead of just the conscious African community, it'd be the active African community. Those with consciousness moving this thing forward with actions that really bring us together. Peace.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say quick. something Jubari showed about the hands on the head. And he was saying that, in St. Lucia, when somebody passed on, you would hear the people shouting, Bon Dieu, why? And that's what they'll be shouting. And let us say my hands on my head, I'm going to put your hands down because there is no sorrow, nobody haven't died. And I raised from a child, having my mom telling me that, put my hands on my head, nobody had died. What happened to you? Are you okay? Because it's a symbol of sorrow if your hands on your head like that in St. Lucia. So I raised her in that as a child in the Caribbean. So that thing, so we carry that history from very far into the Caribbean.
And I would like to say, now one thing, putting the hands on our head or just one hand, that's one thing we do. There's another thing we do, and I'm sure all of you heard it.
Yeah.
Now, for those that don't know, bon Dieu, basically in Haitian Creole, bon means good in French, and Dieu is basically the Haitian Creole way of saying Dieu, which means God in French. So the Haitians don't usually say just Dieu or God. They usually say bon Dieu, which translates, if you translate it word for word, good God. That's just their way
Good
of
God,
saying
yes.
it.
Like home,
For
yes.
example, yeah, like maybe in St. Lucia they say the same thing, but Haitians tend to say demain si Dieu veut. Demain means tomorrow. Si means if. So I know Sekou understands a little bit of French,
I
and
understand, yeah.
the Haitian Creole is very similar to the French.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. Just like Kiswahili has a lot of Arabic. So demain si Dieu veut means basically tomorrow if God wants, or like you say in America, probably God willing. But they don't usually just say demain or tomorrow. They'll say tomorrow if or God willing. So it's just a little, a little something. But we have Uncle Majed. I think you came in before because your username sounds familiar. If there's any chance you can use a webcam, feel free. But feel free to speak.
Yeah, man. Blessings. It's no problem. I just driving on the road now, so and really two thing with the webcam right now. I think what we see here, it's symptomatic. If it's a sincere viewpoint. Pretending and fainting to be ignorant and to not understand these points, then I think it's symptomatic of like various things going on. One of them is the concept of American exceptionalism. Yeah. When you come in like because they in America and they have access to certain resources and in the metropole of like the world, and it come like they develop a kind of self-centered pompousness or even a kind of ignorance to global affairs. That's what we see in here too. Because for Ank and these men who on these platforms for years and years talking on Black African power and thing and have no idea about neocolonialism and the real situations and the control of resources and the real reasons why it is that African nations underdeveloped and all them kind of thing. Man write book and things talking about how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And it have whole heap of scholarship done put down on this already now. So it's really coming in like you have to really question these guys' motives to be bringing this kind of narrative. A fella did come on earlier and say, oh, when you're talking, these kind of talk and thing is actually manifest into real violence and them kind of thing. You know what I mean? To be sowing seeds of dissension amongst the Pan-African community and whatnot. So, and then the real alarming thing, the very alarming thing to me, at least, is that these guys now both receive custodianship of Sarnetta side platform channels. You understand? Where regularly the listenership and the audience would have never be of a certain class. Now they could have a platform to parrot these kind of foolish ideas and things. You understand? So all of these things we have to look at and take it very serious. You understand? Yeah, that's what I want is.
And you know, brothers, I would like to say something. The panel is just so beautiful. Like for those who don't know, I'm living in France. I spent some time in England. My parents are from Haiti. You see, we have Shango Heru, who is from Saint Lucia, and I think he lives in England now. We have Pan African James, who was in Texas. We have African Renaissance TV, who lives in America, but he's originally from Senegal. We have Sekou, who is from Liberia. We have Uncle Majed. From his accent, I would say he's from the Caribbean, probably Jamaica. We have
I'm from
V.
Trinidad.
Bennett. Oh,
Trinidad. I'm
Trinidad.
from
Oh, my bad, my bad. It's not good to guess,
Nah,
you know.
it's all good because
Yeah.
my father is a Jamaican too, so it's not
Right.
a problem, you know. Yeah.
There you go. That's what's up. And we have V. Bennett, who is originally from Washington D.C., but now he lives in the Netherlands. Oh, Amsterdam. Yeah, the Netherlands. Um, and we have Born FOG. I forgot where he is, but he's in America. But
I'm in
here,
Connecticut.
Connecticut. There we go. That's what's up. Now, that's where Mike Tyson had his house. Then 50 Cent bought it. Now, we have Obi-Wan Kenobi who wrote Necher Nefer. Now, when you see the T in capital, that's the MDC or Manuel de Codage. So it's a way to do some transliteration. But Necher, you all heard it, brothers and sisters. You know, some people pronounce it Neter. That's a Medu Necher or hieroglyphic word for God or divine. Then Nefer, you all heard it as well. We have it in the root of the name Nefertiti, which is Neferet Et. Now, Nefer can mean good, you know. And I've read from Plutarch, who gave a translation of Men-Nefer, that the Greeks called Memphis, you see. So Nefer can mean good and it can mean pretty or handsome, just like in Kiswahili, Nzuri can mean good and it can mean pretty as well. Usually Egyptologists translate Necher Nefer as perfect God, you see. But some, it wouldn't be wrong to translate it as good God. And I'm sure Obi-Wan Kenobi wrote that because you heard me saying how the Haitians say good God, or let's say bon Dieu, which translates as good God. You know, there's another thing actually for those who study the meta nature. We usually have Chet Neferet Wabet, which translates as what? Chet Nebet Neferet Wabet, all good things pure, all things good and pure. And every time I read that, I think about how in American people say, and all that good stuff, you know. I'm not trying to claim that all that good stuff derives from the meta nature, but I just wanted to say that for the record. But feel free, whether Brother Seko, if you want to add on, or anybody else, feel free.
Yeah, there are, for me, I've tried to read, study. I've not really gotten a class yet, but I follow online to see how I can study Medu nature. It's a very interesting thing. But when I hear people who are reading it and the few glyphs I've been able to identify, I would tell you, my brother, apart from the mannerism we see on the wall, it depicts a lot of things in African culture. I personally am not a linguist, I'm just a social worker, but I've seen wars. I've seen things that I can just find in my culture very easy. Even these offering table, when they say D Nesut, I don't know, D Hotep Nesut or something like that.
That's
the
it.
word
D Hotep Nesut, Hotep D Nesut.
Yeah,
yes,
D Hotep Nesut. And you will see the hand there, the D, you see the hand stretched out. In my language, when I want to say you gave me something, I say Adim D. I stretch my hand without even saying anything in my language. When you just say a D, if I just use the word D, I stretch my hand. You see exactly the same. What I would have, if I couldn't write and I wanted to make the symbol of D in my language, I would have written that hand stretched out.
Exactly.
You see the culture. You see the words. You see, when I bury somebody in my language, I say I'm taking him into the Kaburu. So the house of Ka. So we don't even know what the Ka means in our language. We just use the word Kaburu. That we are taking Kaburu means inside the grave.
This
So
is
we are
crazy.
putting into
Hold
the
on,
car.
Sekou. This is
But
crazy,
yo, Paul, listen,
man.
yo, stop for a second, Sekou.
Yeah, we're not even talking about
This
the
is
car.
what
We just
this is what we need. This is exactly
Yeah,
what the
it's
fuck we
crazy,
need right
man.
here.
Oh,
He make this
man.
shit real
So
for us. He making it real for us. So yo, he got chills. I got chills listening to him. You understand? This is
I'm
exactly what
not.
Sekou.
Yeah, I'm not
Listen.
even an expert, and I
Yo,
No,
you
get
no,
it.
need to be
you
able
don't
to
need to be.
illustrate
That's
this,
what the
Sekou.
best part. That's what the best part is because you coming at it from the layman. Because you coming
Yeah,
at it from the layman, not with the bias of being the expert or learning all this, that, and the third. You just coming naturally to it and giving it to us now. Yo, listen, it feels so good to hear it. This is needed. I'm
you
telling you, it feels good.
You
Y'all,
like,
even
oh
an
man, this.
illiterate. When you take someone who is illiterate in many African cultures, and they go and just stare at the wall in Kemet, you will be surprised. They will tell you, but identify this. I understand what's happening here. Because I'm telling you, like Diop said, just as when the European read any Greek text, they hear the voice of their ancestors. When we read the Medu, we hear the echo of our ancestors. We hear it. We don't want nobody to tell us anything. We don't want nobody to come and tell us whether they are understanding something else. We hear the echo of our ancestors on the wall. And that's what matters. You see, that's what matters. It's not what they are saying. I am not an expert. Nobody told me nothing. I just see these words and I'm like, this is Madingo. This is, what is, somebody need Thomas Sankara. And you hear say Ankre, Sankara. And you said it's not the name. It's right there. His name is Sankara. And you are here say Ankre is the name in Kemet. You are hearing Kufu. You are going to Ghana. You are hearing Kufo. And you said it's not. If I see a John in Africa, definitely I know that John had a contact with European. There's a reason he's called John in Africa. There's nobody called John or Joseph in Africa.
See, we need this.
So
this is beautiful.
If I find a Kufu, a Sankara, even the name of Asar, I know people call it Asar or what have you, but when you look at the glyph, there's a W there. In Africa, the name Usire is all over. Many people in West Africa are called Usire.
Today.
It's a normal name. So
Well,
all these names.
hold on, Sekou, hold on. I didn't know that name. I didn't know that name was common in Africa. Now, do we have that Usire in Liberia, or which country do we have it in?
So Usire, we have Usire in Burkina Faso. Usire is there. In the Bambara, which is an extensive language of the Mandinka, it's the same Manding, but it's an extension. You have Sire. They remove the wood. They say Sire.
Well, for the record, for people who don't know, we usually say in English, we usually pronounce Osar. That's basically what the Greeks call Osiris. You see, in French, we pronounce it Osiris. Now, according to the transliteration, and those who take the class know this, it will be pronounced Usir. I think being Manley and Mark Collier, they have it as Osar, but most Egyptologists that I know of, according to the transliteration, it is supposed to be pronounced Usir. Just like when we say Anubis, some people say Anpu, but really it's supposed to be Inpu. I think the Greeks changed the E sound into the A sound. But let me do a shameful plug for those who don't know. I'm being given Medinature classes. And those who are interested can just contact me through my email.
Do your thing, Shaka.
Yeah. So here you have my email address. It's $10 per class. A class is 1 hour. And what I'm trying to do, thanks to the great Sheikh Anta Diop and Dr. Theophilo Benga, amongst others, this is a book written by Sheikh Anta Diop's son about his father's legacy. What you will have is basically a composite of this book, for example, by Claude Zoma, this book by Being Manley, this book by
Yeah,
they
I
are
have
all
that one.
PhDs. Oh, you have that way. That's great.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
Yeah, it's a
that's
good
where
one.
I got. That's where I saw the Hotep did in the suit.
There it is. Hotep Dinesut, which means which is translated as an offering which a king gives. You see, and the D indeed, some will say redi, but D means to give. And the funny thing is that some of you may have seen that video of that guy called Badarandao, who tried to claim that the hieroglyphic symbol of the arm with the corn of bread means Allah. I've debunked that in 2008/2009, but he made the wrong guess, a wrong choice, because that symbol is one of the symbols that appears the most. So if he meant Allah, we would have known by now. But you also
My
have
wife.
Shaka,
Go ahead, brother.
actually, if he was
go
centered in
ahead,
the way,
Shaka.
oh, go ahead, my fault.
No, okay. Finish your point, brother. African Renaissance. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if he was African centered, the way Sekou is saying, and this is a dude from Senegal, going to your point again. If he was reading Job's works for real, he would have seen exactly what Sekou had said, because the same word exists in Wolof. That whole column you can pretty much make out, at least the big hieroglyphs. So you know that video right there, he made it around the internet. I definitely plan on doing stuff with that too, man. So
you know, the African Center is very important in comprehending these things. That's why when I look at the Regis and the Ankh today, they are like, bring sources. And when they bring sources, they say scholarly consensus. I said, which scholars?
Exactly.
Then they start quoting the same Eurocentric that our scholars have been fighting all these years. They now bring their consensus to present it as evidence. If Dio was following scholar consensus, then he will not go to UNESCO debates. If Dio was following scholarly consensus, then there will be no need that ancient Egyptians were black, because the consensus then said they were white.
Say that.
If we were following consensus, then we will not be talking here, because there was scholarly consensus that said that the origin of man was in Europe. It's called a Piltdown man. And it was later debunked. If we were following consensus, then we will find out that this guy here from France, he said that the hierarchy of races, it took a Haitian called Antonio Firmin to go and debunk that and say that all humans are equal and we all have the same intellectual capacity. But before Antonio Firmin, the entire Europe said we were subhumans, and it was a scholarly consensus. So we cannot sit here and say, suddenly the scholars are no longer biased. Suddenly DNA, any DNA that come out is true. Have you gone to the laboratory to check the data?
But you know,
when you come out, have you gone to the lab? So I went to one other brother I love very much, brother Asa Imote. I love him. But I went to his channel and he said the word Kemet does not mean black. And I tried to let him make a logical argument. He said, if the ancient Egyptians were black, why would it be necessary for them to call themselves black? I told him that's a smart point. I accept that argument, because when somebody make a logical argument, just because you disagree with them, don't just throw it away. I told him it's a logical argument. I said, but did they call the country Kemet from its beginning or after an invasion? And he said, they didn't call it Kemet from the beginning. It was after an invasion. Then I said, I see nationalism going on. I said, do you understand that too? He said, yeah. Then I told him again, in my language,
you
and I'm
sharp as a tack.
I speak Hausa language, which is a language in northern Nigeria. I speak my language, Madin. I speak like about 3 African languages from West Africa. So I said,
Nagode.
Yeah, Nagode, Nagesheka. So the word Kembo, Kimi, in my language, it referred to fight the charcoal. The coal, the black coal from the wood. It's called Kembo.
You don't say.
In what of Kem?
Yes, in my language, it's Kembo.
Oh man, you don't say.
So
say cool.
if I'm selling,
stop.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Hold on, stop it.
If I'm selling charcoal, I will be called Kimiti. Kimiti. I mean, somebody who sell coal. So I don't know.
Now you know Sekou. Tell me if I'm wrong. I know you've heard this before.
Incredible.
Charcoal, certain things like charcoal, salt, pepper. Like salt, for instance, one of the names for salt is Sahmat in Wolof. You can't use that name to buy salt at night. If you do, they think you're a demon who eats somebody's flesh. the name Sahmat should give you an idea to what that may be related to.
Sekhmet.
And that deep. Now,
Is the
brothers,
law. Then I will give one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then I look at the Hausa language, the name for son. Check it on Google right now. Type Google. Say, what's the name for son? Hausa language. Look at Google Translator. It will give you Ra-na. Ra-na. Hausa.
Yeah.
Ra-na. That is the name for the son.
Yeah.
So I see Ra. Then these things, I am not an expert, but me being a layman, I'm not a linguist, but my language that I speak, I see Kemet. Or just go to, okay, there it is. A liar is easily caught. Rana.
Yeah.
You see?
And I agree that all the languages are coming from.
Okay, let me give you another one. So we make it practical here.
Man,
go to the Kenya Rwanda, the language of Rwanda, and type the name for God. You're going to see Amen, Imana. You will be shocked.
No, it's true.
Yeah,
and that's
it's
the thing,
Kenya,
like
Rwanda,
when people are going against
See,
these
this is why we
conventions,
need to
the people are
communicate.
saying,
Yeah, type God for Kenya, Rwanda. No, type, you trace the English to Kenya, Rwanda. Imana. That is the IMN of Amen in the hieroglyphics.
Yeah, I just don't see why.
If you remove the vowels, the AA, you have the IMN. That is the leaf, and that when you look at the consonants that make up the Amen, because it is the Egyptologists that add the vowels, the Amun or Amen, but it's IMN. That you can also pronounce the Imana. That's the name for God. Yeah. What are we talking
and you have
about?
to think too. You have to think too.
Coincidence?
Even Coptic has different dialects. You know.
Yeah.
So
Bohidic,
what
Sahidic.
African country do we know has one ethnic group, one dialect, one way of speaking? It doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So they would have been like a standard, but they would have been
dialects.
very you know. And they would.
My language alone has more than 6 dialects.
You know. Yeah.
And you know, just so for the people who are listening, we have 90 people online right now. A lot of us say Amen. Some of us say Amun. But according to the transliteration, it is Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the reason why we pronounce the N, or the reason why we have the E between the M and the N, is because the convention of Egyptology is to add the vowel E, so it's smoother to pronounce.
See that?
So it might have been Iman, who knows? And you know, I don't know about the ending.
It would have been Iman.
But what's for sure, yes, it is that we say Amen according to the transliteration. But you know, somebody might need to mute their mic. But
hold on, say ask the question real quick.
Okay,
why I got you right here? Let me ask them a quick question, because it's just very rare to hear somebody that can do what you just did. But check this out. Do you find this going all the way across from east to west, or how far west do this linguistic continuity go? Is what I need to
all the way.
What I'm asking.
So what I just gave you, my wife is East African, and the Iman I just gave you is East Africa, and the other ones I gave you is West Africa. So that's how it's spread out. So you can find it in East Africa.
Okay, because you know, Ngozi, I don't know if you know. Yeah, Ngozi, I don't know if you know, he makes this argument that the East and West Africans are not connected in any kind of way. So what you just illustrated and demonstrated right now was in real time very valuable to a lot of us that hold that viewpoint that it is a connection from the Sahel all the way across. So I really want to thank you for just that demonstration alone. I think we could be able to just put that to bed with what Ngozi is saying right there. We don't even need to discuss what he's doing from moving forward. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Shaka, I need to join your class. When I start reading Medu, I might do something crazy. Because I'm telling you, because I speak 3 African languages, I might find the words, brother, and I will bring them out.
And that's what's up. And then we just need to quote some dictionaries of the African language that we are dealing with. and then we are
Yes.
on our way. Now, let me thank History of Africa. Some other people made some super chat, but History of Africa made a contribution of $49.99. This really $50. I appreciate that. And Second Infinite finally became a member, because she's been making so many super chats. Now, I propose that we breathe for a second. It's not against you, brother Sekou, but some people are doing linguistic acrobatics, linguistic gymnastics, and I'm just going to quote the horse's mouth. Now, the brother African Renaissance TV said that in Wolof, can you pronounce it again? The one that's similar to Kem, brother African Renaissance TV?
Okay, so Kem means burnt rice.
Yes. No, how do you pronounce it in Wolof? It would be like more like Kem,
That's what
right?
I'm saying. In Wolof, it's Kem.
It's not
rice.
Kem, it's Kem?
No. See, the thing is, people have to understand is that Africa, just like the United States, Black America, is 50 to 60 years removed from physical foreign occupation, meaning colonialism. Many of the dictionaries that we see coming out are new, actually. Even me seeing that on the internet is actually kind of impressive. During the time of Job, him being a scientist, he's going to use dictionaries that are available, that have terms that are available. You see? But today, we have access to dictionaries that were published before Job even did his studies in Wolof. And a lot of those dictionaries, you don't even get them until the 15th century with traders like Catamosto and people like that. Right? So you have a term Kem, burnt rice, right? Can also mean charcoal in Fulani Kembo. Kam.
All right. Okay, now thank you for that. Now, Sekou, do you have that word in your language, one of your languages? Oh, is Sekou still there? Yes, Sekou still there.
Yeah, I'm here. So the word for charcoal.
Yes.
Yeah, we have kimi. That
okay.
is charcoal.
Okay.
Now, before you go on, brother Shaka, can I add one thing just before you go on with it?
Hold on. Okay. Hold that thought. Now, just for the record, now everybody's free to listen to whoever they want, but I'm just issuing a warning. Be careful, because some people have strange claims, but just for the record, so we can breathe a little bit, we have this one here.
Allah, and this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text.
So for some people, Allah is in the Egyptian text.
The god Allah is an indigenous African god.
For some people, Allah is an indigenous African god.
These Hebrews, saying come from and who they are specifically, because based upon my research, these are African people.
For some people, Hebrews are African people.
This is how we know that the Hebrews, first of all, you got to understand that Hebrew is an African language.
You heard it. For some people, Hebrew is an African language.
Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
Some say that Hebrew is cognate with Yoruba, and I guess I'm going to end with that one. The etymology of the English word fly. You have to hear it to believe it.
Fly in English is the same word, except we don't have the prefix sound in there, in the word fly. And so the word, the phoneme R is now L in English, and the P sound is F, in English. It's just simply the word. It's a very old word. It's all the Indo-European is in every African language.
And when that person here, that anthropological linguist and historian, self-proclaimed, when he's asking the question, okay, if they were black, why would they, describe themselves as black? I mean, I'm paraphrasing the question. This is not really an argument to me. It's a question. It's a question to put strength in his argument. And his argument of Kem not being in black is because of Jean-Claude Mboli, who is not a linguist, working on linguistics, yes, but not a linguist. And that's because of that person that they follow, that they came up with their hypothesis that Kemet means riparian land or riparian zone. And because they claim that it has something to do with water, then they have to remove the meaning of black. But the sad thing for them is that most Egyptologists, they will translate Kem as black. Even the people of European descent. It is not an Afrocentric claim to say that Kem means black. This is the consensus.
My brother Shaka, let
But
me
they
chime
don't
in
they
here.
don't
Let
translate
me
it as
chime
black
in here a little
people
bit,
though.
Shaka, because I've been following the conversation, and I know you have your grievances with Asari Motep.
Right.
And as for full disclosure, I just rate Asari Motep to. I find he's a very intelligent brother, and he good at explaining his points and things. Just now, there when you play a couple of clips, I think, well, some of them was clear, the point you was illustrating, but particularly the last one with the fly thing, I wasn't really sure what was the direct disagreement what you was having with what even was the point now, because it come like it just clips out of context type of clips now. You know what I mean? And then the part, let me just put this in here, and then you could tell me, because as far as I understand, when certain of the European Egyptologists and them are given the translation for Kemet, meaning black land, they also meaning in reference to the alluvial soil, the black soil that is brought down with the inundation. You understand? So in reality, the riparian notion about river, wetland, and all of that is very relevant, and it's kind of petty, the kind of big quarrel, because in reality, a wetland is a black land, and is so the actual argument is if it's in reference to black within the color, the people saying this is our black people land, or if the land being black, or the naming that area Kemet, as opposed to, as they used to say, Deseret and whatnot, being because it's close to the banks of the River Nile, and that is on the shores of the River Nile is where most of the population used to be dwelling. That's what I wanted to say, brother.
Uncle, and I don't want to cut you. I just want to say that also the argument whether the usage of Kem was a nationalistic movement in the 12th dynasty is a separate argument. Up to whether the glyph Kem means black or whatever that is. But this is the essential though. What Uncle Ma just said is really the essential. That's honestly also their argument. So you'd have to really bring that to them on another level. But I do want to say also that in linguistics, people don't compare words as in just words. You know what I mean? People compare root words. You know, so if somebody is saying linguistically that the term Ra is in the Medu Neter, what I gather from that is they're saying that the root word is in the language as an Afro-Asiatic language, even though he doesn't subscribe to the Afro-Asiatic model. The lexicon is still the same.
No, well, let me just give one sentence there.
No, please, because I wanted to interject after you, but then African Renaissance said something. Now, Uncle Majed and African Renaissance TV, are you aware that Asahim Fake said that Diop was irresponsible and that Diop guessed? Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I was saying, well, I am aware. I've heard these comments, right? And what I would say is, well, even the same respect. Like how you say Asari Mufik, that kind of just taking a job for no real reason. The brother have his ideas or whatever. I don't think.
Brother, the reason is because he said that Diop guessed, and you know what he said that Diop guessed about? African Renaissance TV speaks Wolof. Hold on, African Renaissance TV speaks Wolof, and he told us how it is pronounced in his language.
But also,
I'd be privy to the comments, right?
I just also reminded you that when Sheikh Hunter Job compares the Wolof Chem to Kemet,
yeah,
Wolof actually has a Kem that means black. and ancient Egyptian actually has a chem that means burnt. So the cognates that he proposed are not the exact cognates. But that's
and really and truly, when Asar Mutep was making his criticisms,
earlier with the availability of data.
Give me a second, the Renaissance. I want to say.
No, hold on, please. I'm sorry. Now, African Renaissance. Whether you want to say that they are not the same coordinates is one thing. But if somebody says that Diop guessed, now Wolof was one of Diop's language, right?
Yes, yes.
So if Sahimofek says to the public that Diop guessed his own language, who's being irresponsible there? It's like somebody telling me I'm guessing.
I have no issue. I have no issue, honestly, with saying that somebody might have been irresponsible in the way that they talk about the elders. In this generation, it seems to be widespread.
Your brothers are capping. I mean, you know, like
I'm with you, Shaka. They capping, Shaka.
Hold on. What I
give me a second there. Give me a second. Afterwards, right? I'd like to say after Renaissance, I'd like to say.
Yeah, you can't just say I'm capping just free like that. You
Well,
gotta.
okay. Let me tell you why I'm saying you're capping. And when I use the term cap, I hope it doesn't feel like it's like a disrespectful term.
No. You know,
we have the guy that I nickname Sahimofek, who doesn't have a single degree in linguistics. Dr. Diop was a PhD. And we have that guy.
But him
hold on. We have that guy who said, and I've shared also the link for people who wonder. You have this article here about the fake scholarship of the dude and a follow-up article. And you have here, I brought it to them. Smash Rockwell and we moonwalked on Ujawa and Sahimofek. That's why they haven't live streamed for 3 months.
I don't think anybody on the panel is
we have the guy who said that Allah.
No man, let me tell you. Let me tell you, Shaka.
Hold on. He said that Allah is an indigenous African god.
And what was his argument? That's why I say you can't just keep giving us clips like that. Hear what I'm saying, Shaka, right? Because I didn't be privy to the little things between all the.
Do you agree that Allah is an indigenous African god, brother?
I can't make an informed opinion about that because I haven't listened to the argument. So trying to put me on that hot seat. No, really and truly. Don't turn into Reggie and them, you know, Shaka, and in this kind of way, you know.
In this case,
right?
Please let him speak for himself. Because that's
he would have to speak for himself.
But like fly. The English word fly deriving from the Meduneterkeper, that's pseudo. Which language says that? So we have to be scientific, brothers. If you like the guy because he sounds articulate and convincing, that's one thing.
No. See, I don't like anybody because I don't trust any of you YouTube niggas. Let's get that straight.
You don't even need to call man YouTube.
Hey, before I get too dirty, Shaka, before I get too dirty and too rowdy up in here, I was trying to say something earlier when you was talking about the word Kim and the brother Sekou mentioned Kim and the other brother mentioned in Wolof it was the word Kim. And then Sekou related the word Kim to Chaco. And could somebody mute their background because you got a lot of noise? You got your whole TV going. Yeah, so I wanted to say that, you know, when they made the relationship to the word Kim, we can make that relationship even in English where we get the word chemistry and where we get the word alchemy. And those are called dark arts. Now, Shaka, I want you to understand that I'm not doing no acrobatics. I want you to understand that it's a difference between.
It is related.
Can I finish though, Shaka?
Yeah, but no, I just
can I finish? I mean, I ain't knocking nothing you said. I'm just in the middle of a conversation.
Let the dialogue flow with natural, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just let me finish. Don't cut me off and make a point in the middle of me trying to make a point. Could you mute your background, brother? The Jamaican brother. So listen, Shaka, what I'm saying is, because I want to get on here without the rowdiness and without having to out-talk nobody. Sometimes I want to come on and just be me, just be a human being. So I'm saying to you, Shaka, that the two brothers made the connection between the word Kim. One of the brothers even said it's related to charcoal. Now, it has to be noted that if we look up the Egyptian hieroglyph for the word Kemet, we'll find a burning charcoal. One brother said fire, one brother said charcoal, means burn. Sekmet, even in Arabic, sakun, got to do with fire, burning. Aish, right? So then when we say this, and they say Kim, and Kim means burning and black, and then we look at the hieroglyph and we see a burning charcoal for the symbol for Kim, it's kind of hard to say that it's no relation and that somebody doing some acrobatics. And then when we look at the word Kim and we don't do a translation, this is what I'm saying. People got to know the difference between words linguistically. It's the difference between a translation and a transliteration. So if we transliterate the word Kim, K-H-E-M, into C-H-E-M, Kim, chemistry, then we see that these words are related. And we can see the relation between black or dark and the word Kim. Go ahead, Shaka. I want to hear what you got to say.
I just wanted to say for the record that the word chemistry ultimately derives from the term chem, the word chem. You know, this is something that scholars know and I've talked about. I can name Dr. Farou, who made it. Yeah. So there's one thing I wanted to say, but I guess I lost my thought. Oh yes, there it is. Kimberly, can you tell us if he was live on air that Tazaya called you a Hamite dog, or was it in writing? If you happen to have the screen capture, then please send it to me. If it was a live stream, please give me the link to the video and try to tell me the timestamp more roughly so I can look for it, because that would be very serious if he said that publicly. But yeah, brothers, now yeah. The brother African Renaissance TV say he doesn't believe anybody on YouTube, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm quoting scholars. I'm quoting experts. I'm quoting specialists. I'm quoting the PhDs. Those guys are going against a whole field, and if we are scientific, then we should rely on the experts. The guy doesn't have a single peer review work. The guy is a fraud. Besides, he plagiarized several authors in several different languages from several different books. So he lied about his credentials by saying that he's an anthropological linguist and a historian. I have him on tape saying that. So you have the right to follow him still, but to me and to many other people, he is a fraud.
I have a problem with your verbiage.
Yeah, my
Still
brother
follow
Shaka
him.
and
Okay, well,
You
one
can
at a
still
time, please.
believe him.
One
You
at a
can
time,
still.
please. Go ahead, African Renaissance TV.
I'm a person that looks at information. That's what I meant by I don't trust anybody on YouTube. It wasn't a slight at anybody here. You know, I got love for all you brothers, man. We might not agree on some things, but one thing about me, I don't care about your personal life. You know what I'm saying? And the same goes for Asar. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I mess with Asar is because I've been able to test some of his information, and I've seen where it's true. Now, the stuff that you're talking about, Ryan Allah, Kepler Fly, those are never things that really interested me. You know,
what about plagiarism? What about, you don't care about the plagiarism either?
You have to show me the plagiarism, and that doesn't even still mean that I might believe what you're showing me.
No, you don't have to believe what I'm showing, because I'm not the one who showed it, but I will share the link in the chat. But keep going.
All right, but even if it has something plagiarized,
I honestly don't even really.
Can I add something else, Shaka? May I add something else, Shaka?
No, hold on,
because I really
hold on. No,
we were having a great conversation.
Let us hear from Majed. Well, brother, I'm against falsehood. I've been against falsehood for 18 years.
I know, but what happened?
Hold on, Uncle Majed. African Renaissance. You see, when the Amara Squad started siding with the anti-black and anti-African teaching, such as Africans are living a jungle life, Africans are not civilized, black means death. That's how we parted ways. I separated myself from them. Then they attack me, just like they are doing to Sekou. So I'm standing firm against falsehood, whether it comes from so-called Kemetic people or not. But then again, Uncle Majed, feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, man. Well, what you're saying there about Amin-Ra Squad and these kind of people, I realized they have diametrically opposed views inside of the squads, you know, because even with this last conversation here and the xenophobic thing with the Black Americans thinking there's everything and I'm basically looking down on continental Africans and the rest of it. It come like Dr. Mayat, the type of people that I see she interviewing and the type of conversations that she does have is a Pan-Africanist and a Black nationalist conversation what she does have, and she's a member of the Amin-Ra Squad. The same brother Asar Imhotep too. He's not of this kind of I sure that he opposing to them views they have Reggie and Ank and these brothers and things. So
it does have some mix up, because it come like, I don't know, along the way, people start to stray and discredit some of the staple elders like Brother Amos Wilson and these man there, you know what I mean? Who basically spend their life thinking about political strategies and the roadmap then and what the black people need to really be about, A lot of people get caught up in like substanceless rhetoric and then go and confuse off of the whole plan. You understand? That's what I want to say.
Akoma Jedi, by any chance you happen to have some headset, feel free to use it, because when you speak, I think you have the speakerphone on, and it's just creating a bit of echo and stuff. Now, African Renaissance TV, for the record, for your information, and Sekou is back now. Here you have the link of Asahimo Fake plagiarizing all these different books. I'm not the one who came up with it. So I mean, if now we're gonna accept plagiarism, which is stealing, it would be a bit sad, in my opinion.
My brother Shaka, I wonder if it would be too hard for you to just call the brother by the name or his thing instead of the MO fake.
No, brother, because
Listen, it hurting me and all that you're calling him a sorry mo fake man. That what I mean? We need to go to out of the way.
He deserves it, and I don't mind you telling me that. You have the right to appreciate him and his work. But he said that Diop was irresponsible as a scholar. He said that Diop guessed. For him to say that Diop is wrong is one thing. He has the right to say that. But for him to say that Diop guessed on his own wall of language, and he even said that he met someone from Senegal, and that the words that Diop used, he doesn't know about them.
I think I could summarize more precisely the notion. I could summarize more precisely the notion that you now explained to us, right? He was really saying that according to the rigorous methods of the modern studies of historical linguistics, that Diop didn't go through those processes when he was making some of his hypotheses and things.
That's a silly statement. Check Auntie Diop is an expert.
Hold on. Let me interject here. Asahimo Fek is not a linguist. He doesn't have a toilet paper in linguistics. He doesn't have a single degree in linguistics. So he's not in a position to critique somebody about linguistics. As a matter of fact, let's listen to something like the guy.
But Chaka, that's a faulty argument.
Hold on. Just
one sentence.
Okay.
Wait. I think he's starting to get a little bit curious.
As you said, I am Asar Hotep. I am first and foremost, I'm a computer software programmer and linguist and historian.
So he claimed that he's a linguist and a historian once. Let's listen to another thing.
Alrighty. As mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Imhotep. Some others may know me by Ifa Muyiwa Fagbimi in terms of my Yoruba name. I am a historian and anthropological linguist.
For a second time, he claimed that he's a historian and an anthropological linguist. I don't see why we would laugh at Garfield for claiming.
In response to that, what I'm saying is one of our greatest that we respect and adore, John Henry Clark. He was not a whole of a degree, and in fact,
he had a PhD, my brother.
That was bestowed onto him in an honorary.
He still had it.
Okay, so
he still earned it. God, earned the degree.
No, it's not a big fight. What I'm saying is, no. What I want to ask you, Shaka, is, are you discrediting then autodidactic forms of learning, and then autodidactic learning, and then basically once you realize you have acquired a skill set, then you're saying that you cannot profess yourself as whatever skill set you acquire unless it is that you have went through the matriculation through a university system.
If someone is an autodidact and people recognize that he has skills, good skills in the field, it will be the people in the field who will say that. How many PhDs in linguistics do you know say that the guy has some good skills in the field. I mean, at this point, we might as well just believe what Garfield said without showing his degree. It's
No,
very
but
serious.
I just following along with the facts, right? I'm following along with the facts.
I've
You know
shown
what?
I've shown some of his work. I've shown some of his work to a linguist.
I want to see that publicly. The private conversation doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
He
because
have been
if I
endorsed by
hold on.
by
Let me
Then it doesn't
man as
matter. Then
well.
why are you bringing it up? You should go talk to that man.
I spoke to that man. I spoke to him for 3
I
hours.
know Shaka on your heart, brother. You need to go talk to that man.
Shaka is right. Shaka, you right, bro. You right.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. You brothers go speak to him. Now, I want to say this. Hold on. I might need to use somebody. Okay. If I read a book about medicine and then I claim to be a medical doctor, it will be fraudulent. But the conscious community now, somebody's going to read some books about linguistics and is going to claim, and I've showed 2 instances where the guy claimed that he's a linguist and he doesn't have any degree in that field. He doesn't have any, and now that gets a pass for what? Because he convinced you and he is well spoken. Now I'm being told about some private conversation about some scholars, just like Wujau tried to say. I mean, he actually said it. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing to me. Now, I mean, we might as well just believe Garfield, not only about his invisible degree in 2 different fields with 2 different names, but we might as well believe all the other lies that he has told us. Why we will make excuses for some excuses? Now, even plagiarism, that gets a pass. When I brought up the plagiarism, that got a pass. It's like nothing happened. Now we talk about Sheikh Anta Diop, right? So we're going to accept somebody saying that Diop not only was wrong, it's okay to say that the person is wrong, just demonstrate that he was wrong, but to say that Diop guessed and that he was responsible as a scholar. And Diop had a PhD from one of the most prestigious universities in France called La Sorbonne.
Facts.
But a guy who doesn't have any degree, he doesn't have a PhD, he doesn't have any degree in the field, even a PhD in linguistics, Obadele Kambo, and it's good we have 99 people online right now. Just let's listen to this here. The guy not only claimed to be a linguist and a historian, he also claimed that he studied physics and that he studied linguistics formally, which is a lie.
Between a law in linguistics and a law, for example, physics, is that with a law.
Are you a physicist? Do you study physics, for example?
I do study physics and I study science. And so,
have you studied linguistics formally?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
So he said he studied physics. And listen to what he said about Yoruba and the Khan coming from a so-called linguist is a joke.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it is not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in Yoruba.
I don't hear nothing,
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that?
Okay, well, maybe on your end the sound is not great, but here you heard the so-called linguist saying to Dr. Obadele Kambo, an African American who relocated to Ghana and who is a PhD in linguistics, and he's a professor at the University of Accra in Ghana.
Could you do it again, Shaka? We couldn't hear it, and we not hearing a lot of the ones you've been putting forth. Just to let you know, bro.
Yeah,
just so you know.
I can hear it now. But I'm going to mute my mic and I'm going to play both clips again. But brothers and sisters, if you can all mute your mics as well, it will be helpful.
I was just gonna say maybe some people can't hear because it sounds clear on my end.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just for the sake of clarity, I'm going to try to play it again. Hopefully, it might be better. Thank you for muting your mics, brothers. I appreciate that.
Between a law in linguistics and a law, for example, physics, is that with a law.
Are you a physicist? Do you study physics, for example?
I do study physics and I study science. And so,
have you studied linguistics formally?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
So here he stated that he studied physics, and when Dr. Obadele Campbell asked him if he studied linguistics formally, he replied, "Yes, I have." And now you're going to hear what he said about Yoruba and the Khan.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian. And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
Because that's my point.
It's spoken right now.
So, spoken language is supposed to have some reconstruction. Now, Asari Mofek did not disrespect Diop only. He disrespected Dr. Obadele Campbell, once again, PhD in linguistics. He disrespected another PhD in linguistics called Sandro Kaposhishi. Now, listen to how he compared Dr. Obadele Campbell.
Cambone is not in conversation with the authors of the text. It's not like he is trying to teach them how to improve. It's like he's at the overall tone of the text is like he's at a barbershop and he's
I
just
get
shooting
exactly
the
what
ish
the brother
with
was saying.
some
He said
friends
he doesn't need to reconstruct the language
and
that is spoken
on
today.
how he don't like
that's something
so
just
and
like you just
so
totally
and how this text is
somebody.
bullshit.
No, hold on,
basically.
James. I'm playing the clip. Hold on, hold that thought, please. Yes.
Cambone is not in conversation with the authors of the text. It's not like he is trying to teach them how to improve. It's like he's at the overall tone of the text is like he's at a barbershop and he's just shooting the ish with some friends and on how he don't like so and so and how this text is bullshit, basically. Right? He's not having a conversation with Professor Kwame Osei or Salim Faraji or Jahi Issa. It's not in the tone of a dialogue. And because of that, that's why he doesn't, it just comes off as just complaining or like a woman venting about her day at the job.
So here you have it. He's comparing Dr. Obadele Campbell, PhD in linguistics, to a woman venting about her day at the job. And we need to have some limits. Now, we have the guy who doesn't have any degrees in the field. He is not a linguist. He's criticizing people who are PhDs in linguistics. He said that Diop was wrong, that Diop guessed that Diop is responsible. He said that Rickety Amens was wrong, that Dr. James P. Allen was wrong, that Dr. Theophilo Benga was wrong. He plagiarized several books from several different authors. And now we're going to hear that, the guy apparently makes sense somehow, some way. Now, we need to have limits. In this case, there's no point criticizing track field and bigging up that guy. We need to have some standards, and there's some things I just cannot do. Now, there's 101 people online right now. If they all bounce and I just have 2 people online just because of what I'm saying, I'm fine with that, and I've invited it on my channel before. I actually went on their channels and they've been disrespectful to me, to many other brothers on the community. You know what I'm saying? The guy is a fraud. He is a fraud. This is a reality. You have to come to terms with that. He plagiarized. He stole other people's work. And for the record, he was supposed to speak, Temple University, I think it was, for the Ethiopian conference. Now, when we informed them of what he said about Diop, they did not have him there. He did not speak over there. Otherwise, he would have shown it. So they acted with responsibility with the data that they had. And I don't blame you, brothers, for appreciating him and his work. But either we are scientific or we are not. But anyway, Sekou, are you still there, brother? Okay, maybe Sekou is busy. Whoever Pan-African James, you wanted to add on, feel free.
No, it wasn't nothing much that I wanted to add on. It was just the clip that you had played. And the guy, I guess, was a linguist, was just telling him that there was no need to reconstruct a certain language because it was actually a living language today. That was very telling if anybody understood what was going on in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? just to simplify, for somebody that didn't know what the guy's contention was with the SAR, he was saying that, was it Wolof that he was saying that he didn't need to reconstruct?
Yoruba and Akan.
Yeah, so he was saying that it was some language that was still spoken, that there was no need to reconstruct, and that's, from a linguist perspective, something that Asar should have known. Is that what I'm getting from that conversation?
That's
clear?
exactly that. And the funny thing,
I just want to make sure I'm simplifying for the people that may not have understood the context of the clip.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that, the funny thing is that Dr. Obadele Campbell, PhD in linguistics, was talking about the work of Jean-Claude Mboli, who is not a linguist. And because Asar Mofek wanted to defend the work of the non-linguist Jean-Claude Mboli, that's why he interjected, saying, well, I don't see any reconstruction of your work of Yoruba and Akan, which is one of the most ridiculous thing that a person who claims to be a linguist could say.
And he brought that out right there in full real time.
Yeah, in real time.
But see, a lot of people don't. I'm not privy. I never listened to that conversation, even know that happened. You know what I'm saying? So your clips sometimes are very valuable. And I understand what one of the persons was saying, but the two people that were here that you just dismissed, I don't know why did they. You know what I'm saying? I think they pretty much know what your stance is on Asar. You've been using that type of verbiage. That's you. I don't necessarily have to tell you how to speak about what your contention is with somebody. So to do that, I don't think that was appropriate on your own. You can say what you want to say. Maybe if they don't agree with it, then they should not. If they feel that they can dictate what you're going to say, then maybe they shouldn't be coming over here. You know what I'm saying? Because they kind of cluttered up the show. Say cool left. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're having a pretty good dialogue before that. Kind of disturbed the show.
They have the right to defend him and
I got that, but not on your show.
No, even on my show. But I was telling the brother, I'm still gonna call him a Sahim or fake. The guy compared a PhD in linguistics to a woman venting after a day of the job. I didn't hear them say to a Sahim or fake that he shouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So I have freedom of speech. The guy is a fraud. He's a plagiarizer, and he gets no respect in the field. He doesn't get any respect in academia. Now here, African Renaissance TV is asking, how does Shaka know Asar has no degrees of accreditation? Well, brother, I shared the link. We spoke for 3 hours. And I asked him live on air if he has any degree in linguistics. And he replied that he doesn't. He doesn't have. Well, at the time we spoke, he never had any. And some of you are surprised because you thought that he had some degrees in linguistics. He doesn't. He is not a linguist. He tricked you. He bamboozled you. That's what he did. Now, I'm not saying he's not allowed to talk about linguistics, but there's levels to this. You're not going to tell a PhD in linguistics how to do his job. Once again, if I read a book about medicine, I will not claim to be a medical doctor because I do medicine, like he has claimed. He says I'm a linguist because I do linguistics. That's tricknology. That's not science at all. You see? But anyway, hold on. We have the sister who wrote. Oh, we have Ngozi. The sister wrote, it was on a message board from the radio show hosted by Shataza and Captain Tazaria. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Ngozi. Feel free to speak, brother.
Hey, Shaka, I don't know what's going on. I was trying to hit James. I know James brought my name up. He said he's something about what Ngozi is doing. And also to my brother Saku, I support my brother Saku. African American. I don't get involved with that, separating ourselves from the continent. We are Africans. America is just a situation. Africans built this country. Africans built the Caribbean. We are Africans of the diaspora. I have 2 grandparents that's African. My mother is African, but my mother culturally grew up in America. She even married an African American. My mother is a Fulani descent. So culturally, she identifies with the African American world. With that being said, her parents were Africans. So with that being said, my father is a kidnapped Western Central African who built this country, a kidnapped Western Central African who was forced to build America. So he has his nationality as an American or whatever that is. But we are Africans, so I'm not against Saku on that. But I want to just say this. What are you trying to say, Pan-African James, about what Ngozi is doing? What are you talking about?
When you separate, can you hear me? When you separate East and West Africa, he just showed the correlation between East and West Africa based on linguistics. That's what he just did.
I mean, I don't mean Africans.
You say the East and West Africans have no type of connection with each other, from what I've been getting from the dialogue we've been having over the last
Africans,
2 months.
No. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that Western Central Africans are not Egyptians, but I never said Egyptians were not Africans. They still are Africans biologically, culturally. You know, they are Arabs because the Arabs invaded. They conquered the people. Ethnically and culturally, they're Arabs. But biologically, those people are Africans, regardless to what they look like. There's diversity in Africa. And a lot of people in Africa do have a cultural exchanges. Some of the things that we are seeing with the Egyptians and other groups of Africans is something that predates the pyramids, something that happened in the early Green Sahara. A lot of the affinities, similarity that you see, like mummification and the pyramid structures that come from Tumulis. Before and after the Tumulis, you got the Mastaba, which means bench. Shared language phylum. The earliest language of Proto-Afro-Asiatic developed in East Africa. It splits off from Eastern Sudanic languages, which is Nilotic. A lot of those people were interacting with populations of people that we descend from with the Niger-Karofian speakers. According to the standards, Niger-Karofian develops from the Arunian languages of the early Green Sahara around 10,000 years ago. This is before you have the arrival, the later derived Sillerman that was responsible for some of our later derived morphology. So I never said that the Egyptians were not Africans. I just said that there's diversity in Africa. The Berber is an African, regardless of him being a result of a back migrate. I'm not biased when it comes to what's a true African. I don't get involved in that. So I'm just here to talk about the diversity of Africa. I'm not saying that my brothers and sisters can't study Mayat. I'm not saying that, you know, you can't study whatever you want to study. I'm just saying that the people that created these systems, you know, they were a specific group of people, but we're all Africans. So no one's wrong as long as you practice African customs. Is anything wrong with that?
No. I mean, I'm glad to hear that you cluster on the side of what we're talking about instead of what Uncle and Brother Reggie are talking about. That's good to hear. But see, so there's all kinds of differences that we have amongst what we're doing here. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a Pan-African, bro. I just don't get caught up in what Negroid or Caucasoid, regardless of those morphologies being distinct. An African is an African. I don't get involved. I'm not here to shit on. I'm not want to curse on Brother Shaka's show. I'm not here to put down any group of people to say, look, these people did this and your people didn't do nothing. All of Africa is great. Even from the people who built mud huts, which was beneficial, to the people that dealt with the mud bricks. We're all great. You know, I don't get involved. I'm not here to belittle anyone. I look at the greatness of Africa. But I think that we should also start, we don't only need Egypt. You know, when you start studying the ancient Yoruba, the ancient Nooks, the ancient people in the original Ghana, the Mindi people, the Sanake people, you know, the ancient Igbo people, very powerful people. And Egypt is not the only thing that we need to study, or Nubia. When you start studying West Africa and Central Africa, we got a complex history, which makes us also part of that amazing human situation that developed in Africa. That's all my character is here to do. I'm not here to belittle anyone.
Well, correct. Well, I've never tried to denote West Africa either. My thing is we're just trying to put everything in a chronological order, and you can't try to make Egypt not a part of the West African story, because the West African story just actually happens later.
But I don't.
It's just a later story, a later continuation of the. That's all I'm saying.
But see, that's what we differ at, because I don't see Egypt is not a part of West Africa. It doesn't have anything to do with it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a continuation based on what Sekou just did with the language affiliation.
I don't. Hold on. Let me ask Sekou a question. Let me just ask Sekou a question. Okay, because I want to know what language Sekou. I don't know if Sekou is Mandinka, Malinke. I don't know if the brother, he may be even Fulani. First of all, a lot of languages are words that we see that's very similar to Metaneta words or Egyptian words, which come from Coptic. Because I mean, well, Coptic is the last stratum of it, because it's been filtered out. But a lot of words are long. Oh, okay, that's fine. A lot of those are long words like especially like you gotta understand the Arabs when they come in and people start dealing with Islam, you know, they're in certain Afro-Asiatic words because Arabic is part of the Afro-Asiatic language family, just like the ancient Egyptian language was part of the Afro-Asiatic language family, the Somali, Cushitic, and all the other branches.
Wait,
So
can I just interject for a second, please?
Hold on, I'm almost done. Now, you do have Afro-Asiatic, or if you want to take that out, Cushitic words that was part of Africa, because a lot of the pastoralists, even like, for example, before the Fulani picked up Niger Congo, Fulani as an ethnic group is only probably 3,000 years old. Before that, they were a combination of groups of people, from people that were related to the city people, before they developed near the Tuba area, or the people that was in the early Green Sahara, but they came from East African pastoralists. So the earliest Fulani, before they became Fulani, were pastoralists with probably E3B, but they absorbed a lot of people into their cultures until they formed this pastoralist ethnic group. They used to venerate a deity called Jinno. Some of the elements from the Fulani and the Sahel comes from Berbers, who gave them a haplogroup R1b. Some of them, but they largely have They largely have EM2 or EB38 subclade in the form of EM2 with a higher percentage and EM33. But they also have that R1b, which is a reminder of something that came from outside of the continent a very long time ago into Africa. They have the lactase consistent gene with their level of how they, deal with milk. Comes from an ancient component that comes from some drifters that came from ancient Europe probably 8,000 years ago and went to the Green Sahara. So what I'm saying is that Afro-Asiatic, according to Roger Lynch and Christopher Ehret, goes back probably 16,000 years ago. And the earliest of these people were very close to Proto-Omotic people. And those Omotic people drifted north, mixed with a few people that back migrated. And a lot of them people went through the early Green Sahara. And as they go to the early Green Sahara, they're meeting up with these tropical adapted Africans that was lingering around. So what I'm saying is that later on, all the way down the line, you can see that there were Afro-Asiatic language family in the early Green Sahara. There was the early Niger Congo language family called the Arunian language that was in the early Green Sahara.
I need to interject for a second, please.
I'm almost finished. And you also had the Nilotic language that was drifting over there for a very long time. So a lot of the words that you see in affinity that's very similar is shared a very long time ago. And then the later addition to it is when those Arabs come in with their hybrid variant of Afro-Asiatic, because they have the last stratum of Afro-Asiatic that developed over there in a later addition of Afro-Asiatic, which is Semitic. That's a late downstream derived branch of Afro-Asiatic with people that accumulated into those people that was drastically biologically distinct from the earliest Afro-Asiatic speakers that leaked from something called the Haripians. So that's all I wanted to say, and I'm gonna be quiet.
Whoever's gonna interject, go ahead. I want to say
doctor, yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
the fight doctor.
So it needs to be understood that Afro-Asiatic is a hypothesis. It's never been proven. So when we start talking about Afro, in fact, the same is true for Nilo-Saharan and many of these other classifications that Europeans have imposed on African languages. But that term Afro-Asiatic is thrown around a lot, but in reality, it's meaningless. Doesn't mean anything. Never been proven. But,
I mean, you would say that because
okay, brother. But hold on a second. Wait, hold on a second, brother. Now we heard you, brother. We heard you. Now I let you speak. Let me finish, please. All right. Now these are the facts. And as far as I'm concerned, hold on a second, brother. If it's not a fact, then why don't you prove the existence right now? Prove the existence of the quote-unquote Afro-Asiatic language family.
Easy.
If it does exist, then
it's a hypothesis.
No. We're going to deal with syntax and cognitions of Afro-Asiatic speakers and certain cultural exchanges within the language that you can see that's shared with agriculture and also pastoralists. And also, I can share the genetic affinity with most of the Afro-Asian, and biologically, with most of the Afro-Asiatic speakers that shared more than with people that's from Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, or Central Africa. Most of the Afro-Asiatic speakers, when you look into these people, you can see the similarity of affinity. They're mainly E3B. Their mitochondrial DNA is M1, U6, and some clades are L2. Autosomally, the human nuclear antigen is shared. Y'all not trying to hear what I'm saying. Hold on. I'm almost finished, Shaka. I mean, well, this your show. Listen, science isn't comfortable. No one's saying that these people are not African. The problem is that you want them to be your group of Africans that you come from, and they're not. When you look into the genetics, and this is not me talking, I'm going to base it off the data. I'm a scientific enthusiast. You look at the data, there's a shared affinity with all Afro-Asiatic speakers biologically or on a genetic level than with people that speak Niger-Congo languages. That's all I'm saying. You can say whatever you want. You can make yourself, it's far distinct. It's too much similarity. The affinities is too close. So that alone, from a genetic, and people like to play with, you can't use genetics. You can't, yes you could. Because the people that create these, the people that create
part of the show, brother Ngozi.
Hold on.
Part of the show. Can I ask a question, please?
I'm almost finished. The people that create these.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You know, the brothers were talking about linguistics, but you're talking about genetics. Now, my question to you, Ngozi, is Afro-Asiatic a working hypothesis? Yes or no, according to you?
Is it a work? It's standard. It's standard. Based off mainstream academia, but all language families is a working hypothesis, but they're standard based off mainstream academia. That's all. That's the answer. That goes for Niger-Congo, or even the things that the black or whoever is trying to insert with, you know, Asa Imhotep, who's completely pseudo, this whatever, the Negro Egyptian.
So the answer to the question, is yes. Afro-Asiatic is a working hypothesis, not a fact, never been proven. That's the answer to the question.
It's still the main standard, though. It's still the main standard, though. You can't reject that, though. It's still the main standard.
Hold on a second. First of all,
hold on, please, the fight doctor. Born Equity, go ahead. Feel free.
No, I just wanted to ask a question because I heard Brother Ngozi make a statement. Peace, Brother Ngozi. It's been a long time. This brother born, feet on the ground. Been a long time. Peace. But I just wanted to ask a question because you made a statement about the Afro-Asiatics in Egypt, and there was a correlation between the language where you were speaking of the language and maybe a language like the language carried over to other African groups due to maybe I guess the subjugation of these Asiatics who came in and maybe passed on words from their language, and I could understand that of language transfer. But I was wondering if we found the word Kim in the ancient script, would to me it would seem that the Kim had already existed in Africa with the Africans on the continent before the Asiatic spreading of the language. So that's why I was thinking that when the brothers were talking about Brother Sekou and him making those connections, that those were some of the things that they were speaking on. But maybe you could clarify some of that.
So for Roger from Roger Blinch and Christopher Ehret, you only hear about the term Kemet. Kim means black, Ta means land, in the 11th or 12th dynasty. The people in that part of Africa went through multiple names. One name was Tawi. They called another term the term Desert, which means the red land. They have multiple names for that area. The Ramish, they just didn't call them. They didn't walk around saying I'm a Commission. That right there is something that we inserted into this thing. These people had multiple names.
Ngozi, they use that term Kem to describe themselves. James P. Allen, I think it's page 5 or 9 of his Middle Egyptian. We have Henenit Kem, and he translates that as Henenit the Black. But
I'll look into that. But what I'm trying to say is that the Ramesh, when you hear the term Kemet, Kem means black, Ta means land, or Ta. You only hear it mainly in the 12th names. They have multiple names. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. According to Roger Blinch, Christopher Ehret, and other linguists, Afro-Asiatic in its earliest form is African anyway. It splits from something that was very close to Eastern Sudanic languages from probably the earliest layers of Nilo-Saharan, 16,000 years ago. So you're going to find early shared affinity with all Africans within the continent that shared with certain words.
Then I think you've just disproven this notion that there's Afro-Asiatic language family.
No, I did not. No, you won't let me finish. No, you want it to go that way. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is,
it's not a question of what I want. The fact of the matter is it remains unproven.
No. What I'm saying is that regardless, a cousin is a cousin, and cousins share traits regardless. So just because you find
the fact that these various languages have a shared origin.
It's the people on the phone, Ngozi, and we got something to say, Ngozi. You can't just run us over. We got something to say, and we listening to you, but you're not allowing us to talk. I haven't had an opportunity to talk yet.
But no one's letting me
Even now,
finish.
Ngozi, you out talking me.
Hey, I'm
Even
a
now, I
grown
haven't had
ass
nothing to
man.
talk.
No one's letting
out
me
talking
finish.
everybody.
Okay,
You
well,
out
say what
talking
the fuck y'all want
everybody.
to say then. Say what y'all want to say. Ask the question. What you
No,
trying to
I
ask?
ain't asking nothing. I got comments.
Okay,
I
what's your
got
comment?
pushback.
What you got to say? Go ahead.
I tell you what, here's what I have to say. Here's what I have to say.
Go ahead,
Actually,
fight,
I have
doctor.
a
I'll go
statement.
after. I'm gonna
I
go
have a
after
statement and a
fight, doctor,
question.
because I'm gonna go in order.
Yes, sir. Well, brother Babylon Dunn, I defer to you. Please go ahead.
Okay, one of the things I want to say, I talked to the brother Ngozi the other day, and we had a conversation. And Ngozi, you said that Taseti was not in Egypt. Okay, so with that kind of difference in our type of map, when we could look at a map and see where Taseti is, and for you to say it's not in Egypt or not a part of Egypt at the time, and Egypt was a massive capital and ruled all the lands all the way south of the Nile, all the way north of the Nile, and ruled most of the lands up to Canaan, all the way up to the peak of Syria. So stop saying the Taseti. And when you say Daset means red land, I want you to show us how that mean that, because Ta, which you pronounce in Da, which is a D, which you using a T for a D, like the brother Sekou came up and said D with the hand, and that D means to give, and Shaka should know this, even in Arabic, it's T, uti, means to give with the hand, so the hand gives. So when you say deshret, that means red. Now, when you say tum, as in atum, tum, T-U-M, that's the same word as dam, D-A-M, blood. D-A-M and T-U-M, T and D are used interchangeable in Medunetter, in the language. So when you say daset, you're saying taseti. And
I never said that. I never said that, bro. You weren't paying attention. I didn't say that.
Okay,
I said that. Hold on, I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to correct what you thought I said. What I said was desert. I didn't say daset. I said desert, which is like desert, red land, desert. That's what I said. I didn't say daset.
He obviously means desert. That's what he means. Desert means
Okay,
red.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he means desert as well. But yeah.
That's what I said, deshret. And so what I'm saying is, it's more than one word for the word red. Deshret represents the crown. You see the deshret, the pishet on the crown up in Lower Egypt. Now that's red crown. But when you say tomb or tam or dam, you're talking about blood or the ground or a people.
Well, I'm sorry.
It also means red. I'm gonna be short. I'm finna cut off right now, Shaka. I'm gonna be short. I'm gonna cut off right now. Okay, the last thing I want to say, skip that, is that when we're talking about hieroglyphs, we always talk about hieratic, demotic, and Coptic. We never talk about what Sheikh Anti-Gia talked about, which is Meroitic. See, Meroitic, hieratic, demotic, Coptic, that's the role it goes. Meroitic. And when y'all don't include,
you mean Meroitic?
I know you say Meroitic. I'm gonna say Meroitic like they say at the UNESCO document. I know it could be Meroitic, okay. Meroitic is what they use on the UNESCO document. I'm doing that for the people, Ngozi.
Okay.
So now, so now, when we say the word Gia, and I'm going through a lot, I'm just clearing up words for people. When we say the word Gia, D-A-D-J, some people spell that D-I. Shaka showed that the I and the J are interchangeable, like when you say the I of Wa, iri. Okay, so now, when you say Jehuti, it's DJ. When you say Joser, it's DJ. When you say Django, it's DJ. When you say Jad, it's DJ. So when you look at the Egyptian language and you're translating it from other languages and moving around, you got to know what the letters represent and how the letters are actually used interchangeable in order to transliterate words. I'm gonna say it again. You got to know what the letters are in one language to know how to transliterate the letters onto another language in another language. You got to know what those letters are.
All right, but Babylon, please everybody stay online. We have our good brother Smash Rockwell in the place to be. Feel free to speak, brother. And if by any chance you can use a webcam, that would be good. But feel free,
man,
brother.
I could definitely. Let me see what happened.
I will have to figure it out. But y'all know
It's okay.
it's
Feel
me.
free.
It's
Yeah,
not a
feel free,
fake
brother.
me.
Feel free.
It's
No, it's we know you. We know you. It's all
but
good, brother.
I just was tapping
Thank
in
you for
because I
calling in.
seen a good conversation brewing, and then I heard some things said. But then before I got in, everything was clarified, particularly about Tassetti and all of that stuff. And so I just wanted to chime in and be able to be available for this discourse. But thanks for opening up the panel to me, and I'm right here.
Of course, brother. You're always welcome, brother. But
Can I respond
hold
to
on. Smash Rockwell. Okay, let me first ask. Ngozi, did you say that Tassetti is not part of Kemet?
Yes, and I want to say what I mean by that.
Okay. Well, feel free to say what you mean, and maybe Smash Rockwell might have some commentary about that. But go ahead, Ngozi.
Tassetti is not part of Egypt. Egypt is a Greek term, hekapata. That's Ptolemaic. Now, if you're saying that the people that
We mean Kemet, brother. We mean Kemet.
No. Let me answer. Let me say what I'm saying, bro. No, because I'm gonna be real. Egypt is not ancient. Okay, you want to say semantics, whatever. But listen, Tassetti was conquered by the people that established that portion of Africa where we classify as ancient Kemet or Tawi, after the unification period, when Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt or whatever, and they formed Tawi, the unification of the two lands. Tassetti, or the people in those areas, that did become part of the empire, partially because they employed these people, especially the Magi or the Bija, who was on the ropes in between the cup between Upper Egypt and North Sudan to keep tabs on certain things. They even expanded their territory in certain portions of Nubia, which meant gold. They even had some territory in Canaan, like the brother was saying earlier. So no one's denying that it was part of the territory or the banner of ancient Kemet. It's just like Puerto Rico today and Hawaii is part of the United States. Was it that in the beginning? No, it was not. So what I'm trying to say is that Tassetti, later on, after the unification, was it did get absorbed in this thing that we call ancient Kemet territorial borders. But at first, initially, they were not. And all of Nubia, or all of Sudan, or what we call Sudan, was not part of ancient Egypt. And when people do that and say that, like all of Sudan was part of ancient Egypt, is a problem. That's where it becomes pseudo. Because you can clearly see that there was multiple ethnic groups, even amongst the populations in Sudan.
That's crazy.
Regardless of them all being Africans. That's what Ngozi's saying.
Well, Ngozi, I'm not sure.
When I look up,
hold on.
When I Google the word Tassetti, I see the word Tassetti, land of the bow, also called Ta Kemet. The frontier of the borderland was the first known administrative division of Upper Egypt, one of the 42 nomes in ancient Egypt. Tassetti marked the border area towards Nubia, and one name was also used for Nubia itself, Tassetti. The first nome in Egypt.
Yeah, that's right. But what we're gonna do is go back and forth. Real quick, let me just chime in.
Smash Rockwell. Go
what
ahead,
we're gonna do is go back and forth. All you have to do is pull up on the source of Egypt conquering Tassetti.
Exactly.
See, that's where we're gonna fall short. When did that happen at? Where's that source? What primary do we refer to?
I got literature in the crib on that. I mean, I'm driving now, but I could definitely pull up the literature because Tassetti did, they did their thing on them. And there's also in the Fourth Dynasty. I mean, it's the truth.
No, Tassetti was part of Egypt, bro. Look at the screen.
It became part of Egypt.
But it was the first nome. But fill this out. I know hear me
it's
out.
The nucleus.
It's the first nome in all senses of the word. Meaning it's first geographically, and it was the first center that they ever called a center for Egypt. If you want to be semantic, it was called Tawi or Ta Shema'u. Okay, so it was the first center, the cult center was called Tassetti. This is the first nome in Egypt, so it's geographically first, and it is chronologically first. And so I know we can give our opinions on it, but we want to find the attestations that say that this wasn't first, and we conquered these people and made them a part of us.
Okay, I'll bring that out.
Can I chime in there for a second, please? Can I chime in?
I'll bring that out, but I'm going to go back to something. Go ahead, man, because I know you want to build. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to just add on to what the brother Smash just said. He's correct. He definitely has a lot of knowledge where that's concerned. But in addition to that, and this is according to the work of Dr. Keita, that the earliest pharaohs or the pre-dynastic pharaohs were of Nubian extraction. So any conversation about this separation between Egypt and Nubia is ridiculous because the earliest pharaohs were Nubian. That's not what I say. That's what Keita says.
Well, I'm a Shamaka Keita fan, and I follow a lot of him. He's my favorite. He's my Diop. You know what I'm saying? Shamaka Keita, bioanthropologist, and I mimic a lot of things he say. Yes, he said the Nakata and certain Nubian A groups were related, and he did say that a lot of the people did have they were Nubian, but the term Nubian is very vague. It's not like you're looking like you're looking. You may be thinking because he say Nubian, they think you think. I don't know. I'm not going to say what you think, but a lot of people when they hear the term Nubian, they're thinking of Dinka and Nur type people, right? That's not the case when it came to what established Nakata and a Nubian A group. That's not the case.
Well,
when you
I hear
think
you,
about
and that's clear. Real quick, Grozy, I hear you made a great point on that, but we have to note that. But real quick, let's just make this note real quick that the scholars gave a definition to Nubia when they defined it, and we're not guessing that it was this type of people. Their definition of Nubia is Negro.
I mean, but Negro is like with Sheikh Anti-Joke and Shamaka Keita, he brought it up. He said when he was on a conversation, it was a young man that was talking to him, and he said what Dr. Anti-Joke or Diop said when he talked about Negro from the French perspective, it wasn't based off being Congoid, it was just based off being dark skinned. So when you hear Negro, yes, the Nubians or the ancient Nakata, the Nubian A group with dark-skinned people. Yes, they would be classified as Negro. But the later term for Negro, when it talks about Congoites, right? Not Catboy groups, but Congoites, is a distinction just from having darker skin. Because sometimes they play this word game thing, and they can classify a Somali who's extremely dark without the protruding mandibular or the wide alveolar or what they classify as prognathism at the bottom of his jawline. He'll be classified morphologically. I'm just saying I don't base things off. I'm just talking about the way they see things when they play with these terms. He'll be classified as Caucasoid, a Somali.
Okay, so here's my question. Here's my question to you. Here's my question to you. If so, it sounds to me like you're basically saying that the Europeans really have no clue where Africans are concerned. Right, that's what it sounds like you're saying. So if that's the case, then, well, let me finish. Let me finish asking my question.
Go ahead.
So if that's the case, and if what you're telling us is that the Europeans have no clue where Africans are concerned, then why do you listen to them? All right? You're talking about. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Can I finish, please? You're talking all this Afro-Asiatic nonsense, and then you're substantiating this Afro-Asiatic nonsense by bringing up some European scholars. And I have nothing against Dr. Christopher Erect. I think he does excellent work, right? But at the end of the day, let me finish. At the end of the day, Europeans have been misclassifying Africans ever since. And for you to come on here and start talking this Afro-Asiatic nonsense when it is nothing more than a working hypothesis.
It's not,
and I use that term loosely.
They're working on it, but that's standard. It's mainstream academia. But go ahead.
Mainstream? Whose mainstream academia is you talking about, brother?
The people that's really.
You're
the
talking
people
about
really
European mainstream African academia, which is
hold on,
clueless where Africa is concerned. Listen, 500 years ago, they didn't even know quite certainly what was south of Ethiopia.
I'm going to let you finish.
And these are the same people who you were quoting,
correct,
and who you are appealing to as authority. It doesn't make any sense.
Hold on, now let me.
I mean, look, they just only recently figured out that the world wasn't flat.
Okay, let me respond to
these are the people that you are appealing to as an authority. And look, you need to stop with all that. Just stop.
Okay, I find it entertaining, but let me respond to you, my brother, because hey, look, as an African brother, I got much love for you. I got love for all of our African family. And again, Ngozi or brother Amir is not trying to, because I identify as an African. Everybody knows that about me. I'm just here to talk about the diversity of the continent. But I want to just say this to you. You brought somebody brought up Shamaka Keita. Shamata Keita is one of my favorite. Hold on. He said what?
No, he just laughed.
Okay, but Shamata Keita is one of my favorite, and the stuff that I'm saying is the same thing he says. So regardless, you can say whatever you want. First of all, the cracker, the white boy, whatever you want to call him, most of us are mimicking most of that information and data, and we use them as a pillar of authority from Champollion to all the rest of these crackers. So people can say, I'm going to admit, white people have access to more of this information because of the resources that they have, the data that they have over black people. So what I'm trying to say is that white people are the authority based off the position that they sit in right now in the world. compared to somebody that's in a tropical rainforest.
Okay,
just
I have a
talking.
question for you.
No. I want to finish.
Okay.
So we mimic Champollion and all these James P. Allen. Who else? The other one, the dude that a lot of his information is wrong now. The guy from the 1900s that wrote translated. What's his name? I forgot his name. Whatever his name is, it'll come to me later. We repeat a lot of that stuff, and then when somebody debunk or they're not in agreement from something that an African say, or just because I don't base things just because somebody's African, they're right. Like I don't see things like that. I don't do that. So just because I'm not basing I don't believe. I respect and honor Dr. Anthony Jope as being a scientist, but he was not a linguist. So I wouldn't go to him for language. Obinga, he ran with him. I like a lot of his philosophy. I got the book African Philosophy. I think that he's truthful in some things, but I think that some things he inserts his personal feelings in, like most Afrocentric.
Hold on.
I have some.
Hold on, please, hold on.
PhD.
No, hold on, please hold that thought, please. Brother Ngozi, are you aware that Dr. Theophilo Benga has some degrees in linguistics?
I mean, yeah, I'm aware of that.
All
but
right,
I also,
okay.
but I'm
Okay.
also aware. But I also, and I'm not a linguist, but I do believe that
They
he
just don't
inserted
respect black scholars.
No, hold on, no, Babylon, please let him finish. Go ahead, Brother Ngozi.
I believe like I am aware that he has some degrees in that, but what I'm saying is I believe that he's going to try to go out his way to debunk, what's out there now. So it's the whole argument about Egypt. They don't have the proper, like he said, Negro Egyptian and all this other stuff.
That's what he proposed, yeah, as a language family, indeed, yes.
So what I'm trying to say is that that's his personal thing, because he's trying to bridge, and I could be wrong. And
Well,
I
won't say you're wrong.
It's no longer his personal thing. It might have been his personal thing like 15 years ago.
Nah, you're wrong.
Well, I just want to say this, Shaka, and I have no problem with being wrong, because I don't know what Obinga feels. But when I look at him from the outside looking in, based off his literature, right, it seems like he's trying to bridge ancient Egypt with the people in Central and West Africa. That's what it seems like to me, and that's what makes me I kind of cringe.
You have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do, because we're not Egyptians. We are not Egyptians. We don't have nothing to do with Egypt.
Is there something scientific that he did that you don't agree with?
See, that's just speculation, bro. That ain't even fair.
This is exactly my point before. He said he wasn't doing this.
Hold on.
He just admitted that this is exactly what he's doing.
No, but they're Africans, though. I'm not saying they're not Africans. I mean,
Ngozi.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, no, wait, please, if you don't mind, the flag doctor. I just really want to understand the stance of Brother Ngozi. Now, I don't think anybody on this panel claimed that we are Egyptians. Right?
I mean, I didn't say you guys. I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, but you said we are not Egyptians. Like, why did you say that then?
Because the audience needs to hear that. Because when we talked about Obinga's work, and I said based off when I said off the outside looking in at his work, it looks like he's doing that. And then you said, do I have a problem with that? I said, yes, I do, because we are not Egyptians. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. What he's doing is showing similarities or relationship, but I don't have the linguistic jargon between different African languages and the Mede Nature. And I have shared many times the PDF from Onk Online. And Dr. Obenga, he's the director of Onk Online. So if people go on my channel and they type West Africa, they will have the PDF. I've shown it many times. So that exists, we have some relationship between different African languages, not just West Africa, but East Africa as well. So hold on, Ngozi. Now, earlier you said that they are Caucasoids, and you were talking about Sudanese people. So do you maintain that some people from the Sudan are Caucasoids?
First of all, hold on, no. Let me answer the brother question he asked me. I want to. First of all, in the anthropology field, based off a lot of those terms is outdated, but morphologically speaking, right? Morphologically speaking, in a sense of the facial structure, the way they look, the people in North Sudan are distinct from people in South Sudan, and they fall in that tax with people in Egypt and the people in the Horn of Africa. So what I'm saying is based off the standard of what they classify based off morphological features, they would be classified as Caucasoid. But here's the thing about that term, though. A lot of those terms is outdated. because you can be an African, like from that portion of Africa, and have that morphology, and it doesn't belong to people in the Caucasus. And we know that those terms was based off what the dude did in the 1800s. He looked at the people. He looked at the people near Armenia and Georgia. They was the most beautiful people, and he bannered that. So what? Okay.
Now, brother Ngozi, now here. This is Amenhotep III here. This is from the Louvre Museum. I filmed it. You know, this is a genuine artifact. Does it look Caucasoid to you?
Yeah, he has a Northeast African feature. Yes, he looks at no, he does not look Europe. Hold
on. My question to you.
Man, you is out of control, homie. You just
hey, Shaka, I can laugh, bro. Shaka, you can't get mad with me for laughing. That's funny, bro. That's funny.
Ngozi, I did not ask you if he looks East African. I'm asking you, does he look Caucasoid to you?
In morphology, yes, he has a Northeast African component.
You need to stop it,
Okay. Now, V. Bennett go. Then I think the Fight Doctor wanted to go, and anybody else who wants to go. I think African Renaissance wanted to go, but V. Bennett, go ahead.
Yes, Lord. You my guy, Ngozi. I gotta give it to you.
Hey, at least he stick to his guns. He don't change, bro.
Man. Well, this make it entertaining. I gotta tell you, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Shaka, I got one primary for you.
Okay. We don't got this. V. Bennett, you're on mute, brother. You've been on mute. You're okay. Go ahead. Now you're unmuted. Oh, we don't hear you. Actually, it's your earpiece. We just don't hear you at all. We don't hear you at all, V. Bennett. Well, the Fight Doctor, just go ahead. I think you wanted to add on, and probably African Renaissance wanted to add on as well.
So yeah, I wanted to ask the brother just a couple of questions.
Fight Doctor, before you go and ask a question, can I just interject with one primary?
After, please, if you don't mind, by London. Just after, please. Go ahead, the Fight Doctor. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the point I want to make is this: if you want to discuss, or if you want to get information or discuss, Chinese culture, Chinese history, and their language, and you want to appeal to the authority, well then, do you go to China or do you go to Europe? I think logic dictates that if you want to talk about the Chinese culture, language, history, etc., then you would go to China because the Chinese are going to be the authority on those subjects, not Europeans. And if you want to talk about the Indian language and the Indian culture and history, then you would have to go to India and talk to the people there who have lived the culture and speak the language and understand their own history. Why? Because Indians are going to be the authority on those subjects, not Europeans. So why is it that when we start discussing things African in nature, when we start talking about African history, African culture, and African language, why do we allow Europeans to be the authority on all things African? I mean, how does that even work, right? And again, I appreciate the work of people like Christopher Errett. I think he's sincere and honest. However, how can Christopher Errett be an authority on African language, history, and culture above and beyond the Africans themselves? It seems to me that if you wish to have a complete understanding of all things African, well, then you need to go to Africa and talk to people who live there and who have rehearsed and nourished their language, culture, and history for thousands of years, and not default to some European, okay, as if Europeans are somehow the authority on all things African. How does that even make sense? I mean, people, are we not thinking? Okay,
can I say something?
Did 1 + 1 stop equaling 2? That's my question.
Can I say something, my brother? Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh man.
Ngozi, if you can hear us, you are in the matrix right now. We don't hear you. Your screen is frozen. African Renaissance TV, did you want to add on to the conversation?
Well, yeah. I think what's happening right now, even in linguistics, is interesting. You know, I'm trying to pull up this this quote that I have right here, that they're saying that they're expanding their search for the Egyptian family itself. So they're saying that they're looking to see if there are other languages that are part of the ancient Egyptian family, because if you know these things, you know that ancient Egyptian is the only language in the ancient Egyptian family within Afro-Asiatic, right? It's an isolate. You know, on top of that, many other African languages are now classified as isolates. And it's looking to seem like, basically, if they're saying that, that's another way of saying that the shit that they have is not conclusive. They're still looking to fulfill the model. The model is not explaining the entirety of the data. And they know that they don't have the entirety of the data, you know. But I also just, you know, and people can disagree, but I think it just gets a little bit dangerous when we try to characterize African scholars who have just as many PhDs as, you know, whoever, have spoken at just as many conferences as whoever, you know, and characterize them as pseudos right off the bat, you know, unless you can really show that, you know. I feel like that's kind of irresponsible, you know.
Can I ask this question?
Okay, go ahead, V. Bennett, and then we're gonna let Ngozi respond, because it looks like now he's his connection is okay. And after that, after Ngozi responds, then we're gonna let Babylon done and then anybody else who want to add on. So go ahead, feel free, V. Bennett.
Yeah, and this adds to what the brother was just also saying. I'm going to illustrate something by asking a question. What are the ancient terms that Africans use to describe East and West Africa? Do they have any terms and that you know of, Ngozi? And the reason why I asked that question is because, you know, it sounds almost like we're into recolonizing Africa, redividing Africa in ways that Africans, we don't have any evidence of Africans having. Yeah.
Could I go?
Yeah, go ahead, brother Ngozi.
The Egyptians had terms for people west, east, and south. I don't know how far south.
No. But I said East and West Africa because that was something you invoked.
Right.
In the beginning, you said.
I want to focus on Egypt. This is what I'm saying. Egypt had terms for people west of them on the Egypt is on the continent of Africa, right? So Egypt had terms based off from my research for people that was west of them and people that was south of them on that
I'm
continent.
talking about the way you use the term East and West Africa. Did they have that concept themselves?
I don't think they had that. I don't think they had that. Oh, and Ngozi, you're on the matrix again. Well, Babylon, don't feel free.
That was if I could just say that wasn't a part of their concept. But we do have scholars that project that ancient Egyptians traveled to places like Chad. We have records of hieroglyphs in places like Eritrea. You know,
right.
You know that. Go ahead,
Ngozi. Go ahead. Because I don't want my signals to drop because it's a snowstorm out here and I'm moving around. So here's the thing. Eritrea is Punt, based off baboons. And when Hatshepsut talked about Eritrea, she talked about going through, going south, right? Because we based off the.
But then, Ngozi, I hope you will have the time to watch the replay so you see that you're really frozen. It's not like we don't want to hear you. And he seems to be doing that every few seconds.
But Punt is argued to be a few different places.
You're back. You're back. Well, actually, I agree. Most scholars will say that Punt is around Somalia/Eritrea. Yes. It's that area. So go ahead, brother Ngozi.
And there's also records about. And when you look into the language family of the Chadic people and the Hausa people, Afro-Asiatic,
Well, Ngozi, if you hear us, it's just doing the same thing. Babylon, you wanted to share something with us. Feel free now.
Yeah. So I can do that. I wish the brother Ngozi could get that out though. But the one thing I wanted to share was that a document. Are you familiar, Shaka? I just asked the question. Are you familiar with the word kustul? Kustul?
The kustul incense burner, yes.
Yes. So, and well, then if you're familiar with the incense burner, are you familiar that the incense burner, like people like Brian Williams, like registered scholars, like even Christopher Eretz and other scholars have agreed that that is writing on the kustul incense. That's Medu Neter. That's a form of picture glyph writing on those pottery. Okay, so I was asking a question.
I'm looking for it so we can have a look. But feel free
look,
to.
If you look up medium.com. Look it up on medium.com. Because that's where I'm at, Michael Gomez. The reason why I say that is because he got a good picture of the kustul incense burner, and he got the actual burner there with the animals on the boats. So yeah, like that.
It doesn't look to me like there is some Medu Neter. We have some design, but I don't know if that's a whole thing there. But where are you getting at, brother? What are you trying to share with us?
I'm saying on the video. Okay, I tried to play this video for you, and I saw this video on Smash's channel too, and I didn't even know he knew about it. And I was looking up the video to show it to you, and I seen Smash had already done some on it about like a year ago. Smash Rockwell, the same video, the Africanity of something like that. The Africanity, whatever video I played for you the other day.
That's the one. Yeah, you were looking for the timestamp the last time. Well, Smash Rockwell was with us, and we lost him, or maybe he had to go. But if you can hear us, Smash,
yeah, but
come back. Yes.
Yeah, but my point was on that kustul burner. I know you said it don't look like Medu Neter. What I'm telling you is the kustul burner, they dating that to 7,000 BC. So then this is pre-Medu Neter of what you know about.
No, that's 3,000 BC.
No, at the site I'm at, one of them say 5,000 BC.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking about the site. I thought you were talking about the actual artifact. Because here, this is
okay. I'll just read it then, Chuck. I'll just read it. Black History, 528, Rise of Kingdoms, North.
Hold on, please. Now, are you talking 7,000 BC? Are you talking about the site or the incense burner itself?
I'm talking about the site with the 7,000 BC.
Okay. Well, but for the record, here we have the date. That's the University of Chicago. The incense burner itself is dated circa 3,000 BC. But keep going.
Okay, so my point, I'm finna pull a flight doctor on y'all now, because in order to start making pottery like that, and in order to have the means to know how to make pottery, you don't make pottery with this kind of detail on it and that type of ships and boats wrapped around a pot with animals on it from all across the world, and got a picture of the Egyptian facade of the temple, the Syrinx, on the pottery. Also, we can find the same pottery called Pithoi pottery up in El Daba. We can find the same pottery with the same kind of pictures on it up in the land of Canaan called Pithoi, P-I-T-H-O-I pottery. So I'm telling you that this pottery not only is from Tasseti, but it's also found all the way up near Avaris. So now with this known, and the boats are on it, with this known, the thing reads right here, it says, to the south of Egypt, groups of men found their way out of the Sahara and started their first settlements. This is important, Chaka. Masters of the
Can you share that with us, please? What you're reading, so we can have a look together. Can you share your screen? Or can you just put the link in the chat so I can put the screen up?
Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll stop right there and I'll put the link in the chat for you. I'll let somebody else talk. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Well, if anybody wants to add on, then feel free. We have 122 people on the line. Anybody wants to add on, feel free.
Yeah, so I think the kustul incense burner is allegedly the first depiction of the white crown, and the incense burner was found in quote-unquote Nubia. And so it basically tells us what we already knew, which is that that institution of Pharaoh or Pharaonic Egypt, or that culture, is Nubian in origin, and it comes down the Nile to Egypt. And I don't want to, if I can go off topic for just 1 second, there was a sister earlier who made a comment about Captain Tazariak, I guess, having some disagreement with her because she identified herself as quote unquote sub-Saharan African, right? And I want to address that term, sub-Saharan African. Again, another invention of Europeans, that term, which needs to be cleansed from our vocabulary. There is no such thing as a sub-Saharan African. And Brother Shock, I wish if just for 1 minute you could pull up a map of Africa so I can illustrate exactly what I'm talking about. But that term needs to be cleansed from our vocabulary because it artificially separates Africans from the northern part of our continent, all of it. Okay. Sub-Saharan African is the term is backwards, first of all, because if you look at a map, all right, and if you look at Egypt and how in Egypt, Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, and how they are related to each other geographically, Upper Egypt is to the south and Lower Egypt is to the north. So from the African point of view, south is up, north is down. South is up, north is down. Nubia is above Egypt because Lower Nubia is south. Lower Nubia is south of Upper Egypt. Lower Nubia is south of Upper Egypt. Nubia is above Egypt. The Nile River flows from south up to north, down. Now, let's take that concept and let's apply it to Africa collectively or as a whole. The Sahara Desert is north of the rest of the continent. Therefore, it is below the rest of the continent. So if the Sahara Desert is beneath Southern Africa, how in the hell are you a sub-Saharan African? For you to be a sub-Saharan African, that means you live in the Mediterranean Sea. That's what that means. Stop letting Europeans define who the hell you are. These European terms are meaningless. They're silly. Once you examine them and you look at them, what they actually mean, okay, they mean the opposite of what they're trying to say. If anything, you are supra-Saharan African because you come from above the Sahara, south, up, not down, up. So these European terms and this sub-Saharan African nonsense, cleanse these terms from your mind because they don't mean anything.
Brothers, feel free to add on. We have 126 people online right now. Nobody wants to speak.
Hey, Shaka and Duga, I'm blocked from sharing in the chat because I'm not a member. So I got to just tell you the name of the site.
Just no, hold on. Just give it to me in the private chat, please. On the StreamYard.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think you raised a great point, Fight Doctor. For some reason, there seems to be this influx of European
Hold on, V. Bennett. I'm sorry, V. Bennett, but is it possible to not use the earpiece because the sound quality is just really bad? Where you are located right now, is it possible that you just use the speakerphone, for example?
Can you hear me now? No, not really.
Yeah,
but
this when you will catch that on the replay. There's a lot of background noise when you use that headset. I mean, you really need a new one. It's just the sound is like, it's like a walkie-talkie kind of sound when you talk.
Right, I hear you.
Yeah. Brother Bobby London, are you okay with sharing that thing in the private chat? Okay, maybe the brother is a bit busy right now. Well, brothers, maybe we're gonna wrap it up if nobody wants to speak because.
I was just gonna say,
Feel free.
it's very dangerous to mischaracterize the scholars who are coming from African descent just because they're black and not on the merit of their scholarship. It's also a misnomer that African scholars have not been included at all in the common consensus. Those two things can exist without there being a crazy infringement on the state of scholarship. So a lot of this is just, hot air sometimes, I think, when we're trying to separate Africa in ways that are not warranted. We have a lot of records from Egypt. I can pull up sources of people moving south and people moving southwest. I don't think anybody on the panel has argued if we're Egyptians. So I just don't know.
And Donnie wrote Lola Dawn screensaver. Now he's talking about the avatar just below my screen. That's the hair glyph, the glyph of the face. Hair happens to mean face amongst other meanings. And
same thing in Wolof. Har.
There we go. There you go. And I'm not going to say that you guessed. Now, people are used to the hieroglyphic transcript. And a lot of time with the hieroglyphic transcript, where you see a face from the front, you will not be that defined. The shape of the nose will not be like that. Same for the lips. I have one, I think, from the Louvre Museum, but every now and then you might get to see that. But indeed, the depiction here is Amenhotep III, circa 1300 BC. This is Akhenaten's father. This is King Tut's grandfather, even though some scholars believe that Tutankhamun was actually Akhenaten's brother, but the consensus, let's say, is that Tutankhamun or King Tut is Akhenaten's son. So this is one of the most powerful ruler of Kemet right there, and that's what it looks like. So to me, it doesn't look Caucasoid. It looks what we used to call Negroid. That's the scientific term that was used back then, or Black African, like we will say today, So, well, we have 119 people online. Well, you know what? If somebody wants to get on the panel, let me share the link. Now you see, I saw your comment, brother African Renaissance TV. You left a comment in the private chat. You were saying that I'm doing heavy censorship, but at one point, we couldn't hear each other. Like I was talking, it was two brothers talking, and I don't mind you or anybody's defending somebody that I don't agree with, but to tell me you shouldn't call that person with that term, to me that's censorship,
No,
because
I got you.
yeah, because
I
he
got
doesn't
you.
have a problem,
For me, whenever it gets there,
comparing Campbell with
and
a
it's something
woman.
I don't agree with, I just
Yeah,
excuse myself. You feel me?
yeah.
Because this is your space.
No, but you have the right to disagree with me. It's fine, but
You
to
can
tell me no,
disagree and
don't
still
use
be
it.
on yeah.
Come again, brother.
I'm just saying, we're all grown. We have more in common than we have in difference. I think I see sincerity in you, like I see in a lot of other brothers. So let's just keep it going. Keep
Yeah,
it
I
on
see. I see what you
information.
mean. I see, and this will happen. Like, for example, Seku, I support the brother. I appreciate the brother, but with Kwanzaa, we don't agree at all. And that's how it is. And I'm sure there's some things that I said that some brothers don't agree with. And that's how it is. But yeah, yeah. So. Well, brothers, it looks quiet now. Maybe people are tired. Actually, it's going to be 5 hours. Well, I guess, we're going to call it a day. It's okay. I don't really like to end the live stream with 115 people online, but, it's going to end one day, And besides, it's 1:23 a.m. where I am right now. So, well, Babylon, we have to have a look another time. Besides, it's not even a link. Well, it says medium.com. we have the title, but some other time I guess we're going to go through that. So what I'm proposing is that the brothers make their closing remarks. But we might as well start with you, brother African Renaissance. Uncle Majed is not there. What I've done actually, just like I did with you, I just put both of you out of the panel, but you were still like on the stream. But I hope it's not gonna dislike me for life because of what I did. I usually let people a chance to speak, even if they disagree with me. But like I said, we couldn't hear each other. It's like when Reggie was there, when Jabari was the guest. I put Reggie off the panel because it's just getting too much. But well, Basir Ali wrote. It's actually in Gozi. There's an N before. Gozi is a pseudo Arab apologist. Well, I don't know if we could say that, but free speech. So what I propose, well, Babylon Don is here as well. So what I propose to do is, Babylon Don, can you make your closing remarks, please? And then I will do African Renaissance, and then I will do the fight doctor. So feel free, brother.
Yeah, bro, I put it in the back chat.
Yes, but yeah, you couldn't hear me because I was saying that probably some other time it would be better to go through that source because it's 1:24 a.m. right now, and I have to work later on. So if you don't mind, we can have a look some other time.
Yeah, that's always Shaka, as usual. Yeah. But I'll say this. Let me say this on my closing remarks then.
Yeah, feel free.
Because every time it happens like that, Shaka, I'm on my phone. I'm at work. Sometimes I don't show my camera. I wish I could show my camera now. I'm not at a job, but I'm working somewhere in a place where I don't want people to see my background. So that's the only why. That's the only reason why I didn't show my camera. Now, the other thing is, Shaka, only thing I wanted to do was read a little bit of it. I put it in the back chat. If you want to click it, you can. But the bottom line is, I want to make my point clear because I don't want to leave off like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So now the thing reads, Tasseti, circa 7,000 to 3,000 BCE. It was around the year 7,000 BCE when the first culture raised their walls. This culture was rich, powerful, and recognized to be the oldest known monarchy. The Tasseti earned their name from the Egyptians for their prowess in archery, the name meaning land of the bow. So that's all I really wanted to say was that Tasseti, the cultures developed the prototype structures which Egypt would later adopt. You hear that? They developed the prototype structures that Egypt would later adopt. So these documents are older than what you call in Egypt. So the writing on them would come up from there into Egypt. The same way with the ivory tags. This is information coming from the south up to the north, from upper to the lower. That's all I wanted to say. So anybody can check out the Kustu incense burner and look up a man named Brian Williams if you want facts on whether or not that's writing on there. That's not Babylon Dunn saying that. That's archaeologists, Christopher Eretz, and all other archaeologists that's starting to agree that this is a form of writing and communication on the Kustu or the Tasseti pottery. Now, another thing, last thing, when we say words like Kustu, and we say words like Ibero Mauritius, and we say words like Nilo Sahara, all of these are archaeological terms. These are not the names of people, just like the flight doctor was saying. These are not the names of real places. These are usually regions. Like when people say the riparian people, it's no riparian people. Riparian is a wetland and is a region. So stop. It's not people. Y'all are not naming people.
Thank you for your closing remarks. Actually, what you said reminded me of a scholar, a PhD. I think he's British, but he's of European descent, for the record. Because when we claim some things and we are black, they say that we are Afrocentric. But Pan-African James introduced me to that individual, and I've shared a few of his videos. He argues that the ancient Egyptian civilization, or the civilization of Kemet, came from the south as well, and he showed Jebel Barkal, and but I forgot his name. But once again, Pan-African James will surely be able to remind us of the name. I try to look for it, like I try to put South and Nubia, but I forgot which title I've used. So, brother African Renaissance, please feel free to make your closing remarks.
Man, shout out to everybody, man, who contributed tonight, and much love to everybody. Keep the studying coming, keep the info coming, Shaka, keep it coming. As far as Diop, Wolof, linguistics, West Africa, Kemet, man, we can get it in, bro. We can get it in. I don't care who, it is what it is. The info is the info, and it's not a secret, and I think we need to stop mischaracterizing one another at the end of the day, for real, for real. Same thing that happened with Sekou, you can disagree with Sekou without mischaracterizing his argument. You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
Well, brother, African Renaissance, you're the one who's from Senegal originally, right?
Correct.
Oh, that's what's up. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Out of curiosity, would there be any word in Wolof that means day, and that sounds like Heru or Horu?
So there's a word that I argue personally, it's not in Joke's work, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make that distinction. But the root would be Khay, which in ancient Egyptian is Ha, to appear.
Yes. Oh, you know
Right?
your stuff. Yes.
So
Ha or Ha'i, but yeah.
Yeah. So in Wolof, there's a term. The thing is that the suffix part, the RU part, the RW part, or the R part is dropped in Wolof sometimes. It's not as productive, but it's still used and it's still intelligible. So you can say Khay, but some people might say Khayru.
Heru, okay.
So that
And
means
does it
a day, but it
that means
also
day?
has connotation of a day that, a work day.
Oh, I understand.
You come in to show up,
I work there. Okay. So it looks like you're familiar with the Meta Nature. You probably know the word Heru, which means day, right? Right. So that's why I was asking, but all of this is interesting. Now thank you for that, brother.
No doubt.
Now, I hope you'll be back when Sekou will be back, because and I hope, Sekou, I know he appreciates the person that I gave a nickname to. So maybe he will not learn the Meta Nature with me, but as long as he learns the Meta Nature, he will be able to find so many correlations, and that's going to be real nice and interesting. Now, the Fight Doctor, feel free to make your closing remarks, brother.
Yeah, just real quick. We need to understand things in their proper context, right? So when we talk about Egypt or Kemet, Kemet was a daughter of the Nile. And it should be understood in that context that it was just that, a daughter of the Nile Valley civilization, and that it was also Africa's mouthpiece. So the collective wisdom and knowledge of African people was transmitted to the rest of the world through the Egyptian mouthpiece, or through the Egyptian orifice. So that's how it should be understood. And that Egypt needs to be defined, Kemet needs to be defined in an African context, because it is an African civilization.
That's right.
All right. It existed within the African realm and not without, not on the borders, not on the edge, but within. We need to stop using these words from without to define who we are. Negro, Nubian, Egyptian, Caucasoid, whatever. It's all nonsense. These things don't exist. Sub-Saharan African, there's no such thing. There's never been a thing as a Sub-Saharan African, because on its face, it doesn't make any sense when you understand just a little bit about African history, because many of the quote-unquote Sub-Saharan Africans come from the Sahara. So how the hell are you a Sub-Saharan African when your great grandmother and grandfather lived right smack dab in the middle of what you're supposed to be beneath? How does that work?
And later scholars too, are having problems with these terms such as Sub-Saharan Africa, Bilad Sudan, because they keep finding and are able to show these settlements and existence of black people above the Sahara during the medieval, during the whole period.
Not only settlements, we're talking about cities. We know that there was vast civilizations that existed within the Sahara. Okay, and the only reason why there aren't people there now is, well, in fact, there are people there now. But the only reason why these great civilizations are not still there is because the Sahara Desert, the Sahara Savannah, became a desert, and the people fled. Some went south, some went west, some went east. Okay, but the fact of the matter is that the earliest people to inhabit what we now know as the Sahara were black. And this is not even open to debate. This is just the fact of the matter. So when people get to talking this North African nonsense, then just look at them for what they are, as being people who do not understand a thing, not a single thing about African history or the peopling of the African continent. The first people, the first people to inhabit North Africa were black. Now, if we're going to buy into this whole, and I'm going to keep this as brief as possible, but if we're going to buy into this whole North African Caucasoid nonsense, then think about it. Now, the scientists, the European scientists, will tell you that the first humans, come from the Upper Nile Valley, and they were black, and that these people, all right, the earliest Homo sapiens sapiens, which is who we are, Homo sapiens sapiens, all right, 200,000 years ago lived in the Upper Nile Valley, and at some point they decided to leave the African continent. Well, if you're going to leave the African continent, what route are you going to take? You're going to go through Egypt into Southwest Asia. Now, if we're going to buy into this North African Caucasoid nonsense, that would mean that the earliest humans, these quote-unquote sub-Saharan Africans who decided to leave Africa, traveled north, and this is some 80,000 years ago, okay, when there were no Lusodoms anywhere on Earth. But these sub-Saharan Africans decided to leave Africa by traveling north. They would have had to go through Egypt to get to Southwest Asia, to exit the African continent. So if we're going to believe this North African Caucasoid nonsense, that means that these sub-Saharan Africans during their trek out of Africa somehow magically turned from sub-Saharan Africans to Caucasians and then decided to leave Africa. That's the nonsense that they are trying to sell you, okay? And for some reason, we choose to believe it. We choose to feed into this North African Caucasoid bullshit. I'm just going to call it what it is. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's coming up is the fact that it's been a lot of activity and a lot of archaeological findings. In fact, they found some tombs down by the Reed Sea. And I think this is going to be an important find because it's going to show the Reed Sea and the interaction between the people on one side of the Reed Sea and on the other side of the Reed Sea, meaning the people from Somalia, the Yemenis, the Ethiopians, what they call in Saudi Arabia today, on the other side of the Red Sea. They're going to find that was an avenue into Asia. Right across the Red Sea is an avenue into Asia. We rule that land too, but they're not going to tell you this, but we just got to look at a map. And one more thing. Under that cool stool burner, for anybody that want to look up what I said, you could go look up medium.com, medium, medium.com. And the name of the document is Black History 5/28. 5/28. The Rise of Kingdoms in Northern Africa 2. Now, Shaka, one last thing. It reads this on this thing, though. The Tasseti people invented the original form of hieroglyphs. I repeat, the Tasseti people invented the original form of hieroglyphs around 5000 BCE. Now, the reason why they don't want you to hear this is because that take Egypt past Sumer. You can thank me later for this, Jabari, because you got to battle them boys. So this takes the hieroglyphics to 5000 BCE, not 3500, 5000. That's 2000 years. That's 1500 years before Sumer, before the last finding at Sumer. Excavation done by Keith C. Seal confirmed this much and further revealed the Tasseti to have an organized kingdom, powerful and rich, with an established religion. The most important discovery was his excavations that showed that Egypt was in fact influenced by Nubia and not the other way around. It's a lot more to go. They got the falcon deity of Horus on here. They got everything we need from Egypt in their culture, on their pottery, and it predates Egypt, and it's a language, and they have a religion. We got to admit that this is coming from there up into Egypt. It predates it, and it's Tasseti. This is important work that the people are finding, and I don't think that we should overlook it because we stuck in a paradigm with the Oriental Institute or with the Rockefeller Museum them fed us, just like the brother Flight Doctor saying. We got to take new looks at this thing. Is new archaeology available, and these are new documents. And they said that this stuff is confirmed according to the scholars. So we can't stay in the same old paradigm. People got to read up a little bit ahead. I heard Osiris Ka last thing. He said, "Hey, Babylon done caught up." Appreciate that, Osiris Ka, because I am catching up on this thing. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Now, did you finish your closing remarks, the Fight Doctor?
Yeah, I'm done. Yes. Just I just wanted to make the point that we need to stop letting others define who we are. We need to stop using their terms, and we need to reach back and listen to the ancestors and speak and think in their terms. Use their language and think in the same terms in which they thought. Because see, when we think in the terms of the oppressor, then we are oppressed mentally. We have to liberate ourselves from these terms that are meant to keep you oppressed. And the only way you can do that is to separate yourself from the way that you have been trained to think, and start thinking outside the box, and start using terms that define who you are, and not terms that were meant to define who you are from your oppressor. Stop, okay? You have to stop.
Thank you very much. Now, Uncle Majed, hope you will not hate me forever, but there's a brother who actually signed up for the Metal Nurture class, so we're going to start this week. I've sent the link to your email. And for those who are interested in learning the Metal Nurture, here is my email address. It's best to copy and paste it because it's a bit atypical and you might make a mistake. Brothers, thank you very much. We have 98 people watching. It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes. It's lovely, For those who haven't seen the video introduction to Kemet, I recommend that you watch it. It's the work that I am the most proud of, and I'm going to share it in the chat right now. It is initially called Introduction to Kemet, but you know the story, how it got flagged and all that. Now, for those who believe that Prophet Muhammad was black, well, I've touched on the subject. I've used the hadith, or hadith, as they pronounce it for the plural. And here you have the article, Prophet Muhammad's color according to Islamic sources. Then there's this video that I recommend that you watch also. It's less than an hour, it's 45 minutes long. It's called Deception of Asiatic Black Men. The Asiatic Black Men movement, whether it is the MST or NOI, derived from Freemasonry. A lot of people don't know that. Then you have another video called White Semites, Black Awakening, not the most entertaining video, but I demonstrate that the inhabitants of the Levant, Sumer, Mesopotamia, Akkad were actually white-skinned or Caucasoids. They are not black, because a lot of people used to say that the Semites were black, and I've been disagreeing with that since about 2010/2011. And then finally, the supreme wisdom of the Asiatic Black men that teach that we are marked and disfigured. If you want to share it and let people know what they think of us, that we are marked and disfigured and the essence of ugliness. I'm just trying to copy it, but there must be some Asiatic incantations that stop me from doing so. So hold on, I'm going to do it another way. I'm going to have to go this way and delete the rest. There it is. So there it is. If you want to share it, because a lot of people of supporting individuals who teach that we are ugly, that we are marked and disfigured. And I don't think that's cool. If you think that's cool, then more power to you. So thank you for being there, brothers and sisters. I'm going to make my closing remarks, which is the same. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a Necheru hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know,
peace, brother Shaka.
I'm giving Medu Nature classes.
Peace, brother.
And here, that's the flyer. Okay. So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.